that's basically saying 6 out of 10 go unanswered. And like I said, this wasn't some survey. They literally 411 locals called 85 real businesses across 58 different industries, and that's the data that they got back. So the phone is very, very important when it comes to that. Right now, 85% of those calls that call, they never get called back, and 62% of them once have. Let me see in the chat right now. When you guys call it a business, right, and they don't answer, do you just wait around, wait on them, or do you call another business? Right. Let me see in the chat. Do you guys call another business? Exactly. Randall said, call another business. Right. Yep. Call another business. See that, and that's, think about it, especially like when we're dealing with service-based businesses. Think about how much money businesses are losing by not answering the phone. It's a lot. If you have a plumbing issue, if there's a drain, your drain is messed up, you don't have time to be waiting. If you got a flood in the house or something, you don't have time to be waiting for a business to answer. So whatever a business answer, you just give it. You already have the money in your hand ready to spend it, but you can't even spend it because the business doesn't answer the phone. So that is very, very important, right? So you guys handed a paying customer to the guy, down the street, whoever answers the phone, and you never even know what happened, right? Because first of all, when it comes to systems, you have to be able to track, right? You have to be able to track all of the different metrics when it comes to when you building out these systems. So it's very, very important, right? Sometimes you just be like, man, it might just feel like a slow week this week, right? And look, you guys aren't missing calls because you're bad at business. You're missing them because you're busy running your business. A lot of businesses, 1, 2, 3 person operations. A lot of times you have to be everything in your business, right? You have to answer the calls, you got to do the jobs, you got to do all of these different factors, right? But AI can play a major role in that and be able to eliminate that aspect of it. So where you not have to stop. When I got a haircut, and this is probably like a couple weeks ago because I do need a haircut now, but a couple weeks ago, and my barber stopped cutting my hair to answer the phone, right? He doesn't know that I'm analyzing and looking at this like, man, I got, my time is valuable as well. He's trying to answer the phone, cut my hair, all the different things, not knowing that is leaving a bad impression on me, thinking that, I'm paying good money. I pay really good money. So I want you guys to understand that, right? So when you're missing calls, it is very, very bad for business because you need to be at one of those touching points. And AI fixes that, right? So the fix is an AI receptionist. How many of you guys have heard of AI receptionist? Let me know in the chat. Just put yes in the chat if you guys have heard of an AI receptionist. Right. Yes, yes, yes. All right, perfect. So I want you guys to actually screenshot this, right? I want you guys to screenshot this right here. See some people saying no. I see some people saying yes in the chat. I want you guys to actually screenshot this slide right here, right? Because there's multiple different AI receptionists that you guys can use, right? So with SimFlow, there's no code. You can start here. Retail is very good, right? It's best all around at volume when you're building out these AI receptionists. And when you're building out an AI receptionist, it goes off of a brain, right? And guess what a brain is? All a brain is a prompt, right? So if you can build out these AI receptionists for businesses or maybe for your own business, for your own personal, it can be game changing and they sound extremely human, right? Sound exactly like a human. You can't really tell the difference, right? It's able to qualify, do lead qualification. It's able to do booking onto their calendar. It's able to, yeah, qualify all of the different leads. So it's able to do so many different things, right? With the AI receptionist. So you also have 11 labs. So with 11 labs, this is how you're able to get different voices, right? If you want someone that sounds, more American, maybe foreign, maybe speaking a different language, you can do all of that, right? With 11 labs, with the voices. Maybe you wanted to clone your actual voice, right? That's very, very important that you guys can do all of this with 11 labs, right? So I want you guys to take this and try out some of these different AI tools right here, right? But you're using it for the AI receptionist. Vappy is really, really good. That's where I started when I built out all of my AI receptionists. So you literally, everything is done off of prompting like you would in ChatGPT, or Claude or whatever LLM. Let me see in the chat. What LLM do you guys use? Are you guys using ChatGPT a lot? Are you guys using Claude a lot? What are you guys using? Let me see in the chat. Let me see in the chat real quick. Claude. I see Claude real quick. ChatGPT just started using Claude. ChatGPT, Claude. Okay, still learning. Absolutely, absolutely. So you can literally go into ChatGPT, go into Claude, and tell it, I need you to create me an AR receptionist for whatever business you want, right? So whatever business that you guys have, or you guys want to sell a AR receptionist to, or anything like that. And you can literally just go into ChatGPT or Claude and tell it, build me out an AI receptionist for a retail AI receptionist, and it'll be able to build that for you. And it's all based off of prompting, just copying and pasting, right? So that's very, very important. And then you also have Go High Level, right? Which you can actually white label full service CRM, and you can actually sell it, right? Sell it as your own software. So it is super duper cool to use, right? So I want you guys, let me just go back real quick. So the very first leak is going to be your phone, right? So that's the first touching point. Typically everyone is on their phone. So you want to definitely pay attention to that. And the fix is the AI receptionist, right? And then this is exactly how you guys build it, right? Is you guys are going to get a new number, right? Don't touch your real line, or you guys can use web call or anything like that. And if you guys need a step-by-step guide, just have Claude, ChatGPT. They'll actually be able to create the step-by-step guide. If you guys are non-technical, can't code, or just a complete beginner, that was me, right? I had a junk removal business. I was in real estate. I was doing a whole bunch of different things, and now I'm all in AI. But everything that I did, I even went to college and had a 0.42 GPA, you guys. So I literally got kicked out of college for my GPA being so low. I didn't even know it could get that low. So I don't want anything to go over you guys' head. If I can learn this and do this stuff, you guys can too. And it's very important to learn it, right? First comes difficulty, then comes the ease, right? So it might be a little difficult in the beginning, but it is well worth it, right? So how do you actually build it? You guys are going to get a new number. So you guys aren't going to touch a real, a real line. You guys can use a web call as well. And then you're going to write down exactly what it says. Then you're going to actually be able to connect your calendar. And like I said, all of this stuff, the step-by-step guide, you guys can just use Claude and ChatGPT. I tell people this all the time. Do not use AI to think for you. Use AI to think with you, right? So when you have you're having a problem or it's difficult, be like, man, I can't figure this out. Ask AI. We're using these different AI tools to create these different systems in place, right? AI knows how AI thinks. AI knows how AI talks. So if we're asking these questions, we'll be able to get those results. So let me see in the chat if you guys understood that. Let me see in the chat if you guys are with me. All right. See in the chat real quick. And like I said, I'm very interactive person. I want to make sure you guys are listening. You guys are in here, getting this information, right? It is very important to me. So I want to make sure 10-4. Yes. All right. Perfect. I like to hear. Now, the second leak is the follow-up, right? Say you guys fix the phone, right? Calls come in, now they get answered, and then they actually get booked, right? Because you set up everything from the last one. That's told you the screenshot. Now, here's where you lose them anyway. A lot of people respond in 5 minutes, right? Right. If you guys can respond in 5 minutes instead of 30 minutes, you're 100 times more likely to reach that person, right? Not 100%, 100 times more likely. Think about when you fill out a form online. I have one of my businesses right now. I had one of my team call a lady in 10 seconds. She said, boy, your guys are fast. We don't play around because we know that if they don't answer, I mean, if they pick up, they're more likely to be my customer, right? They're more likely to be my client. So you have to set up the correct systems and everything in place for that to end up happening, right? That's very important. 42 hours is what the average business actually does, right? So I want you guys to see. So it takes 42 hours for this typical business to get back to a potential client. That's a long time. That's almost 2 whole days. You don't think that potential client is calling somebody else who's going to answer the phone immediately, who's going to close them immediately, right? That's very important. And a lot of businesses don't even know how much money they're missing out on because, first of all, they're not doing any call tracking, right? So you need to be using call tracking software when you're doing these things. Like a call reel is very, very cool, right? Because say if you're running multiple different ads, you might do billboards, you might do Google ads, Meta ads, and people are calling your phone, right? And but you don't know exactly where that lead source came from. So now you're bleeding money in different areas. And you don't want to be doing that. You start bleeding money, that means you're starting to lose money. And when you start losing the money, you're no longer in a for-profit business, you're in a non-profit business. So that really, really matters when you're doing it. So you have to be able to follow up, right? So there's multiple different tools that you can use for follow-up as well, right? So if you want something called N8N to build out custom workflows there, um, you guys can also use GHL, which is Go High Level for follow-up. There's so many different softwares and tools that you guys can use to set up the exact system that you guys need in place. So all AI, I want you guys to understand something as well. When it comes to these AI tools, when you put them together in a way, you can systematize it, right? And now you're being able to build a system out with that, right? Some just AI tools, just one-off AI tools, those are cool, but you can use ChatGPT, you can use Claude and turn those different LLMs, large language models, into systems, right? You can use custom connectors inside Claude, right? You can use Claude Cowork, we'll touch base on here in a second. But there's so many different things that you guys can do to set up actual systems in place because that's how business runs. I want you guys to write this down, right? And let me know once you guys write it down. Just put done in the chat. But what a system is an acronym, and you guys probably know what an acronym is. FBI is an acronym, Federal Bureau of Investigation. System is an acronym for saving yourself some time, energy, and money, right? And businesses pay for that, and you guys probably have businesses and you guys will pay for that, saving yourself some time, energy, and money. So I want you guys to write that down because that's a very, very key and vital piece. So let me see in the chat real quick. Make sure you guys have that written down. After you guys do, put done in the chat. Right. You see, saving yourself some time, energy, and money. One of the most important things that you guys can do when it comes to AI. That's the main thing. That's what I specialize in, saving your business's time, energy, and money. And literally, like I said, a system is just that. All right. So I said leak 2 is the follow-up, right? Now, I want you guys to screenshot this as well, right? I want you guys to see it goes from form to the AI to the text in 60 seconds to book, right? So the fix to our leak problem, the follow-up, is the speed to lead automations, right? So you can use multiple different softwares and Claude, and I know I've seen a lot of people saying they use ChatGPT and Claude. You can connect ChatGPT and Claude to just about every one of these, right? So I want you guys to understand, and you literally go in there into Claude, right? Could use the custom connector. So all you're gonna do is go in there, go to customize inside Claude, right? Go to customize, go to add a connector, and you guys can find basically just about all of these. Maybe a couple of them on here aren't on there, but you guys just, look, and you can connect it. And Claude will walk you through how to set it up. Claude will actually make the automation for you, so you don't have to do any coding. You don't have to be technical at all, right? And it will literally build out the entire workflow and connect all of the tools so everything is working for you. So now there's no excuse on, oh, how do I do this? We're using AI to be able to build out the AI systems. And since we don't know something, we're asking the AI. So when you guys leave here today, I don't want you guys to think, oh, I can't do this. We have all the tools and resources there, right there in front of us, right? Well, I want you guys to know that. So Zapier is very, very easy. Like, probably the easiest start when you're building out the automations, right? Make.com is still pretty good. I personally use N8N, right? It is a little bit more technical though, but all of this stuff you can connect right inside of Claude and be able to have Claude. When I first started using N8N to build out workflows, you guys, I would have to know what triggers are, nodes, and connect everything, make sure things break. Now Claude does all of that for me, right? So all I have to do is prompt. Everything that we're doing is prompting. I'm not going to tell you guys to do anything that has to do with any type of coding or anything. If you can type your name, you can copy and paste, you can do all of this, right? Is it going to be a little bit foreign to you guys? Absolutely. But can it be done, and is it worth it? Absolutely. Right. So go high level, which is a CRM plus automation all in one, and Twilio is going to be the texting layer underneath, right? To to get your number. So how do you actually build it? Right? So you're gonna find every door. So the forms, the DMs, the ads, all of the missed calls, and then you're gonna pick the busiest one, right? Like LaKeysha was talking about, the bottlenecks, right? You need to find the biggest bottlenecks in your business or in the business that you guys are typically gonna sell to. Um, so more than likely, probably in your own business, find your biggest bottlenecks and see exactly what you can automate first, right? And if you guys need help with that, let me see in the chat. What do you think I'm about to say? If you guys need help with finding the biggest bottlenecks in your business, what do you guys think I'm gonna say in the chat? Let me see if you guys know. Somebody tell me in the chat what I'm about to say next, based off of everything that I've said so far. Let me see in the chat. So if you don't know how to find your bottlenecks, where do you think you can find your bottlenecks in your business? There we go, Kimberly. Kimberly said it right there. Ask AI, right? Is there, the resource is there for you guys. Very, very important, very, very key, right? So if you guys need to find the biggest bottlenecks in your business, just ask AI, you guys, right? Put in your URL, put in your industry, and it'll be able to find all of those. And then not only that, it will create the entire game plan. Number one, then it will also create not only the game plan, will give you the workflows to build. You say, okay, create me a workflow using N8N. I want it to connect to my Gmail. It'll do all of this for you, right? And then explain to you why it's doing it. So it's very, very important that I want you guys to do. So a lot of times people are not losing to better businesses. They're just losing to faster ones, right? One of my mentors, he tells me this all the time. Success loves speed. Tells me that all the time. Success loves speed. Same thing when it comes to this, right? When everything has to be systematized, right? So I want you guys to understand that, because just these little small tweaks in your business is the difference maker, right? So make sure you guys screenshot this as well. Now, the third leak, right, is nothing is written down. I want people to understand, a lot of times with our businesses, we're basically running like a chicken with a haircut off. We don't have nothing written down. We can't track our KPIs. We don't know where our money is going. We don't know any of these different things, right? Your entire business lives in your head, right? And if you're doing everything in your business and you can't take a day, I tell people this all the time. You're not the people like, oh, I'm about to go start a business. Okay, what does that mean? Oh, you think you're not about to have to work? But it gets to a point where you become a slave to your business. They be like, oh, I've got my own business. No, you just got you're just a higher paying job that you're doing for yourself versus somebody else. Because systems matter, right? There's millions of hundreds of thousands of Chick-fil-A's and McDonald's because they have systems in place. You go to Chick-fil-A line, it's 100 cars around the corner. You get in and still get in and out in 10 minutes. How is it possible? Systems, right? Is very, very important. And they have these SOPs, your standard operating procedures, all of these different things written down. And it's some super duper cool. Is in Clyde now, because I see a lot of people said they were using Clyde. You can now, inside Clyde, it's called a recorder skill. So literally your step-by-step that you're doing, it's literally only been out like a week, right? I would show you guys, but it messes up with the entire Zoom and everything like that. Like I just can't show you guys, but I definitely recommend you guys going to try it out. So you literally with it's called record a skill inside Clyde, right? It is inside Clyde Cowork, which if you have the desktop app, so make sure you have the desktop app in Clyde. But you can record a skill. So it literally will record your screen, you guys. Literally, if you take a step, like say if you go to Safari, then you're filling out some information, it'll record the whole entire process for you. Now, it will record the entire process for you. Turn it into a repeatable skill that you can now use over and over again, right? That's the power of AI now, right? And the power of information. But not only that, that power of implementation. So I want you guys to definitely go try that out. Make sure, I know you guys should have your notes out, right? You guys should be writing down all this, because when I start talking and going with the AI, some of this stuff wasn't even what I was going to talk about. So I want you guys to understand record a skill is brand new, right? So I want you guys to really, really try that out. Is record a skill. All right. Now, a lot of people business lives in their head. Literally, your pricing logic, right? How you handle the customer who's already annoyed. What you say when someone asks for a discount. None of it is written down anywhere, right? And that's why you guys can't hand anything off. Every time you delegated it, it came back wrong, and you weren't handing over a process. You were handing over a guess, right? So I want you guys, like I said, screenshot this, right? And this is what I want you guys to do. I want you to open a voice memo. So inside your Claude, your ChatGPT, and I want you guys to talk and don't type. I want you guys to talk about everything about the business, all of these different things, so you can be able to turn these things into skills, right? And so you can be able to systematize everything, right? And that's how you're going to build your AI brain. I get a lot of people saying, oh, well, my Claude doesn't sound like my ChatGPT, because ChatGPT got all the information on you. You haven't fed Claude enough information, so it really knows who you are. And there's a memory tab inside Claude that now you can literally copy your memory from ChatGPT and put it inside of Claude. And you guys probably going to wonder, how do I do that? Oh, all you have to do is ask Claude, and it will tell you. So these things are, well, I don't know how to do this. I don't know. I'm just trying to eliminate from you guys' mind, right? Because when you're building out these systems and processes, it's sometimes as simple as finding these different things on these different AI tools, right? So I want you guys to really, really understand that, right? So, because literally everybody can talk in the car for about 15 minutes, right? Which you can talk into a voice memo what you sell, what it costs, who's it for, what you say, right? And then you guys can literally just record that, put it inside the AI tool, and now you're able to generate a new brain, right? That's very, very important. And if the AI I tell people this all the time, if the AI is giving you a very generic answer, guess what, you guys? It doesn't know your business. It just doesn't know your business. If it's giving out generic answers or it doesn't know who you are, that means you didn't give it enough information, right? You have to feed it this information. So that's why I said use cloud projects, right? Use Notebook LM, right? So if you guys want to, I use Notebook LM a lot of times, right? YouTube videos, 3-hour YouTube videos that turn it into a summary, turn it into a slide decks, infographics, turn it into a podcast, and it's free, you guys. So make sure you guys screenshot this. Notion, I typically use Notion over like Google Docs. I just like the interface, and all of these things can be connected inside your ChatGPT in your cloud, right? So for all my team and everybody like that, we all have Notion documents for our system. It's updated with the new information, right? You also have custom GPTs. When I'm building out my receptionists, right, for different businesses, I have a custom GBT that has all the information. And just think of a custom GBT as custom GBT, right? As ChatGPT, but more isolated and more knowledge base for one specific area, right? So literally, it just does all my prompt building for my receptionist. So just think of a custom GBT like that, right? So what I'm doing is like like my Notion is connected to my cloud. My Gmail is connected to my cloud, right? I set up scheduled tasks. So now it's automating different things inside of Cloud, right? I'm connecting every connector that I can connect, like my Gmail. So it actually drafts my emails for me, and be able to send them out if I choose for it to do so. So you're able to do so many different things, right, with inside multiple different tools that you don't need to do a lot of different things, right? People are like, oh, how do I create AI agents? They're already pre-built inside of Cloud once you do the custom connectors and setting up things like that. So I want you guys to really, really understand that. All right. Now, you guys cannot automate what you can't explain. That's the most important thing. Everything you should do, you should be able to, a 10-year-old should be able to understand it. If you can't simplify it, then we have a problem, right? So even when I'm building out my SOPs and my processes and different things like that to send over to my team or just for my AI team as well, all I do is I talk to Claude and tell it and put all of this in the so a 10-year-old can understand it. Simplify it all the way so not only that, so I can understand it even better. So that's very, very important. You guys cannot automate what you can't explain. All right. So definitely I want you guys to understand that. Now, there's a lot of stuff that I don't have time to talk that you guys can automate and create the system, right? Is appointment bookings, right? Review requests, ad copy. So I want you guys to screenshot this because this is just ideas that you guys can use, right? Every one of these is somebody's full-time job, or it's a system that you can build once, right? So I want you guys to screenshot this right here and pop this in the cloud and be like, okay, you have such and such business. What all can I automate? And what tools should I use to automate these things to create a system so I don't have to continuously repeat and do this stuff over and over again? And Claude will tell you, ChatGPT will tell you, right? Sometimes it's as simple as screenshotting and uploading. When something breaks on the automation or the workflow, guess what? I just screenshot it and put it right back in the Claude, have Claude fix it. It's that simple, you guys. It's very, very simple. You just gotta just put the work in, right? So these are 18 things that, like I said, I just don't have time to go into all over. When I do create my contracts, I use Claude, right? Review requests, you can set up those automations in like your GHL and things like that. You can use N8N. There's a lot of different tools out there that you just connect them correctly, and now you have a fully built system, right? So that's very, very important. Now, here's where the actual money is, right? It's with the agents, right? Tools, you do the work that it helps, right? The automation does the same thing every single time. So I want you guys to understand this. Automations, I just say, is like a repeatable, process, right? That you can do the same thing over and over. But an AI agent, think of an AI agent as a human in robotic form. That's what I always do, always say, right? An agent doesn't break like that, right? An agent isn't going to break like how automation breaks, right? You give a machine a process, and you give an employee an actual goal. So that's what the AI agent is. It's basically like your employee, right? If you say tell the agent to handle your follow-ups, it will figure out the path, right? Because you feeding it the correct information. It has all the information that it needs. So which means you stop mapping every step and start setting the goal and checking the work. Right. So that's very, very important. And most of you guys have been doing this work for years, right? And this is the first time you guys get to manage. I think I'm hearing someone throwing me off. Mute somebody, unmute it. You guys don't mind? Mute yourself, you don't mind? All right. And this is how you guys finally get out of day to day, right? You give a machine a process, you give an employee a goal. So the money is really in the AI agent aspect of it, being able to set up these AI agents, which is very, very important and very, very vital when it comes to this stuff. All right. Now I want you guys to remember leak 3, right? Remember, nothing was written down. This is a fix, right? Is a skill. And a skill is a photo of instructions in plain English, and it's not code, right? You write down how you quote a job, how you write a proposal, how you handle a refund. And from then on, it does it your way every time, right? And Anthropic's own word said this. So Anthropic is Claude, right? That's who owns Claude. It says this. It's like an onboarding guide for a new hire, and it only loads when it's relevant. So you're not carrying it around in every conversation. It says screenshot the how, right? But step 3 actually surprises most people, right? And I want you guys to see how you can build a skill. Is pick one thing you do the same way every time, turn skills on in your Claude, and then use the skill creator, and it interviews you and builds the actual folder, builds the skill for you, right? And every time that is wrong, so you run on a real job, not a test, and every time it's wrong, you add a line, and that's the maintenance, right? So you literally create the Claude skill. And Claude skills are very, very powerful. And I just taught you guys now, you guys can do record a skill. All right, so you literally connect all of these different things. I'm talking about your Gmail, Slack, Notion, whatever. A lot of these tools that you guys use on a regular basis, you can connect to Claude, And now you can set it up to have the Cloud skills and actually have the agents running. And what's super duper cool with Cloud Cowork, you can have a folder on your actual computer, and it does the work inside that folder without you. Now, here goes Cloud Cowork, right? Regular chat can't touch your files. You paste stuff in and answers, you copy it back out, and you're the file system. Cowork actually points at a folder on your computer and actually reads, edit, and create files in there, right? And you don't give it steps, you actually give it a goal. It makes a plan and works through it, and it shows you each step so you can catch it heading the wrong way on step 2 instead of at the end. But I want you guys to always remember something. This is what I always do whenever I'm using any type of AI tool that I just, because AI always, it still messes up, you guys. So what I always recommend you guys doing is always put at the end of your prompt, ask me clarifying questions, right? When you start telling it to ask you clarifying questions, you're going to get way better results, right? Way better results. So like I said, Cloud Cowork actually does the task and does the things for you, right? And then after it works, you just schedule it as a scheduled task. So it's very important, right? So you set up that scheduled task. So you can set it up for 8 a.m. on a Monday, or you can do it at 8 a.m., 8 p.m. on a Monday. You guys can set it up in a way to where now it's a repeatable, right? A repeatable task. Pull information for you. All of these different things that you guys do on a consistent basis, you can set it up and now it does it for you, right? Automatically. Now, every system is going to have 4 parts, right? Every system has 4 parts. You got a trigger, what starts without you. You got the brain, what it knows about your business, right? 3 is action, what it actually does. And 4 is the handoff, when it brings you in, right? And if you guys can't name all 4, you guys got a tool and not a system. So before you guys leave, I want you guys to take a screenshot of this, right? And I want you guys to pick the leak that's actually costing you guys the most. So, right, the biggest bottleneck in your business. I want you guys to use the dictate button. So basically use the voice memo, how you actually do it. Write the 4 parts on paper. I guess, you guys probably use your phone, right? Then I want you guys to actually build out the trigger and the action first, right? And then I want you guys to just to ship it out. When I mean ugly, I mean just shipping out, even though it might not be all the way, perfect, right? The only way you're going to learn typically a lot of times is by actually doing, right? Just seeing like, okay, I need to tweak this, right? And then you guys are going to fix that live. You use Cloud. I use Cloud a lot, right? So I'm going to keep you a reference in Cloud when it comes to anything code related, any automations, any systems related. I typically use Cloud when it comes to my brainstorming or like when I need to create scripts or different things like that. I typically use ChatGPT. I just prefer that on there. But you're able to connect all of your different tools to Cloud, even to ChatGPT at this point, right? So I want you guys to understand that. So one system running beats 10 that you guys bookmark, right? So I want you guys to understand that. So that's everything. I know that said a lot, right? Um, that's everything that I do have for you guys today, right? I know it was a lot, but I am going to open up questions for anybody that has some questions. Just put them in the chat and I'll be happy to answer you guys' questions as well. Like I said, I'm very big on implementation over information. And you guys don't need to learn more. You guys just need one thing running. So go build it. So I'm gonna open up questions for you guys. Just ask whatever questions that you guys have for me, and I'll be happy to answer them for you guys. Veronica said, "Can you break down a little further how to use Cloud Cowork?" Yes. So I can. So when you're using Cloud Cowork, right? As a matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? Um, all right. What I'm gonna do, you guys, just cause what I'm very, like I told you guys, I'm very big on implementation over anything. Um, and you guys let me know, team, how long I have um, on that just to do this. Because I'll just be honest with you guys. I like to rather show you guys than tell you guys, right? A little bit. And someone said, can you break down how to use Cloud Cowork? So you got Cloud Cowork that's just built inside here. So what I always recommend doing, like when I was saying you can now record a skill right here, I'm not going to do it just because it's going to kick me off of Zoom. Okay, I have 10 minutes. So what I'll always, everything that I'll always do whenever I'm using Claude or any tool, right, is I'm going to always, all right. So what I always do is I always ask, what are the capabilities, right? I'm not the greatest speller of Claude Cowork. Well, so I will always ask the capabilities of anything, even though you guys see I misspelled it, but hey. So even when you're connecting the tools, and I'll just show you guys how to connect multiple different tools real quick, because I don't have much time, but these are great. That's a great question. So it's going to just tell me the capabilities of Claude Cowork, right? So literally, I use AI to answer questions all the time, right? It says Cowork is the agentic side of Claude, same engine as Claude Code, but built for knowledge work instead of coding. You describe the outcome, walk away, and come back to finish work. Document, organize files, research, deliverable. It's not chat. It plans, execute, and checks itself. So what it can actually do, works directly on your computer, reads and writes local files, no uploading or downloading anything. You grant folder access, and it can read, write, create, modify, and delete inside those folders. It's also able to spin up sub agents, right? So big tags get split into parallel work streams, so it moves faster. So I want you guys to understand that when you're doing it. That's basically Cloud Cowork. It basically does the work for you, right? Basically the AI agent that I was talking about. So now we got Cloud Cowork. I wanted to show you guys the customized feature, right? So you have custom skills here, but inside your settings, you're gonna have connectors. You guys see I have a lot of different connectors connected, right? Right here. But all I would do is just add the connector, go to browse connectors, and you can literally set up all of these, right? Google Drive, Google Calendar, Notion, right? You set these up directly inside Cloud by just clicking the plus, right? Okay, let's say, would you recommend making the investment in the higher plan for Cloud for these capabilities? Absolutely, absolutely, 100%, 100%. I would. I want to just show you guys with me. I have the max plan. You don't need to get the max plan. I pay over $100 a month. You don't need that, but I think you guys can get the pro. It's like $17, I think, or something like that. So I definitely recommend you doing that. So after I do that, let me see if you guys remember what I said. So I already have connectors connected, right? I got Base 44, Canva, Google Drive, Notion. I have some other ones, N8N. I have a few in there. What is the one thing that I said I do whenever I do a connector? Whenever I set up a connector, when I need to figure out a new feature that's working with Cloud, what do I do? Let me see in the chat to see if you guys are listening. It was one thing that I always do to start. Let's see if you guys are listening in on it. Exactly, Randall. Perfect. What are the capabilities? So say I got Gmail connected. Abilities of the Gmail connector. Right. I would just click it, right? And after that, so I want you guys to see. So what does it say? Here's what the Gmail connector can actually do. Search your threads, pull a full thread or a single message, including attachments, create drafts, update drafts, list your existing drafts, right? Organize, right? And what it can't do is send an email, permanently delete anything, or touch settings, filters, forwarding rules, or signature. Right. So what I have it do is I have it read all my emails, right? Read all my responses of those emails, and then create a skill. So every time that I'm creating a new email I want to send out, it's in my voice. It already knows how I sound, how I operate, right? So very, very cool. How do you do that? And you guys don't know? Just ask AI and it will do it for you. And this is the button that I'm talking about talking, right here. I always use this because a lot of time, when you're typing, you forget what you're gonna type. You're thinking about typing versus if you just talk, you're able to just go ahead and just do it that way. So perfect. Just wanted to show you guys a couple little features there. Um, and I know I got a couple more minutes, so if you guys have some more questions, just have at it. No question is a bad question. I tell people this all the time. The only bad question is not asking a question, right? I'm one of those people that ask questions all the time. Why are you doing that? How is this done? Why are you okay? I'm that type of guy, right? Because I feel like knowledge is power, right? The more you learn, the more you earn, right? So I'm always one. Even if somebody just asks a question, I ain't hear it. Okay, oh, I apologize, I didn't hear it. Don't ask that question. I just needed to make sure I got that information, right? So very, very important. So you go ahead and ask whatever questions that you guys have, and I'll be happy to answer them for you guys. See in the chat. If you guys don't have any more, just let me know though. But I know you guys are in here and engaged. I see you guys here.
Someone had their hand raised, but I'm not sure who it was. Okay, what was the tool?
Veronica said, "Oh, what was the tool you used to record the task?" So I'm doing that in Claude, right? So let me just reshare so you can see it real quick. So I'm doing that. I'm just going to new, right? And I'm just clicking on co-work right here, and this is the recorder skill, right? So literally, look, your screen, your clicks, your typing, and voice are recorded, then sent to Claude and turned into a repeatable skill. Like I said, this just came out in less than a week, so nobody is even talking about this, right? I've been using it, been playing around with it for the last week, and it's game changing, you guys. I will show you guys exactly how to do it, but it will kick me out of Zoom because Zoom is streaming, and then since it's streaming, because I did another summit like a few days ago, and it kicked me out of Zoom, and it was just a whole bunch of a lot. But you literally is going to record every single step that you're doing and turn it into a repeatable skill for you. So definitely game changer. Perfect.
Love it. Well, Rone, I know I got a question for you. What's your favorite Claude connector and why?
All right, my favorite Claude connector right now, I'm gonna have to go Higgsfield, being able to connect. So it's a custom MCP with Higgsfield, but I'm able to create all my videos, UGC ads, and different things like that. So it's like it's game change, save me a lot of time, makes me some good money, and the people look the UGC ads, user generated content. If you guys don't know, just they look human, like you can't tell that it's AI at all. So I really like that. So Higgsfield, and I think they're doing a free. You can actually, I definitely recommend you guys trying it out. And I think it's free right now for the next day or so, where you can make as many videos as you want. So I definitely recommend you guys doing that. So it is Higgsfield.
Yep, Higgsfield is legit. And something you said earlier, Rone, about, and I think it came up as a question about investing in the higher levels of the different AI programs. I mean, here's what I see. You get what you pay for. Right? So if you're not going to, if you're scared to invest, you're scared to make money.
Absolutely.
And it's that simple. So
absolutely
love it,
that's
Ron. Well, thank you.
Yeah. I was just not to cut you off. I was just going to say this is like this. We invest in so many different things, right? But when it comes to investing in ourselves, we're always hesitant. We're always questioning why, right? But in reality, the investment in yourself is typically the only thing that you cannot lose. That information is typically the only stuff that you won't lose. You go buy that nice shirt, you're probably going to grow out of it. It's probably going to get wrinkled. All of this, you just spend all that money. But this knowledge, it compounds and stack on top of each other. And it's game changing. It's one of those, game changing moments of. So I remember one of my very first times ever. I do go on a little ramble, but one of my very first times investing in a mentorship, I told my friends, man, was it worth it? I said, the only thing I regret is not doing it sooner, because the amount of information that I got out of it was game changing. So Absolutely. I definitely always recommend investing in yourself. And it's something like this, $17 for the new Claude, I'm telling you, is more than worth it. Absolutely.
I love that so much. Well, everybody, I don't know about y'all. I have a whole page of notes. Plus, I can't wait to to go back and just reabsorb everything that you said. Ron, really appreciate it. We get a round of applause in the chat? Throw it in the chat. Throw it as an emoji. Ron, thank you so much. We appreciate your time today. And what a beautiful way to you mentioned mentoring in that process, and I could not agree more. Having a mentor in your business, in just in your life in general, is so crucial to what we do. So thank you so much, Rone. Check him out. Hit the box on the left. I'm not a YouTube star, but drop the link below.
Right, yeah, and there go if you guys should see my Instagram there, so definitely give me an ad if you guys get a chance. But you guys have a good one, and I'll be around. I'll still be around. I'm learning. I'm always learning, trying to get more information. So I'll still be here with you guys as well.
And he'll be up for our lunch and learn later, y'all. So I promise you don't want to miss it. So sweet.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks, Rone. Appreciate you.
All right, have a good one.
All right, y'all. So as far as mentor, we have another awesome talk coming up in just a moment. But before we do that, I love that Rone, and I promise we didn't set it up that way, but Rone brought up mentoring. And it's so we here at Built Different. Built Different is presented by Strategic Behavior Consultants. Strategic Behavior Consultants, LaKeysha Cobbs-Hayes, right up here in one of these boxes, right? She is CEO of that organization. She brings people together to help them elevate and scale their business. That's what Built Different is all about, right? So we want to bring up a couple people throughout the day just to kind of talk to them about their experience with LaKeysha and strategic behavior, I'm just going to ask them a couple questions. They have no idea what the questions are, so we'll see how they answer. But I would love Tamisha. Are you here with us? Are you out there?
I am.
Love it, love it. Well, Tamisha, I know you worked with Key a lot over the years, so I'm going to ask a couple questions. Answer from the heart. And look, I love that you came out on camera. But so take us back to before. What did a normal Tuesday look like in your business, and what was kind of living rent free in your head?
A normal Tuesday in my business before Keisha?
Yep.
A normal Tuesday was, oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's me looking online, looking at everything, searching, analysis paralysis, like, oh my gosh, what do I do? I don't know. I love this field that I'm in, but I don't know what to do about it. And for me, I always I had a mentor for something completely different. It was more of a mindset. And they said, find somebody that is doing exactly what you want to do. And this was back when it was like COVID time. So Clubhouse was the thing. And so I was in all of the ABA Clubhouse, and Keisha was always in these rooms teaching about something. She's always giving these gems. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. But before Keisha, I'm just sitting in all the rooms listening.
So what was the turning point for you?
People not doing the job right. And me needing to make a change, me needing to do what I needed to do for my community. And when I found my calling, that was what I wanted to do, and I found the right person to show me how to do it, then that was my change. That was my complete game changer.
Did you ever get the look when she asked you a question and you answered and she was like, do you ever get one of those?
Like, no.
What we're not going to do is fail. Right.
Don't do that. We don't go do that. We not let me show you how to do this is what I always got from Miss Keisha. Absolutely.
I love that. I love it. So if somebody's watching you right now, exactly where you are today, say the thing to them that you wish someone had said to you.
Ooh, if somebody were to come to me today, what would I tell them that I wish someone would have told me?
Yep.
Hmm. I would say execute. I would say that there are three words that you need to take seriously. It's mindset, mentorship, and execution.
Period.
Let me say four, intentionality.
Okay. All right. Let's add one more.
Let's add one more. Let's add one more. Four, be very intentional. And that by intentional for Keisha's word, it might be strategic. For me, it's intentional, but intentionally strategic. Let's put it that way. But I would say, make those your priorities.
I love it. I love it.
And
Sweet.
I'm gonna hop in for a hot second, only because Tamisha has been really taking on AI. But I wanted to really ask you, and I don't know if it's one of Nick's questions, but what have you done so far? What have you created so far? Because this girl creates so much. But what have you created so far with AI that has been a staple in one of those categories, either operations, right? Content and delivery, revenue, and then obviously I can't think of the other one because I'm getting old. But uh, what's what area have you actually created? Oh, and client delivery. Which one has been made the most impact, and what have you used with AI to do it?
Well, I would have to say there's a lot of things I've created. So I would say the most impact. So I use Cloud, projects. It holds everything for Regals. It helps me with my SOPs and my presentations and my VTOs and stuff like that. But one of the most impactful was the training site that I created on Lovable. And with that training site, of course, I use Notebook LM to do the videos. I use Claude because of my projects and all the information that I gave it about my business and my core values. I was able to have Claude create the information that really truly speaks Regal's brand because we are really really values driven in everything that we do and every decision that we do and make in our company. So I want all of my brand to feel and see that. So projects in Claude is very important. But then I take that and I put in Notebook LM to create the PowerPoints and the videos. And then from the videos, then I put that in Lovable. And so now my staff can go from video to do the training and take the quizzes. And so I'm always creating a website. My staff be like, here comes Tamisha with some more AI. I shared visions and videos. So my staff really appreciate that I can deliver the same message to everyone instead of me being the one person delivering my mission, my value, my voice every single time. I put all that into Claude. I put all that information and that how I wanted to look into Notebook LM, created my video, and now every single person that comes through the door knows, feels, and lives Regal's core values exactly how I want it to be. So I think that's probably the most impactful tool of AI that I personally use.
And I want to say, guys, that she's being modest right now because that tool that she has built out is phenomenal. She has gamification in there. She has point systems in there. She like her staff feels loved in there. And not only that, they're getting the training that they want. She's at the forefront of it, and she's teaching her staff how to do it. So she's definitely being very modest right now about her app. But that's what I wanted you to explain, because I think you're doing amazing things, and I love you to death. So thank you, Tamisha.
It's my teacher, y'all. It's the teacher. It's the teacher. You gotta have the mentors, y'all. Make sure y'all get y'all wood.
Love it.
But thank
Great.
you for teaching me.
Thank you so much, Tamisha. Appreciate it. Thank you for letting me just throw you on the spot there and throw these questions at you. Really, really appreciate it. Sometimes it's great to hear from other people, right? So, okay. All right, y'all. Now we back into it. I'm really excited about our next conversation. This one I know hits home to me because with AI, and this is something that I really want you to sit with here. AI was never supposed to replace what makes you good at your job. It's supposed to clear out everything standing in your way of it. So, our next speaker is going to show you how to build that into an actual operating system, not just everything all held together in 27,000 sticky notes. So, please, please, please welcome to the screen, Portia James.
Hey everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I love what you said about sticky notes because that was literally my life. You asked Tamisha what was her life before. LaKeysha, my life before AI was sticky notes all over the place. And I loved my sticky notes. I still use them, but I use a lot fewer sticky notes. So I'm going to present my screen. Can you let me know if you're able to see? Are you able to see this? Yes? Okay. All right. So I love that we sort of ended Rone's, first of all, Rone, that was amazing. I love that we ended that by just having a little conversation with Tamisha and how she has been able to lead her team better using AI tools. I think there's a lot of controversy around AI replacing people and should we trust the robots? And these are conversations that I have on a very regular basis. And so that was the perfect segue into my conversation, which is really addressing the vision gap. How to use an AI operating system that connects your vision to the front line. So just a little bit about myself, and I'm going to move this down here. Just a little about myself. I am the founder of a multi-million-dollar behavioral health company called Behavior Genius. We have been in business for 10 years. I started as a consultant, and for the last 6, we've been partnering with insurance funders in order to bring high quality behavioral healthcare services to children who otherwise would not have access to this type of healthcare. I just stepped down from the CEO position specifically because I wanted to be able to spend more time with people, more time in my business and less time on my business, which is actually counter to typically the path. But I stepped down, my husband stepped up as the CEO of our company, and I stepped into a role that I created for myself as the chief of people and performance. So I spend my time actually being with people, hearing from people, and then using AI to help me better serve them, not only the people that I lead inside of my company, but also the clients and families that we serve. I'm also an investor and operator of a company in Northern California called Bay ABA, similar healthcare company that my husband and I had the privilege and the honor of acquiring a few years ago in 2024. And I also do executive coaching. So I have a coaching company called Genius Operations where I mentor and coach people on how to essentially work more efficiently, set up operating systems that allow them to be able to just get back into their life. I think it's important that we talk about life when we're talking about work, because also before any of those things, I'm also a wife and a mom. These are the most important roles that I play. And in a world where 55% of workers report experiencing burnout all over the US, it's important that we start this conversation with why. A lot of times we say, especially if you're a high performer, high capacity worker, if you are a leader, if you are an entrepreneur, we will say, if anybody asks us what our why is, a lot of times what we'll say is it's our family, it's our kids, it's the people that we come home to that really are the push to get out there and to build and to work a ridiculous amount of hours, right? But what I started to notice is that the more ambitious I became, the less present I became at home. And so there's this dilemma I think that we all face with called work-life balance. Is there really work-life balance? Does it really exist? And high-level entrepreneurs will tell you that work-life balance actually does not exist, that you grind in your 20s and you build in your 30s, and then you rest in your 50s, right? Well, I personally, I'm 41. My intention is to rest now. And I don't want to have to wait for that. AI helps me do that. So I am a data analyst, so always start with the data. So let's talk about it. 1 in 4 US workers experience significant burnout. And this is from a Gallup survey from 2025, where people self-reported that they had experienced burnout. About 25% it also said that they were experiencing extreme burnout, high levels of burnout. When this exact same survey was done among founders, it was found that that number actually jumps to more than 1 in 2. So more than 50% of founders have reported that they are experiencing extreme burnout. And what I know about being a founder is that when I'm experiencing burnout, I'm not able to show up in my business for my team or for myself or for my family in the ways that I need to. I'm not as efficient, I'm not as effective, certainly not as productive. And all of that actually leads to the bottom line, which is a loss of revenue or a reduction in revenue. So the goal of AI isn't to make founders work faster. It's actually just to make sure that founders are still healthy enough to lead effectively. And if more than half of founders are burning out, then we don't have a productivity problem. We actually have a systems problem. So what I believe is that visionaries do not struggle with ideas. I am a visionary. I'm able to, I literally wake up in the morning. I feel like I get downloads from God. I can see where I'm going. I hold the torch for my company. I'm out in front, stepping into new places, doing things that I've never done a lot of the time. And what I started to realize was, do I just have too many ideas? Am I just trying to execute too many things? Am I doing too much? And people will tell you, people will be quick. Your team and also your family, your friends will tell you, hey, you don't really have to do all this. But when you're a visionary, you know that there's this pull, there's this push that says, no, I actually do have to do all these things. And what happens is that we start to struggle in our organizations with translation, with other people being able to actually see the vision that we have. So one thing that I learned from my last CEO was this idea of the vantage point. Everyone has seen the top one, right? We've all seen the elephant and the 3 blind men. Here, there's about 6 people, but they're all seeing from a different viewpoint. They all have a completely different idea of what this elephant is. It's a fan, it's a wall, it's a rope, it's a tree, it's a snake, it's a spear. Everyone thinks it's something different based on the piece that they hold. And this picture is something that's commonly used to teach teams that it's important to get on the same page and to make sure that everyone is viewing from the same lens. What my last CEO actually brought to my attention was that actually there's a boat when you're in leadership, especially when you are the founder of an organization. It actually functions more like a ship. So on the bottom of the ship, there are all of the people, all of your team members, the frontline employees. Middle, you have management. They're able to see a little bit more than those ground level people. They have a little bit more sight in terms of outward, in terms of upward. They're a little bit closer to the mission, possibly because they are directly, I know in my organization, we have about 4 levels. As you get higher, closer to the top, as you grow in your leadership, you're closer to me, which means these people spend a lot more time in my vision. They spend a lot more time hearing about exactly how I view things, what the mission is, what it means to me, why it exists. And so they have a lot more vision for the organization. But the captain or the operator or the founder is the person that sits at the top. And from the top, what you're able to see is much more vast than what anyone else in your organization is able to see. And so I also pulled some data just related to the real communication gap. I spent years in my organization jumping through hoops, spending a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how to communicate better. It's like no matter how well you communicate, people just still don't get it, right? How many languages you put it in, you can break it down Barney style, put it in a video, make it visual so that everyone can learn, and they still have a hard time with communication. In fact, 60% of employees have considered leaving their job due to poor internal communication as a contributing factor. Employees saying, "Hey, yeah, they may or may not know what they're talking about, but the point is, I don't know what they're talking about," right? 40% of US deskless employees rate communication at work as only fair or poor. So in my organization, 90% of my team members are deskless. I don't have a whole bunch of administrators. I lead a team of about 100 team members total. And I would say I have about 8 administrators. Everyone else is deskless. They're in the field working directly with clients and families. These would be my employees. 40% of them have reported that communication is only fair or poor. And then lastly, among employees who have worked in a toxic workplace, or what they would define as toxic, 69.8% identified poor communication as one of the primary reasons why the workplace was toxic. So we know that we have a communication issue. And raise your hand if you've ever had, or throw up an emoji or something, if this is something that you've dealt with where you've had a communication issue and you figured out, okay, well, one issue is it goes from my mind all the way down to the front line. How do I get it to not be watered down, right? So Tamisha talked a little bit about her training. She makes sure that every single person who comes in to her organization knows the values of the organization, understands the culture right from the beginning, and feels immediately like they're a part of it. And that is communication. The challenge here is that leaders who scale aren't the ones with the best ideas. They're actually the ones with the highest level of execution. And when you're running a business, running a family, and living a life, it is really hard to execute all of it with excellence, with greatness, right? If you've ever felt like you're kind of cutting the pizza in multiple parts and you can only give a certain percent of yourself to each piece, this is where you're trying to take idea, translate that idea. Literally, sometimes as founders, it feels like we're speaking completely different language than our team, and then move that translation of the idea into execution. High level, highly paid, multi-million dollar organizations have leaders at the top who understand this, who understand the importance of translating the vision into actionable things that people can do. And before they can do it, they have to be able to fully understand it, right? And I think for me, what has been a barrier to being able to ensure that every single person in my organization is on the same page has really been time. First of all, I don't spend time with every single person in my organization, so they don't all get firsthand knowledge about what it is that we're rolling out, why we're rolling it out. A lot of times they're getting an email, maybe they're getting a video, maybe a group training about what it is that we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're doing it. They don't necessarily have vision for where it came from. This is why we all need an AI operating system. We have to build these within our organizations because AI isn't replacing leadership. Nick was absolutely right. It's actually strengthening leadership by helping us to translate our vision, streamline communication across multiple team members, multiple levels from the top down, and then improve execution efficiency. If we can be more efficient, or if we can build in automations into our organization, then all of those pieces of the pie will not actually be split into small pieces, we'll actually get multiple pies. And that's what you want in your organization, that your lack of time is not diminishing the quality of the service that you're providing. So AI isn't necessarily replacing leadership. It's actually making room for better leadership. When we allow AI to handle repetitive, administrative, analytical work, check emails, things like that, we actually create more capacity for the deeply human work that organizations actually need. And if you're a founder, then you know part of the issue is, yeah, I'm an excellent executor, I'm a great operator, I'm an amazing administrator, I'm an outstanding communicator. However, at the end of the day, my mission is what came from my heart. And as your organization starts to grow, it gets really, really hard to keep a hold, a handle on that mission. And it's something that we have to remind ourselves of all the time, right? Simon Sinek says, start with why, go back to the reason, go back to your why. It's a lot easier to do that when you have tools that are able to help and support all of the systems and the operations things within your organization. So having AI, using AI helps us to build trust with people, helps us to coach people. We have more time to model the culture because we can actually just get it. I can set up AI just like Ron was talking about. It's going to do it in the background, and I can actually get up and go for a walk, and I can have a conversation. Is the thing I like to do. It's called walk and talk. So I like to schedule meetings while I'm outside. Well, also I have other things that need to get done. And so I use AI to be creating, to be taking my ideas, creating and executing for me so that I can actually be spending time with people, which is so important. I'm in a human field. My field is human service. And so there's so much more that needs to be poured into the people that I lead in order for them to be able to pour into the people that we serve. And that requires me to actually be on the ground with them sometimes, building them back up, solving meaningful problems, casting vision again, reminding them of their why, developing them as leaders, helping them to make difficult decisions, showing empathy toward them. These are all skills that I have. These are things that in another time I was really good at. But once you get 100 employees and those people don't get to spend time with you, be in the space with you, they don't get to see that version of you. And then at the very end of it, obviously, the most important thing that I do every day is make it home in time for dinner. I think that's something that a lot of times, when we say, what are your goals? We talk about goals. When we come into organization, we have KPIs, things like that. I want to measure things like how many of my team members actually get to make it home for dinner. How many vacations do my team members get to go on? How much anxiety do they have about leaving the work and actually getting rest? Because I believe that rest is warfare. Rest for a creative is literally the weapon that we use to be able to bring our thoughts, our best thoughts back to fruition and show up as our best selves. So your AI operating system needs three things. Number one, it needs an assistant. You need an assistant. Even if you already have an assistant, you need an AI assistant. Your assistant needs an AI assistant. It's important to reduce administrative strain. There are things that a computer can do that a human can't. And likewise, there are things that a human can do that a computer just absolutely can't. We want to make sure that we're splitting those two things into their appropriate boxes. The second thing that you need is a translator. You need something that is going to help you turn your ideas into repeatable systems. And if at the highest, turn them into actions that it can actually automate and do without you. This having a translator actually not just reduces administrative strain, doesn't just help you get your creative ideas on paper, but it actually helps you to produce a higher quality system or a higher quality outcome with higher accuracy, right? When we eliminate human error, a lot of times we can create a much higher quality tool within our organization. And then the last one is a mirror. Your AI operating system absolutely needs to be able to reveal what leaders can't easily see or what other team members on your team cannot easily see. It's a little bit hazy. If you are a visionary, you know that you get the vision, you think of a thing, you're trying to see exactly how it's going to work out. What are all of the little pieces that it's going to take in order to work this thing out? And it can be a little hazy. It can be a little bit foggy, a little blurry until you get right up on it. Well, even more so for your team who's behind you and you're leading that thing. So if you don't have it mapped out to a T, it's going to be very hard for the team to be able to see, take action, get excited, get on board, and champion your cause. So the goal here is to offload the work that interferes with your leadership, your efficiency, or your peace. Your peace is enough. Everything about business doesn't really have to just be about leadership, doesn't just have to be about efficiency or productivity. We need to talk about why efficiency and productivity are important. And for me, for someone with a family and with just frankly other things to do and who'd rather be on vacation than doing a lot of these things, my peace also goes on the list. So the first tool that I use, probably the first tool that I fell wildly in love with was an email assistant. An email triage assistant saves time and protects attention. My attention on any given day goes in a variety of different directions. AI should be managing your inbox so that you can actually manage your organization. There are so many things in my organization that I would rather be doing than reading email. And it's not that the emails are not important. It's not that I don't care about what my team has to say. I just don't have time to address every single email and also run fast in the direction of my mission at the same time. Because it's my mission, I get a new idea about it, some new vision, some new perspective, literally every single day. And so while my goal isn't to execute every single thing that I can think, I do want to execute as many of those things as I possibly can. And reading emails is not going to get me there. So I like to use Jace for email. There are lots. You can Google email management system or email assistant, and you can find multiple. Personally, I like to use Jace. There are 6 things. I did the same thing Ron did. I Googled, or I searched. I went into Jace and asked, hey, what are all the things that you do? And Jace told me all the things that they do. One thing that we do is we get really excited about AI and then we use it for its minimal function. We use it just for search. We use everything like ChatGPT, or we use it only to manage our email, right? But it is important that you just ask the AI tool what it does so that you can be like, oh yeah, I need all those things. And in doing that, a lot of times you're able to save money because you're able to decide which AI tools you want to pay for. Although I do think that it's important to use multiple AI tools and to have a suite of AI tools, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, it's also important to prioritize. Like Ron said, I pay over $100 for this, but you don't actually need that. He needs it for what he does, right? So it's important for you to know, I'll pay $20 for this one, I'll pay the $100 for this one, I can get away with this one for free. And the way to know that is to really understand what each tool does. So Jace doesn't just do email management, although that is the thing that I brag about the most. It does draft replies and new emails. It triages your email by searching emails semantically. So I can search for angry client emails, not just keywords. It summarizes inboxes, forwards, CCs, manages recipients. What I love more than anything is actually the memory and automation around email management and calendar and scheduling. So these are all one thing for me. So under email management, what I'm able to do is I'm able to receive an email. Jace is actually able to read that email, read it in the context of every other email that I've ever sent or received in my organization. I'm also able to upload my employee handbook. I'm able to upload our benefits guide, anything that the type of questions that come up regularly, right? And this is really helpful for HR because about I want to say almost a year ago now, I actually eliminated my HR team, which I was paying about $180,000 a year for. Now I pay $100 a month, and I've uploaded every single policy, process, procedure into Jace, and Jace is able to just read my HR email. I actually run HR myself. And so, or Jace runs my HR team, right? So I still jump in where people are necessary and where I actually need to respond. But this has allowed me to build a system that I can hand off to my next HR team to minimize the amount of labor and also to minimize the amount of education even necessary, right? I really believe in giving opportunities to people who may not otherwise receive them. And so, to have someone who looks like me sitting in an HR seat, being able to be effective and efficient is really important. Of course, I have attorneys. This is in no way encouraging you to fire your HR team. I didn't fire them. It was actually a mutual change. But I did learn how much money I was losing, and also I did not have control or awareness of the department in the way that I would want to. So this thing is able to take and compile all of my email information, reply in my tone, check my calendar, schedule me something on the calendar, put it on actually put it onto my calendar, and make appointments and add all of the right people based on its assumptions, based on my patterns. So I'm a behavior analyst, and I have outstanding pattern recognition skills. But the way that AI is able to recognize patterns allows me to just ask a question or to receive data input, and it uses that information to be able to communicate with my team a lot more quickly so that I don't have to just carry the weight and the burden of answering every single question. It also helps with research and context. You can search, you can do research through Jace. It does make visuals, it does writing and communication as well. It handles multiple languages, it formats tables, bullets, it makes beautiful one pagers. A lot of times, I'll instead of sending an email, what I've been able to do with AI is I've been able to be like, create a one pager or create some type of visual of this so that people can see. People like things with pictures. I don't always have time to make a little slide deck just to tell you about a change that's coming up. So this appeals to the people who, they may want to actually hear my voice. And so I may do a training, right? But then after the training, I go into Jason and say, hey, email everyone based on the training the summary just came into my inbox. Email everybody a summary and include a one-page job aid that they can use that'll guide them going forward. It'll be easy reference because I also know that there's those people who are not going to watch the playback, who are going to check out. Data says that when we are presenting, the learner actually only receives 20% of everything that you said, right? So using this type of system helps me to actually create visual aids so that anybody who checked out during my conversation, which I know happens, anyone who checked out can actually just have a quick reference. Anyone who missed the conversation can have a quick reference that jumps off of email and is color coded, is branded, and actually looks like I took the time. Looks like, LaKeysha said, Tamisha's team feels cared for because of her system, because of a system that she created one time. And when you create things for your team to use, they feel cared for. They feel like you actually took the time to think about how they learn. And it also has some amazing integration. So it does integrate with Google Calendar, Google Drive. It adds Gmail labels automatically. You can actually, edit them, change them. It runs code for file conversions. You can turn something into a PDF, a docx. It actually creates files. So I can create a Google Doc. I can create a Google Sheet from something just from my thoughts. So this one was definitely the first AI tool that I was like, oh, this is my favorite. It's the first one I ever paid for, actually, after I used it. So tool number 2 is a master translator. Some people use AI to generate ideas. I am an ideas master. I get ideas. God literally downloads the ideas to me. I do not need help coming up with ideas. I get these wild ideas. I can actually think through the execution of that idea. Where I have struggled in the past is translating that idea to my team in a way that doesn't overwhelm them. Telling them, hey, I see this thing where it feels like a 5-year goal, but we're actually going to do it in 4 months. And in order for people not to be overwhelmed, they have to be excited about that idea. They have to have vision for it and be able to actually see it. And so, for example, one thing that I am currently working on is moving from an office type space in my organization. I work with kids and we work in a treatment center. And so it's really giving office vibes. One vision that I've had for a couple of years is actually to host my treatment center in a house for multiple reasons. However, what I know I need to do is I need to be able to sell that idea. I need people to be able to see that and see, number one, that there's no reduction in professionalism because we're moving to this house, right? Also, people can't really see a house. They see, when you think of a house, when I said house, you probably saw something on right? You probably had a vision for that. But it's hard for people to see a house professionally, right? As a treatment center. And so what I did just recently, a couple of weeks ago, is I took this house, a specific house that I want, and I took pictures of the house. I went to the house, I visited it, I took photos of the whole entire house because my thing is my team and family is going to transition to this house with as few questions as possible, with as few apprehensions as possible, understanding that quality will actually increase in this space. And so what I was able to do is I was able to take pictures of the house and pictures of my house where I actually have already built a classroom and say, hey, I need you to create for me a lookbook. And I used Perplexity to do this. And so I said, hey, here's the pictures of my house. Here's the pictures of the house that I want. I need you to create a lookbook that is on brand for my organization, that explains with everything that you already know about me, that explains and encourages people around this idea that I can use for my marketing. I can use for, partnerships, things like for funding, things like that. It was very short. I didn't have the perfect prompt. I didn't spend hours on some other, which I do sometimes spend more time in Claude, asking Claude or asking ChatGPT for the language to put into another platform. But with Perplexity, now that we're starting to get to know each other and I use it more, I was able to just let it know where my heart was, why I'm doing it, why it matters to me, and what I want the people to know. That thing took just my few pictures. I don't have a professional camera. It just took like my iPhone photos of my house and this new house and created an entire, actually, I can show it to you. I think I have a little bit of time. Let me know. Are you able to see full screen?
Yes.
So
And
you can
I was just gonna ask, like, can I see?
Can we see it? Yeah, so this is actually my sister's backyard. It is exactly what the backyard looks like. I wish I had the before pictures, but Perplexity just literally with one prompt, and I did not edit this. So this is just how it came out with one prompt. And I was able to I've had this dream for several years. This is what I've been wanting to do. It gave it to me in a way that when I go and present this to our team or to our families, when I say, hey, this is what we're going to build, when I start fundraising, because I do have a nonprofit organization, when I go to organizations and ask for money, this is what they want to see. There's not always going to be an opportunity for me to go into a space and tell everybody all my thoughts and give them my elevator pitch and have a conversation and let them see my vision, right? People need to just see this is what I'm creating. If you've never met me, you can say, well, that's cool. I want to be there. I want to send my kids there, right? Not only does this look safe, it looks a lot more conducive to a learning environment, even than our treatment center looks, right? And so it talks about enrollment, talks about how to get them on the wait list. It actually did all of this. Now, what I will need to change is the location. It's assuming the location, right? So little tiny tweaks that I can go in and say, actually, this is the location. But essentially, it did all of this. And this took essentially, I would say maybe 8 minutes. I put in my prompt. I got up. I walked away. I went and put food in my little robot cooker, a little robot oven, my sous vide, and I came back to something really beautiful that even for me, who was a little bit afraid to take this leap, who was wondering, is it time to take this leap? I even looked at it and was like, oh, this is exactly what I imagined. And it's actually beyond what I imagined. And people do need to be able to see what you're carrying them into. Vision is so important, right? So I can get excited because I walked into the house and this is what I saw at the entrance. But everyone else is not able to see that.
I was gonna say, and you can use it, because first of all, I just want to let y'all know that when Portia and I get together,
we go crazy.
we go crazy. It is a 2 to 3 hour, just vision mind blowing. But my mind took me to, just wanted to kind of put this out. My mind took me to, you can use this for crowdfunding.
Yeah.
You can.
That's exactly actually what I'm doing.
And then also take what Rone was saying, take the information and then also put it in Hicksfield and generate full on UGC. Here's what our learning curriculum looks like. Girl, my brain just went crazy right now.
Right. So just you see something, but like one visionary to another, you're like, oh, the rabbit hole goes so deep, right? And so it's simple, it simplifies the information, but also it magnifies the vision so people can really truly see it. After this, I don't have it here like handy, but after this, what I did is I was like, you know what would be cool? It would be cool if in this little room right here, because I don't like to shop. It would be amazing if Perplexity could create a lookbook where with links with the general cost of these things so that I can send this out and say, hey, people, gift in kind. We're accepting gifts in kind for these things. Do you know it created an equally lengthy 8-page lookbook with the picture on the left-hand side, and on the right was all of the items that we need to build this space out with the links to where we can find them. All of the links work. And it even has the general quote for about how much it would cost. So, for a nonprofit organization, this is amazing because this is actually, I used to work for a nonprofit organization. And something like this, building just this, the visual, the lookbook, to get prepared for a fundraiser, $6,000 to make something exactly like this with all of the links, right? To curate all of this so that people can click and buy. And Perplexity was able to do it for me with accuracy based on where I live as well. So which Amazon am I using, right? Which stores are near me and near this location that I'm going to be at. And then it also just had like, hey, you can also created sponsorship tiers, which I didn't ask it to do. So the important thing is it just did that. It all supersized my fries. And so it's so important that we use AI to take our idea and say, shoot, how do I get people to get behind it? Because that's the hardest thing with execution is you just can't get people to get behind it. So next thing, Keisha, were you going to say something?
No, I'm sitting here dying because the supersized my fries. I love. Man. Perplexity Computer, and that's something that we can definitely show. It is amazing, especially if you are in here and you are in the behavioral health field. That is one of the highest research. And even if I go to chat, or Claude, it will refer me back to Perplexity for research. So for those of you that are in behavioral health, it is amazing. Um, that's one of my most favorite tools right now is Perplexity. So you are definitely speaking my language.
Yeah, it's my favorite. And now it's even more my favorite. Now it's in competition with Jace. But I need both. You see how I need both because as Jace was reading my emails, I was actually in Perplexity creating something like what I just showed you, right? And so I needed to have both. Um, a pro tip here is that AI note takers are also game changers. One conversation can easily become a project proposal, communication plan, a training program, a rollout timeline, some template or agenda or checklist or dashboard. I record every single meeting that I'm on unless the people tell me, hey, you're not allowed to record. And I don't go back and watch those videos, and I also don't go back and read the transcripts later. What I do is I go into Otter AI or I go into Loom AI. That's my new Loom. I just switched from Otter to Loom because I needed something to create longer trainings with the video, and Otter just doesn't do that. Doesn't have the video, the live video. But using AI note takers has helped me to support two teams. I run two clinical teams in Northern California and Southern California. And using AI note takers and AI tools has helped me to build better trainings, has helped me to be able to translate the vision and the intention of even our merger from one organization that I acquired or that I built to the one that I acquired. It's helped me to be able to have conversations and streamline them across both organizations so that there's clarity for people. And I don't have to do any extra work. I can show up to the call. I can be fully present during the call. I can have my little, slide deck. I can send the slide deck, but there's nothing like being able to hear my voice playback. There's nothing like having just a little quick tips to review at the end of that conversation. And so I love AI note takers. I live for them. That wasn't necessarily one of the tools, but it is very important when it comes to translation. Tool number 3, the last one that I use is an organizational mirror. The best leaders don't guess. We measure what matters. I told you guys at the beginning, I'm a data analyst. I'm an organizational behavior management specialist. I'm always looking for how effective we are being, me, myself, and every person on my team. So feedback exists everywhere. One issue is that when you're the owner operator of your organization, you don't always have time to go look into the employee surveys and the meeting notes and the emails and the playbacks and the performance reviews and the financial data. We don't always have time to be looking at all of that to move forward, right? Or to know that, to understand the health of our organization. And so for me, I like to use AI tools just to bring all of the data that exists to the top for me into dashboards that I can read, into visuals that I can also share with my team to say, hey, this is how we were doing in November. This is how we were doing in June based on data that AI brought to the top of my inbox so that I'm able to move forward. One of our core strategies, or probably values at this point, but it's not written in as a value, is database decision making. Every single new thing, because I'm a person who has a lot of ideas and has all the power to make these ideas happen, it's important even that I put caps on myself. And one way that I do that is I say, hey, is in terms of timing, is this the right time? Sure, this is a great idea. Also, does this idea even fit into the mission of my organization? And data helps me do that. And so AI helps to reveal the patterns that are hiding inside of your organization. Who are the underperformers? Who are the leaders? Who are the laggers? Where can communication be more streamlined? If there's something that's being repetitive, where can you automate that so that people can actually be more kind and have higher customer service because they're not rushing people off the phone to get back to their email? So it's really important also just to allow your organization to be a mirror, and these tools like Gemini or ChatGPT, Claude is actually my favorite for this type of information for data. I can literally throw anything in that thing and ask it all kinds of questions, and it'll ask me questions back about what I want to know, about things I may not have considered. And to be completely honest, you guys, I tell my daughter all the time, she's 17, but I tell her, hey, this is all of our first time on earth. So to be honest, I don't know how to parent a 17-year-old, right? I'm just building a plane as I'm flying. Same thing with my business. A lot of us, we start businesses and it does not matter how many books you read. It does not matter how many documentaries you watch. When you are actually doing it, you are taking a risk. It's an investment. It's as scary as any other investment, probably more scary. And it's so important just to know what's happening in our organization. And so when you first start the company, you become the front desk, you become the HR person, you become the finance person, the accountant, you become the person answering the phones, you become just a little bit of everything. And truly, one thing I tell my team all the time is I'm a behavior analyst. That's actually what I went to school for. It's what I do. I'm good at it. I've become a lot of other things since then, but for 20 years, I have been a behavior analyst. So all of this other stuff is new to me. And AI helps me to take what's new and put it into language that I can understand it as a data analyst. And so 100%, you need to have a mirror, something that shows you how your organization is performing on any level, on all scales. So the greatest gift that AI has given us really isn't productivity, it's presence. It's the ability to get back to our team, spend more time leading, coaching, and encouraging people. And I think that's very cliche of me to be saying as the chief of people and performance, but it's so important because I work in a field that cannot, with people, my frontline will not be replaced by robots. It cannot be replaced by robots. And so it's important then that those people have what they need to do good work. It also allows me to spend more time with my family, more time just laughing, loving, vacationing. I'm actually using AI to create whole entire 60-page manuals for people to reference, not to read, because I'm not crazy, but for people to reference when they have questions about clinical quality. I'm using AI to even help me create internships in my organization, with measurement scales, with rubrics, because I love data, because data is important to me, helping me to build in the way that I just don't have time. Why don't I have time? Because in 2 weeks, I'm gonna be on vacation for 2 weeks with my man. And so for my anniversary, those are the things I want to do. And I don't want to have guilt leaving the workplace to go and do the things that my life is actually made of and should be made of. Your ideas, it's important to spend more time imagining, more time creating, refining. As a creative, you can wake up in the morning and have some new idea, and just to go down the rabbit hole. And like I said, supersize your fries. That's important. These are your fries. It's not taking over. Some people use AI to think and to get thoughts. Those people will always be behind. But for people who are decision makers, people who are called to lead in the space, we have to use AI or we're going to get left behind in business. And so we have to be able to take our ideas, be efficient with them, communicate them clearly, and execute them effectively. And then our community. I'm a huge philanthropist type of person. I have a big heart for people. It's important that at the end of the day, everything about this business doesn't matter if we're not serving the community. I serve the community that I grew up in. So it's very important to me that what they're getting is actually what I intended when I was coming up with all of these ideas, and AI helps me to do that. AI doesn't just make us more productive, it makes us more human, which is so important to say in a world where people are afraid of what AI is going, what humanity is going to become because of AI. But what we're able to do for people as people, because AI is doing all the analytical, all the administrative stuff, is so valuable. And if we really think about it, a lot of the human pieces, we're actually not doing very effectively now because we just don't have the time. Not if you're, in a higher leadership position. So that's all I have. That's my time, I'm sure. I'm on Instagram. That's where I spend most of my time. It's not LinkedIn, but but I'm on Instagram at Miss Portia. Using AI tools has actually helped me to live out a 10-year dream. My husband and I are launching a podcast about marriage and business for our 10th anniversary next month. And I've been able to use AI to do more things in my business so that I can do things that I just enjoy doing, get a hobby for the first time in 20 years. I'm also open to emails, questions, things like that. I'm an open book. Thank you so much for your time, everyone.
Thank you. If you can stay on screen for a second, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then we can stop share. Perfect. Let me bring in, add spotlight to this guy. Add spotlight to, you know what? How many people can I add a spotlight to? Only 2? It's going to be very interesting at this point.
Portia, that was amazing. Supersize my fries is going to live with me forever. One, because I'm a big back, so I didn't know that I could be hit hard by your TED Talk today, but I like it.
Thank you.
Because it does. It's so fitting.
Yeah.
And throughout your whole talk, I was like, well, dang, I'm gonna take that one. I'm gonna take that one back. The make it home for dinner piece, I was like, well, okay. I didn't know we were going that hard for this for Built Different today, but I guess here we are at 10:30 in the morning. So amazing. I loved it.
I know it's early. So if you have any questions, please put them in the chat. I know we have some different questions. So Rone, Barry, Alyssa, Alyssa. I don't know what in the world I'm talking about. And DB, if you guys are available, this is our fireside chat time. And I am trying to add, but I don't think I can add people to Spotlight unless they have a video on or something. Let me see. Yep, I can only add you to a Spotlight if you have a video on. So, Rone, Alyssa, and DB, if you guys are available, that would be great. And I'm over here messing with this microphone. My husband's gonna kill me. Um, fun fact. Portia. It's so funny. She is going on vacation soon for her anniversary. And I was like, your anniversary is happening? I was like, dude, my anniversary is happening. And she was like, when? So yours is the 10th, right?
Yeah.
Yours is the 10th, mine is the 18th. We both have milestone.
Yeah. 24 years for you or 25?
25.
Thank you.
25 years.
Thank you.
Is that Alyssa?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let me find you, Alyssa, because I don't see you. Doo-doo. Well, maybe it's under. And then Desmond, if you're available, hop on. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll just talk with us and see what happens. If I see them, then we'll. Oh, there's Desmond. All right. So you get a first look at most everybody. So, all right. So Ferg has some questions, and then we have some questions from the audience. If you guys have any, I've been checking YouTube, which I just want to say, you guys are some pretty people. So we are looking amazing on YouTube.
Any platform I look good on, Key. I just
okay.
throw that out there.
My bad. All right. So Alyssa and or Barry, if you guys have and want to turn your camera on, I can bring you up. Add spotlight. There we go. All right, go for it.
All right. So here we are, lunch and learn. We're getting into this fireside. So grab your burger, supersize your fries, and let's get after it, everyone. So my first question here, and I'm gonna leave it open to the room. Who wants to take it first can answer it. So, what is one AI system running in your business right now that would keep running if you disappeared for 2 weeks because maybe you have an upcoming anniversary vacation?
Ooh.
Or would everything fall apart?
No, everything would not fall apart. My AI is Linda. my AI system is my executive assistant, and for one, she is amazing, and on the back end, she does all of the things. And I taught her how to use AI, so definitely my email would not suffer. My day-to-day, actually, you know what system I put in currently is I use Manus for bulk generation, and that is what will not suffer. Is all of our locations have updated content every day. And right now it's scheduled out until probably at least 2.5 months from now. So
I like
that's
it.
my answer.
That is great. Anyone else want to throw one out there?
I'll go. I'll say my social media. Being able, definitely got automation schedule tasks, different systems in place to always update me on different hooks, latest information, AI news, and things like that, and be able to create my scripts and different things that I use and operate with. So that I have it send me new information twice a day, every single day. So I know that would definitely one of those systems would be there. And then as well as my AI receptionist that I built out for multiple different businesses. Those are automatically running. Things get messed up. Able to go in and typically I haven't had any problems lately. Having to fix anything, so that's definitely cool there. Follow up emails. I got a lot of stuff just going running autonomously right now at the moment.
I love it because you have to, right? You don't want to be in your business all of the time because then you're not going to get home for dinner, right? So I love that. I love that. Okay, another one here. Again, we'll open it up. Tell us about an AI experiment that completely flopped. And what did it teach you about what should never be automated?
That's a great question. I think something for me personally that flopped is given the AI the access as far as the authority to like maybe make posts or create different things without actually having a human interaction there to double check things because it messes up to where it doesn't sound like me, it's not operating like me. So I just say that's probably one of the biggest things is just giving it the access to overly do and deploy the different things. So I say something like that for me personally. That's probably one of the biggest things that I say is flopping and not having that human interaction in there.
I like
I
it.
recently had a flop. It was yesterday. Don't judge me. But we had a workshop and I tried to use, as Rone said, go high level. And we have workflows in AI. They're there, but they kind of suck really, really bad, as well as the fact that they're updating because of they are having a conference. So we just use workflows. I was like, guys, we're going to get the interns on it. We're all going to watch how we can build it in an hour. As much as AI is great, there has to be due diligence with it, and you have to make sure you check on things. In the settings, for whatever reason, it turned off our automations at 5 o'clock when our event was at 6 o'clock. And it turned it back on at 8 a.m. So at 8 a.m., anybody who missed those first emails, it randomly sent everybody the thing at 8 a.m. And somebody texted me back and was like, hey, was this an automation fail? I said, nope, it's a bonus session. So it wasn't all the way a fail. I actually got a sale from it. So it was beneficial. And it also built value for everybody that wasn't able to make it the first time. But it wasn't even AI's fault. It just built something for me and I didn't check every single nook and cranny.
And Ferg, you have a question in the chat.
Uh-oh.
You want me to get it?
Let me come back. I'll get it. Yeah. So, well, and I think, Desmond, did you come off mute? Did you want to answer that question before I go on to this other one?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely had a fail recently too. I was trying to connect a new API to send emails through, and as soon as I made the account and connected it, I tried to send like 100 emails through it, and they banned my account. So I had to I had to wait until I got like unsuspended because they was like, "Who is this guy? He just made an account trying to send all these emails." I guess I just did it all too quick, and they was like, "What the heck?" So I guess I looked spammy or something, but that was definitely a fail. I had to bounce back from that because I was like, "What's going on?" But yeah, I know y'all got a question for Portia.
No, we have one. We had one this morning. We had one this morning. We're trying out a new system, and instead of, this is where just pay the money comes into play, really, right? Like just pay the money. Cause and I knew I should have just went. We talked about it. We tried to troubleshoot it the other day, and I should have just paid the money. But trying to figure out what's going on. But same thing happened to us, DB, which was we tried to send out, multiple text messages, and because we've never really used the feature, then it was like, yeah, and you're done. Don't be sending out no more today. Give it another 24 hours. We'll see. We'll see how it works tomorrow. I mean, don't burn us for our first our first AI summit. So go ahead, Nick.
And I think the important thing, right, is you're hearing those things, is that no matter how successful you are, you're gonna have failures and you're gonna learn. The important thing is you bounce back, you recover, you continue to show up, and you learn from those failures. Whether it's AI or not, it doesn't matter. The only way you're ever gonna scale and grow is if you fail and is if you learn from those failures. So okay, Jaleisha has a question for Portia. So she says that she missed what you said about the lookbook, is to show the vision. So she says you used it for a fundraiser, but what was the piece that you suggested that you could use it for, and the prompt that you told Perplexity to like create the lookbook?
Yeah, so what I was trying to the problem that I was solving for myself was I felt like this vision is so different. In my field, this model doesn't really exist. And so I needed a way to show people visually exactly what our home office would look like so that they would have vision for it, versus explaining it in email or even verbally explaining it. So I wanted to put pictures, but I wanted them to be real pictures. I wanted it to be a real look or a mock-up of the space. And so I took pictures of the space. I took pictures of my current space so that my branding was in there. If you were online during that time, there was like a cool kids club, big sign, LED sign, that's included in there. There's these little touches that are pertinent to my brand, the map on the wall, I love to travel. And so I just gave it those things. And I this was actually my first time using Chat GPT voice. And so what I did was I went into Chat GPT voice for the first time, and I just told it what I was building and why. Hey, this is what I'm going to do. Same way I just told you what I'm going to do. And Chat GPT already knows everything about my business because I've been using Chat GPT for creativity since it came out a few years ago. So given everything that you know about Behavior Genius, create a lookbook for me that I can share with families, stakeholders, funders, the community, to really get this vision across. And I said it just like that. And so what it did was it just gave me a summary of that. I asked it to make it a shorter prompt that I can put into Perplexity. I copy pasted that prompt into Perplexity, and that's what it created. It created that visual guide.
And if you're looking for something to, sorry, Portia, I think I cut you off. Or you?
No, you're good.
Oh, if you're looking for something to kind of summarize what you're saying also, because chat and dictation may not do that, I use whisper flow, and I'll, especially when I'm talking, I'll just be like, and I think this, what, scratch that, and this is what I'm thinking, and here's how I want to use this, and you know what, I really want to change my mind, and it will synthesize everything that you said and put it in a nice little package. So what I want to reiterate here is exactly what Portia is saying, what you heard Rone saying, right? At least, I don't know why I keep wanting to say your name wrong. Alyssa and DB, they are all going to tell you, start talking, start brain dumping, start just saying the thing. You do not need a perfect prompt. Matter of fact, you're not even really going to get one, right? Because you're going to say something and then you're going to be like, that's not what I wanted. And that's exactly what you say to the AI. That's not what I wanted. Please change this to something more aesthetic, right? Please do X, Y, and Z. You know what? I think I told it last night. I was telling it, I said, okay, we have, Ferg doing introductions. We need introductions. And I was just like, no, I don't like that. And then it came back with something else. I said, you know what? I don't like that either. And they was just like, oh, okay, well then come back when you know what you want. Right? Like you can give me more instruction. I think we need to take a pause. Maybe you need to take a nap, Keisha. It is 10 o'clock at your time, right? Like your AI is gonna really start talking to you, and you're gonna be like, "Oh shoot, let me do something different."
I mean, that's so true. I've watched Key many times, and we'll just be like on the phone on going down a rabbit hole of AI stuff, and she'll be like, "No." Straight to Claude. And I don't know if we don't talk about this, I feel like, enough, but that voice feature, like when I'm driving, voice on, and I'm just talking away to chat and like having a full-on brainstorming conversation, and I'm able to maximize that time while I'm driving, and it's great. And even if I don't even do anything, sometimes it just helps get my thoughts flowing. So that voice feature, it's top notch. Okay, and last kind of just open question before I get into some more specifics is, what is the first thing a service-based business owner should automate? And what's the last thing they should ever hand to AI?
Repeat that one more time for me?
What's the first thing a business owner should automate? And what's the last thing that they need to hand over to AI?
I would say the first thing that we should automate is email, especially emails that are repetitive in nature. Same question, emails about policy, process. When you're in a service-based field, people a lot of times have questions, the same questions about things that they would use their judgment, right? But maybe you don't want them making a judgment call because they're not at a place to be making judgment calls on your watch, right? It can cause harm to people. So I would say emails are the first thing to automate, especially as it relates to policy, process, anything that happens daily or recurring in your business. The last thing to automate would probably be, and I say this with a grain of salt because there's a level of automation that's important, but I would not ever fully automate performance evaluation or performance review. There should always be a human component when you're talking to people about their performance. And so that would probably be the last thing. I may automate aggregate scores to make better decisions in my organization about trainings or things like that. But I would never automate anything that should be a conversation or that should be interpreted. Yeah, that's what I would say.
That's a great one.
Anyone else? Yeah. I would say the number one thing to automate first is you just find the biggest bottleneck in that specific business, right? That's probably the most important thing because different businesses have, different situations, different bottlenecks. So I always recommend whatever, typically like with service-based businesses, there is so many different factors, right? She said email. It could also be missed calls, right? So you can automate with AI receptions. There's different things. The simple automation of follow up. There's so many different factors. So I just always tell businesses find the biggest bottleneck and automate that first, right? So the biggest problem in that specific business, automate that one first, and then the last thing that I would say to automate is something that needs the most amount of human interaction, right? Can an AI really complete this task as well as a human, or up at like that 70-80%? If it can't, typically maybe that might not be the best route to automate it. Just the same way as like it's just different factors. I'm not going to put a specific thing that you shouldn't automate, but I just use that as like a rule of thumb when it comes to what you should automate and what you shouldn't automate.
I like
concur.
That. It's supposed to save time, right?
Yeah.
So if it's not saving time or saving resources or saving money, then what are we doing with it?
Exactly. Yes. Sometimes automating things can actually cost you money, right? Just depending on the automation and what it is. Like typically, like when you're dealing with like invoice and when you're dealing, different type of question. It's just different factors. Let me just put it like that. So when I say it, I just like to be more broad with it. because you just never know. Different businesses, it's totally different when it comes to that stuff.
Yes, and I mean, and biggest thing, just systems wise, anything that's repeatable, right? Anything that is repetitious, that's what you're gonna automate first. As a CEO, right? I would definitely say anything that you don't like doing, get off your plate. That is the very first thing. If anything that you do not, that is painstaking, that is causing you to have, what you would what you would call burnout, right? What you would call overwhelming, automate and or delegate those things first. As an actual system, you need to do everything that is repeatable first. So if you have someone that, like, Rome was talking about, you have someone that's really just answering questions and fielding, inquiries, then definitely automate that. Right. But then when they need to talk to a human, then obviously they're talking to a human. But if your staff is complaining, right, look at all of the things that they're complaining about and then start there too. So, I mean, there's so many different starts, but I mean, I think we're all in agreement that, anything that needs to be handled by a human and needs a human touch, then you definitely need to, um, you know, keep that for yourself. And the vision. That's the other thing. Oh, that's the one thing I wanted to say. The vision. You want to keep your vision because nobody knows your business like you do. Nobody is going to be able to steer the ship. Nobody is going to be able to tell. People need to be told where to go. And if you are, and just like your AI, it needs to be told what to do. People are the exact same way. And if you're not telling them what to do, then that is why a lot of times you're having the issues that you're having. It's because you don't want to tell people what to do because you don't want to be the boss that, you hate it. Well, if you don't tell people what to do, you're going to be the boss that they hate.
I love that. And I think of inspire people and they will move mountains for you. I had a leader say that to me when I was first starting out in my career. But don't let AI take your inspiration away, because it'll try if you let it. You could talk it and it'll talk you down in a swirl, and then all of a sudden you're in a whole different business, whole different idea. So I love that. Hey, anyone else want to answer that question before we move on?
I have an answer. It is a first actual one where it's one person saying one thing, though. I would automate the booking funnel. Automate doesn't necessarily mean AI or artificial intelligence, and something that you can build once and it happens over and over again. So if you are a service provider, especially if you're a new service provider, a lot of times we struggle with our offer. So it's best if you can get on the phone with the person or meet with that person. So for me, making sure that you have some type of system, whether that's Calendly or iCalendar or some type of backend where the person can book you. And then again, the automation process is it checking against your calendar so there's never any double bookings. If you have a doctor's appointment or if you do have to make it home for dinner, it's never double booking that. Or after the fact, we're making sure that we email them and saying, hey, this is your appointment, and then giving them the chance to reschedule, because that's a part that as a service provider, we have to reschedule these services because they might have to make it home for dinner. So as again, if you're new, especially, and you're looking for what do I first want to do, go ahead and get that booking funnel started so you can ask the people questions about what they want so you're not stewing. So that's the part that I wouldn't automate. You can start to do a lot of market research, but you will have to actually get in the field and see, one, are you actually good at this one service that you're trying to provide? Or two, does your audience actually want this for the price point that sustains your life?
Girl, that's the whole word. That is a whole word, because we are out here trying to do stuff that we have no business doing. I lack attention to detail on a day-to-day basis. That is why Linda is where she is. She loves the details. She just said right now, I fixed it. You know what? Thank you, Linda. We appreciate you, right? Because you want to make sure you're not doing the stuff that you cannot do. That is not in your wheelhouse. That is not my ministry, right? Make sure you understand that everything is not your ministry.
Get out of the kitchen if you can't cook. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Sorry, I had to throw in my, what I do a little bit in there. So, love it. Okay, so let's dive into some more specific questions. This first one I have, and it's funny. I don't know if y'all have seen any of these videos on social media right now, or if you've just seen all these, but every flyer is exactly the same. Every flyer, my daughter's trying out for softball right now. Every softball tryout is a softball player. It's got the paint looking font, exactly the same ChatGPT flyer over and over again. So Desmond, this one's for you. So when AI can produce infinite content, what becomes scarce and valuable? And what should owners stop making entirely?
The thing that becomes more scarce and valuable, I would say, are the workflows, right? Like how you really using these. What are you putting into your AI? What are you putting into the model? Are you using image references? Are you pulling from inspiration from artists, cultural inspiration? What is really driving your creation? Or is it just like, are you just prompting? You know what I mean? Because when you're just prompting, that's where everybody gets like the same looking results and nobody's using deeper design skills or deeper graphic design skills, looking at things with a deeper eye. So that's why you see a lot of things, especially online, because, chat is chat. So people just got flyers they want to make quick and get them done. So that happens. But there is a way to definitely, have variance and have some creativity, some uniqueness, some type of ownership over how you use it. And that all comes down to your workflow. Like, how are you using it? What's going in? What steps are you using chat? Where are you just using only chat? Are you taking chat and then going through an editing app and then going through an upscaling app and then going through a filter and then moving some things around? And you know what I mean? Are you just using chat to make elements and then you taking it into an actual graphic design platform and combining them? So there's so many ways that you can add a little bit more creativity to how you use things. And I think that's going to become the most important things. There's gonna be so many things to use. You know what I mean? It's gonna be like, what's the best way to combine them, or what's the best way to use them? I don't even know how to use all these apps now. So many apps. You know what I mean? So people need kind of like that help on, what's the best workflow in 2026? What's the best AI workflow right now? What's the best agentic workflow? You know what I mean? What is the best infrastructure? I think is gonna be the value.
I love that. Anyone want to add to it?
I always tell, especially because I do work with business owners quite a lot, is the same thing that Desmond said. What do you want? Go draw inspiration, because the biggest thing is they want to get something out there. And we're doing that. And so it's kind of hard to knock them for getting it out. And so you want to be thankful and say, let's go over to Pinterest, right? Go into Canva. Make sure that you're looking for inspiration, like what makes you different. And so one of the ways to even when I bulk create, I have 3 different clinics. Well, I have 5, I'm sorry, 5 different clinics, and all of them are totally different. Now, are all of them online? Absolutely not, because all of them are not integrated therapy and play spaces, right? And so each one has a different feel. In Indio, we are doing desert. In San Dimas, and I might be saying some places that are foreign to you, but I think you understand because you live in different cities. In San Dimas, they're all Western. In McDonough, it's more about family values. It's down south. And so how are you building in these spaces, and what's going to make you stand out? And then you can also prompt it and say, hey, that's not what I'm looking for. Take this out, remove this, make sure you add more diversity. This is where having an actual conversation with your AI with your chat is going to bring out your personality and say, here's what we've posted in the past. How can we integrate that into what it is that we're doing right now?
I love that. And Portia mentioned this earlier, Simon Sinek's Start with Why, and I think it goes into and we might be there might be a talk a little bit about this later, but what's your why behind coming into AI? Why are you using it? So I think that is just as much. Are you just trying to throw something out? Cool. Okay, ChatGPT did its thing. It did it in 2.2 seconds. But are you trying to scale? Are you trying to build? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to make some money by tomorrow? Then you need to revisit it a little bit. So, okay. So Portia, since I mentioned your name, what separates a pile of automations from an actual operating system?
Ooh, this is good. I would say intentionality. Really, like how I said in my presentation, knowing which AI does what you want it to do specifically for you. I know Keisha, we talk about AI. She has her favorites, and I'm like, I don't like that because that's a little bit, either it's too complicated for my life, or it feels too AI, or it's too much work for me to build, whichever it is, right? So I think just finding the tools that work for exactly what it is that you're trying to build. And to the previous point as well, kind of corresponds with this. I have a friend, we have an ongoing AI discussion, a disagreement. And her thought is that AI is is going to make everybody stupid. And I'm like, no, actually, AI is going to make smart people smarter, right? It's going to supersize our fries for us. For people who actually know how to think, it's going to help us to be able to think on the moon and be able to think and move more quickly than any of our competition. For people who are lazy, they're just going to continue to be lazy, right? And so those are the people that were putting the same flyer out. And they're lazy to a point where not only are they lazy, they're inexperienced in the fact that they don't realize the importance of the soul of your business being visible on your marketing, right? That you don't just throw out a flyer that AI made and it's just whatever. It's just a bunch of colors and your company has no soul, especially when you're in a human service. So for me, I serve Black and brown communities. I need these people when they come on my page or when they see my flyer, I need them to see themselves. I need them to see their brother, right? I need them to see their child. And so it's important that people feel the warmth coming off of the page. And I just think that what's going to happen is where there's going to be a clear separation where the competition is just going to separate, and people who are, once we're completely living in a world, in an AI world, right? iRobot comes to life. What's going to happen is what's going to differentiate the people who are successful is actually the human piece. People are going to be looking for the human component, and the way we're going to be able to infuse or to continue to live in that human space is we're just going to get really, really good at using all of these different tools to help us do the things that, like Keisha said, hey, if I'm not good at it, I'm not doing it, right? This isn't something I should be trying to force I'm not taking another class. I'm not going back to school. I'm not learning how to do any of these things. I'm not becoming an accountant. There was a time when I felt like I needed to learn all of these things to be good at my job. But now I've learned that, okay, there are some things I'm really good at. And there are some AI tools I get really excited about. Like Keisha said, they do learn you. They will tell you, like, actually take a nap maybe, and then come back when you're ready. They start to understand how your mind works. And you also start to understand how the robot works, how the robot thinks. I had a team member that said, you think like the computer. How do you do that? Because I study it, right? And so it's important to study all the tools.
Say it again. You do what?
I study it. They think, see, everybody think AI is surveying us. The genius level people, right? The successful, the founders, the entrepreneurs, we're actually studying AI, trying to figure out what exactly it does, asking it what it does, and then even having it use that little bit of information to do even more than even we can imagine. So I definitely would say that that's important, is just knowing what each AI tool does and how it specifically pertains to what you do and how you flow, how you function in your organization.
I love that so much. And I know, like, for me, I love AI. And I think a lot of the folks that are, if you're here today, you probably do too. But what I don't want to see, I don't want to know that you used AI as a consumer. Like, I know if you're smart and you're good in business, I know that you're using AI, but I don't want to know. Like, come on, don't serve me up the classic Chat GPT response with the emojis and the green check boxes and the gray lines. Like, don't give me that.
And them M dashes.
Look, for the love of God, take out the M dashes, because the only person that used an M dash before was Charles Dickens in the 1800s, right? Like, I mean, come on.
And research people, right? Like in our field, and it's so crazy because one of the guys who's actually, big in our field and does, content creation and everything, he had a whole thing about M dashes because it's common in science. And, a lot of people in the room are scientists, and when we were taught to use the M dash, to make a point. But now we can't even use the M dash because now, that's like but it's in my opinion, there's this thing that I tell my kids often, and they think I'm absolutely crazy for it. But one of the things is we'll sit around a table, and I was like, who said that this was a spoon? Like, who named this? And they're looking at me like, Mom, what is wrong with you? And why are we talking about it's a spoon? They said it was. I was like, who is they? Why did they call it a spoon? How did it come into that this is now labeled a spoon? I was like, if we as a collective decide that this is no longer a spoon, then it is no longer a spoon. I was like, but we all have to agree that this is not a spoon anymore. And they were just looking at me because and that goes to a different level of thinking. And that is where we are right now. M dashes are no longer what they were used for. They are a sign that you're using AI. I mean, it is what it is. So what are we going to do as a collective society? How are we going to train the robot about who we are and the things that we want without it taken away from your personality, taken away from your mission, taken away from your vision? It's the same as people come into your organization and now you have a trash organization. It's because you never had a hold of it. You never built the culture. They are exhibiting exactly who they are. And it's your job to then tell them who they are. This is who we are as a company. And if this is not who you would like to be, then this is not the place for you. And be okay with that. Sit with that. And so that's when you talk about, people are doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. That's why they're hearing, oh, well, this is how you do it in this industry, and this is how you do it in this industry, and not thinking that I can absolutely do this and I can turn it into a house, or I can turn therapy into an integrated therapy and play space. Or I can turn my kitchen is no longer at an actual restaurant, but now our kitchen is outdoors and on the street corner. Because if you in LA, you go, I can get some bomb tacos better than in the actual restaurant. So how are you thinking? How are you reimagining? And that's what AI gives you the opportunity to do, is to say, here's how we're thinking, and let's go ahead and change that. And let's reimagine what this looks like.
And let's all agree right now that we will call them spoon dashes. And after this call, no one's going to use spoon dashes anymore. But y'all did get a little bit of glimpse into LaKeysha and how she mentors a little bit. Did she say you might have a trash organization? Yeah. But we get down to the real of it. Okay. Might she look into your soul, hurt it a little bit? Yep. But you'll see later as we talk to some more people how that actually all pans out. So pivoting, I think this is a perfect next question for you, Rone. Where do owners waste the most money in operations when they just try to bolt AI onto a process that's already broken, but AI will fix it?
You said, where do they burn the most money?
Yeah.
Typically tracking. Number one thing I've seen is not being able to track, right? If you cannot track where your money is being spent, you will blow through the money. And I see it so often with businesses. They don't have the information. It just tracking is so important because it's everything. Your KPIs are so important. Like when you're dealing with marketing, right? You need to know where all your marketing dollars are going, right? Not only just with marketing, you need to see like, okay, what is my LTV for this specific client, right? They miss out on follow up. They might not have touched these leads that were warm at one point. Now they're cold. They might not even follow up with them 3 months, 6 months, 9 months down the line. They're missing out on a lot of revenue by not tracking and following up with these potential clients and customers. That's where I see businesses lose so much money. And when you're able to just solve that little problem, think about it. You have a email list of 1,000 people. You just hit, and your average sale is, let's just say let's just say $100. You just hit 10 or 100 of them, just 10% of them. Look how much more money you just brought in revenue into your business. So that's very, very important. That's one of the main things that I've seen that they're losing a lot of money on, and that can really be handled and fixed by just being able to track properly.
And I'm gonna need you for the audience to explain LTD, because there's somebody out there that don't
This
know
is
what
your
that means.
lifetime basically value. So of one potential client or customer, right, can be worth way more. You might have charged them $500 today, right? But 6 months down the line, they might spend another $500. Maybe another 6 months down the line from there. I have a junk removal business as well, and the average customer spends right around $2,500 with us per lifetime for their lifetime. So think about that. If I just have 100 of those clients that spend that amount of money, right? We're looking at over 6 figures, well over 6 figures for that. So that's very, very important. And I'll follow up with these people, send them, 10% off, use them our services again. So that's very, very important when it comes to business and revenue. It's like you're not looking at the short term, like, oh, I made a little bit of money. You can make a lot of money. And that's another thing that I teach and educate people on is our funnel, like a funnel system when it comes to different businesses, right? You want to get your foot in the door typically, then you want to continuously upsell. You don't need 150, 250 clients. If you're 150, I do more times than not when you have the right metrics and you charge it enough, and you can literally, they can be with you forever. That's what people feel. You see, if you go people, we all go to Chick-fil-A more than likely. They're going to give you great customer service. They're going to be there. They're going to say what they give you, the free sauces and everything. And think about how much money they have just gotten from you alone. And that's very, very important. You don't have to, go around searching for all of these different people and all of that. You can just take care of the ones that you have, and they will take care of you. So,
I love that. But Rone, I don't want Chick-fil-A to know how much money they've got from me. Okay, that number can never be talked about. I don't want to know.
Absolutely.
Love it. Great. Okay, and then Alyssa, where's the line that is drawn between AI supported delivery and clients actually feeling like they got handed to a machine?
It depends on how you think about it. There was actually a line that was crossed where people felt like an overload of information before AI, where a lot of people were getting into courses, ebooks, all of these different things when everybody learns differently. And depending on what type of person you are, all of those things costed different amounts of money. I've purchased course for like $3,000. I've also purchased a course for $10,000. I've purchased lots of courses, but depending on what that is for you, now with AI, you can schedule on 11 Labs, for example, you can have somebody actually talk to you just like Zoom, and you can program it to be a coach or a support guide just like you. So that's one example of how instead of a course, maybe you just train the bot and that person can ask questions about their own business instead of being told general information that doesn't apply to them. Also, back in the day, you would have support people all the time. You would get in these support chats and you would wait for them to talk to you. And now most support chats are AI first, and sometimes you can actually solve your problem without having anybody talk to you. And then lastly, one of my favorite tools to use is within Google Gemini. You can actually screen share your screen and ask it exactly what's going on. And with my business, we do something called A2P compliance, which is that texting feature. And with A2P compliance, they change their laws literally all the time. And they just updated within the back end of High Level yesterday. And I'm pretty sure if we check, it's something updated today. So being able to have it check the change logs and then look at what I'm posting before it goes out, that costs money to do A2P compliance. So not only are we saving time with some of these things, but we can save money, especially finding some of the human errors, because that's something that can happen a whole lot.
I love it. Boom, mic drop. all of those questions. So this last little round is rapid fire. Okay, so just pop, 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 pop. All right, we're gonna go round table. First question, and we'll just I'm just gonna throw your name out there, and then you answer it. The one tool you'd keep if you could only keep one. Portia.
Perplexity computer.
Rone.
Claude. Yeah, Claude for sure. I guess Claude Coword. Claude. Yeah, just Claude in general. Claude Code. All Claude. Yeah,
love it. Desmond.
Yeah, definitely Claude.
Alyssa.
Go High Level. What are we talking about? I need that AI receptionist spot.
I love it. LaKeysha.
Claude. Claude all day.
Period. Okay. The task you refuse to automate ever. LaKeysha.
Oh, my visionary and creativity. I kind of have to do it first, and then I can give it to you to do. Like, yeah. If it belongs to me and it's my idea, I wanna actually see it through, and then after that, I don't want to have nothing to do with it. So it's
Alyssa.
Well, for me, I'm about to go have fun with my friends. I have a season pass, I have an all-you-can-fly pass. I don't want a robot to go fly for me. I want to take these trips, so living life.
All right, I like it. Desmond.
I would say talking to people, especially like follow-ups after networks. Like, never meet somebody in person and send them an AI message. I feel like that's so silly. So, yeah, I like just using whisper flow, like Key said, Coach Key said.
I love it, love it. Rone.
It's just manual upload, and what I mean by basically that is like not checking work right behind the AI. So it's like that's something I always do. It don't matter what I'm doing. I've always checking to make sure that it's to my liking, regardless of all the information that I fed it, regardless if it has all my brain, all of the value I've given it. I always still check no matter what it is. So that's something I just think I will never, get rid of personally.
Love it. Portia.
I would say direct service. So I would never want to go to my doctor's office and it's AI, although I do like being able to get my little e-visit. I want to see a human as it pertains to my healthcare. So I would say that's also the type of service I would like to provide, is anything that's direct in person with humans. I would never automate.
I love it. But as a chef, you're using a robot to cook your food?
I'm no chef. I can only
Come on.
do what I'm good at.
Love it. Okay, so finish this sentence. Owners who wait till 2027 to do this will, Portia.
To use AI, to use automation, will fall behind. Will fall behind the pack.
Ooh, Rone.
I get what was it again? Say it one more time.
Owners who wait until 2027 to do this will what?
So owners who wait till 2027 to implement AI will be left behind. And what I mean by that, AI is moving so fast, as you can see with tech in general, it's probably when it comes to stocks and everything like that, tech is typically the fastest growth and everything like that. So if you're not implementing now, 6 months from now, a year from now, the information we give you today might not even be the up-to-date information. So implement today. No more information, implementation.
Ooh, I like it. Desmond.
Owners, I don't remember the exact question, but the people who don't do this by 2027, I feel like emotional intelligence is going to become way more important. emotional intelligence, especially even from people that use AI like us, even with all our AIs, us practicing like a nice healthy dose of emotional intelligence and good people skills could take us just so much more further, especially in these tech spaces, because a lot of that is lacking. You know what I mean? Compassion, empathy, things like that.
Great answer. Alyssa.
If you don't have the due diligence or knowing the difference between AI and humans, especially when we get into video, especially when we get into memes where it has somebody's picture and then text and you just run off and believe it. These things are now easily created and now easily replicated. So now knowing the difference between, okay, this is real and this is possibly not real or artificial.
Love it. LaKeysha?
Owners who do not delegate will absolutely wither in their business. They will not make it. They are going to suffer. And then they're gonna blame other people is what's gonna happen. And then you're just gonna be mad and upset that you didn't delegate the work. You need to find help. You need to delegate. That is the purpose. You did not start a business to do it all yourself. You started a business to do the stuff that you wanted to do. And you just happen to end up in all of the other spaces. So if you don't learn to delegate, whether that be with AI or another human, you will feel trapped and stuck in your business.
I like it. If you don't delegate, then you will disseminate.
I mean, that works.
Okay, last one. Okay, this is for your instruction. So your Monday morning instruction for everyone watching. What's the first thing they should build? LaKeysha.
Ooh, what's the first thing that you should build?
Mm-hmm.
You need to build your voice.
Ooh.
You need to build you. If you don't do anything else, and one of the reasons why everybody sounds like themselves or everybody else is because they have not built their voice into their life. And I'm not just talking AI. You're not using your voice. You're not telling people who you are. You're not telling people what you stand for. You know right away whether you like me or you don't. It's automatic. There's no way around it. I like the way she speaks. Ooh, she talk a little too harsh. I don't really want to. I don't think I want to follow her, and that's fine. Hey, it is what it is. I am not here, and I am not for everybody. And if you like it, I love it. And if you don't like it, I love it too because you're not for me either. So
beautiful, Alyssa.
She took a minute.
I know I'm up next. I gotta get ready. But for me, just making sure that within your business on Monday, you know what you need for you. There's going to be a lot of things in here. They say, take the meat, spit out the bones. If it's not for you, go ahead and leave it. It's not for everyone. But then talk to your chat. If you do have access to the recordings, cough, cough, you might need to upgrade. Make sure that you put that recording into your chat and your chat knows you and you can ask it to pull what's important for you. So that's what I would do on Monday.
Beautiful. Desmond?
I would say definitely some type of shared memory system between all of the things you're doing. Wherever you got your stuff at, you need one place where all your stuff is at. So figure out how to consolidate that, whether it be on a schedule, some type of like weekly, every 3 day cleanup, checking your computer, checking your chats, syncing everything to a Notion database, Obsidian, Google Drive, whatever you like. You know what I mean? And just keeping all of your history, like a digital diary of everything you're doing. That I feel like is one of the most important things that we should all do with all of the different subscriptions we got and email accounts and whatever. However you got to set it up, just make sure you do that. Export your data from all the AI services. You know what I mean? Get all your stuff and just keep a backup of it every now and then. You feel me? It's just safe practice.
Great answer. Rone?
I would probably say set up scheduled tasks on the different LLMs, right? Just something that you guys repeatedly do. Maybe it's look at news, like look up news, or maybe information for whatever niche or your business. I will always say just set up a scheduled task, like in Manus, ChatGPT, Cloud, or just different things like that. So just set up a scheduled task and then set it for like either every day, every week, maybe twice a day, just depending on whatever you're comfortable with. But I will always recommend just setting up scheduled tasks. That just it gets you foot in the door as far as getting that first win of what an automation is, right? So just set up something very, very basic like that will just get you moving.
Love it. And Portia?
I would say first thing Monday morning, build an executive co-pilot. I would definitely have some type of use AI to create some type of dashboard that you can use yourself just to know what you need to do, what you need to delegate, what you need to delete. But also as a CEO, the more things you delegate, which pretty much everything should be delegated except for your ability to interpret the mission and your vision. But the more you delegate, the more things are just out there. So it's important also to have certain tools and to use tools even to follow up, to send follow-up emails, to check on items, just to always know project management, I think. So setting up some type of project management or executive co-pilot dashboard would be the very first thing that I would do so that as you do start to take things off of your plate and delegate things to AI or to other people, you want to make sure that you still have a handle on what's being measured, and that you're able to use the measurements that you receive from all the different feedbacks that you have in order to make ongoing changes and tweaks inside of your organization. So visibility and
Here.
accountability.
That's amazing. And I don't know if y'all were listening the past hour or the past 3 hours, but if one thing, one word, at least for me, that you can gather from everyone that has spoken so far today is systems. They all have systems in place to be successful. They're different. Everybody's got a different system. Everybody's got a different path, but put the system in place and you'll find your success. So, can we get a round of applause for this awesome group of folks here? They absolutely crushed it. We had some amazing conversation. Thank you all so much. Please stick around. We got one more testimonial spotlight, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break before we pick up with our afternoon session. Okay, can I get Rashana up on the big screen? If she's here. Oh, there she is. She's here. So while we're getting her perfect, there she is. Rashana, I know Rashana as Mama Shan, the tax goat. Okay, I met Rashana on TikTok, and one of the things I love about LaKeysha, and it's so telling for strategic behavior consultants in general, is just bringing these types of people together that were like-minded, but also so different at the same time, and it is beautiful. And so, Rashana, I don't know, I can't call you Rashana. I have to call you Mama Shan because that is how I know you. But talk to me. What was it like before you met LaKeysha, before you got engaged with strategic behavior? What was that a normal day like for you?
Okay, so let me give you guys a little background of myself. My name is Rashawn Marbury, but everybody do call me Mama Shan the Tax Go. And I have been in the tax business since 2016. So, and I also have another business called Securable Services that I just formed within the past year with dealing with Keisha. But I am an IRS registered tax preparer. I am a financial educator. I am a business consultant and an author. My mission is to help individuals and business owners to not only understand their taxes, but to help them build and protect and grow their wealth. And today, I have the privilege to give y'all some feedback on my mentor, Keisha. And y'all, sometimes I don't want to share, but I know I have to. But I know I have to, but I can honestly say that that was the best thing for me was meeting Keisha last year. We actually met and I went to one of her seminars. And when I first met her, I was looking for more things to grow my business, right? I was looking for people to grow my business, but Keisha put me on a whole different platform, you guys. So I wasn't just looking for someone to hand me success. I was looking for someone who would challenge me, sharpen me to help me go beyond where I was at. And that's exactly what Keisha did. So she didn't just teach me the business, she taught me discipline. She didn't just teach me marketing, she taught me how to execute. She didn't just encourage me, she pushed me to go beyond. She showed me how to build my company and make it even bigger. And you guys, that's one thing that I can say. Like, we would sit here and we would go purchase courses after courses. We would go sit in these classes and we would take notes after notes after notes. But you guys, what's the purpose if you're not going to implement it? If you're not going to take it and use it, for yourself, it's going to make you better. Because that was me. That was me once. I was purchasing this, purchasing that, but I wasn't implementing anything. I wasn't implementing anything until I met Keisha. And I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat anything to y'all. Keisha's hard. Keisha don't play. She gonna hurt your feelings, you guys, but that's what you need. Sometimes you need somebody to say, "Hey, what are you doing here? Get off your butt and do the things that you need to do if you want to grow your business." So that was Keisha. So like I said, I met Keisha like a year ago, and you guys, with the help of Keisha, I have increased my revenue by 40%. 40%, you guys. And this is no joke. And this is me taking everything that she taught me with AI and implementing it in my business, you guys. And I am so grateful for her. I'm gonna be always by her side. I don't care. Because I was searching. I was looking. I was the one who thought that, oh, I gotta know how to do this before I could do this. I got to make sure I master this first before I can do this. But no, it's dive in. Dive in now. Get your feet wet right now, because in order to be successful, you're gonna mess up. Trust and believe me. You're gonna mess up, but you got to learn. So start today, not tomorrow. Let's start today, not next year. Stop saying, um, a month from now I'm gonna start, or 2 months from now I'm gonna start. Oh, I'm gonna take the rest of the year and finish this. No, dive in right now, you guys. And I promise you, you won't go wrong. Everyone that has spoken so far has been so, 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 so good. And AI, y'all better get with the program real fast. Because if you want your business to grow and you can sit back and still collect revenue, you guys better learn this AI because it's something major. And that's all I have for today.
I have no other questions.
40%.
Yeah, other than that,
She hasn't
40.
even told me 40%. Come on now.
Yeah, I've been busy. You see, look, we used to be on the call all the time. I have been gone from everybody. I haven't been able to just talk. I actually had to close my calendar from booking. Like, I can't travel no more for the rest of the year because I need to do some stuff up in my tax academy. And y'all, those are the ones, if y'all looking to learn how to do taxes, hit me up. I'm your girl. I got a tax academy as well, self-paced, or you can meet me on Zoom every week for 10 weeks, but I will make you great. But yeah, 40% Keisha, thank you. I appreciate
I am so proud. I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness. You guys are freaking amazing. That's all I have to say. And thank you. Thank you for
It's
just
amazing.
showing up. That
it.
I think that's the biggest thing. When I spoke with you, well, when we started, it's actually kind of interesting because when we all started, it was so crazy, and we had so many people, and I met with like maybe over 100. Remember I told you, because I was like, okay, when I get to 25, I'm gonna raise it to 99, and then once I get to 100, I'm gonna raise it to like 127. And this is like just testing the market, guys, right? Like, what does it mean to test the market? What are people gonna pay for your services? So what I was doing was, let me get you a 7-figure plan. And Nick and Mama Shan, and there was like a slew of people that really got in early. And I would think when I was doing it for like 27, I think 27, I went from 27 to 47 to 97 to 127. And then of course it fizzled out at around 127. And that is like market research. You're going to test your actual product. Is it a viable product, right? And so as we were moving through that, I want to say that maybe only 10 to 20% of the people that that came and got that 7-figure plan has really taken it to the next step. The rest of the people is really like implementation. If the goal is implementation, I can tell you all day, here's how you make 7 figures. 7 figures, you guys, is $2,800 a day, every day. Okay, that's $18,000 a week. That is how you make 7 figures. It's not hard to do. It's consistency.
Consistency, definitely.
And tracking your numbers, right? Rone said it earlier. How am I tracking my numbers? What does it look like when I track my numbers? What's my KPIs? Right? So when I handed, Mama Shan that big old Bible of stuff that she needed to do, she was just like, okay, all right. Let me just break it up. I'm gonna put it here, and she's been doing it. Like, and that's what you do. And even if you're just like, you know what, I'm not really dealing with Keisha, and that's perfectly fine with me, y'all. Put the information in. Create me a 7-figure plan. I will tell you right now, create me a 7-figure plan. And here's what I'm gonna do. Make sure you put it in, the first 90 days. Give me a 30, 60, 90 of what I need to do. Walk me through the steps. It will create a plan for you. I think the difference is, obviously, I'm probably more going to stay on your butt. Where are you? What are you doing? How is everything going? Here's some new stuff I learned, right? Like you get Keisha from July 31st. Keisha August 2nd is going to be totally different. Keisha, October 9th is going to be a totally different person, right? I'm going to have some new information. So you have to, that's what happens when you come to these things. It's knowledge. So I just want to put that out there. But I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. And then also Rome. I got in Rome Zoom last night, and you guys, he was great. So if you guys trying to figure out your numbers, he got an app for you. Thank you, Rome. I appreciate that information. But I'm telling you guys, AI is everything. And Keisha, when we first met, somebody sent me to you on TikTok. I think it was DeAndreas. And he said, you need to go see Coach Keisha. And the first day I got in there, you used first. Like, I'm gonna pull up first because I know he don't mind. And I could just remember her phone, you guys, just was going up saying, this is all you get for $27. I had no idea what it was or anything. I was like, I want it. How I get it? Where's the link? But I was ready for a change because I had been through all the things of procrastinating, getting information and not using it. Y'all get the information and use it. I promise you, it's life changing.
Life changing. Well, Ferg, we're gonna let you get back to what you do. Let me get us off the stage.
And y'all, look, on that note, we're gonna take a little break. We got 15 minutes before we're gonna get into some really great discussion about funnels. So don't miss it. I promise you, it's gonna be great. But go step away, take 15 minutes, Dance it out. Go do the splits. Go do a cartwheel. Eat a burger. Go supersize your fries. Whatever you need to do in these next 15 minutes to be able to make it through the afternoon, go do it. And we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Don't be late. Be great. And any other kind of rhymes, because I'm a poet and didn't know it. We'll see y'all back in just a few.
Not a poet and didn't know it though. I love it. I love it. And I'm sitting here, so if anybody has any questions, please, put them in the chat. Just hanging out. You want me to take y'all spotlight? You done, Ferg? You need a minute?
I mean, yeah, sure. I'll be back. I gotta go supersize my fries.
Oh my goodness. All right, guys.
And do you still have me on as listening?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
Okay. I'm looking at a comment on Darlene. Darlene, do you have a business? Because if you do have a business, you can deduct everything that you're learning. If you don't have a business, then you can put it on another tax form, all of your expenses of what you're learning. Yeah, just make sure you do keep all of your receipts, you guys, because people think that you can just show your bank statements or whatever. But if you was to get audit, they're gonna want the actual receipts. Your bank statement's just showing the purchase, but make sure you save all receipts at all times.
Absolutely, Diamond. Happy you are taking in all of the information. That is the goal. We're not gatekeepers over here. Try not to be anyway.
Guess I'm gonna go get me some super side fries right quick.
Go right on ahead. I'm gonna put something on and then take a small little walk around because I don't see any comments. What is the thing?
Anywhere I chill, just bring with me a pair I will. I can see us holding hands.
This is the only thing to do. To work off that lunch.
Your 15-minute lunch. Did you actually get something to eat?
Absolutely not. But up on the screen right now, we got day 2 implementation tomorrow. If you see the link in the chat, check it out. I promise you, if you've been curious about anything that you've been hearing today, you want to be there for day 2. Again, all virtual, but we'll be strictly focused on actually learning how to do the dang thing. So click the link, check it out.
You will be learning. You will be actually doing. We're done learning, guys. You will be putting it together. Whatever it is that you need right now will be done tomorrow.
So, because if it's worth it, then you work it. Man, this conference today has got me weak in the knees.
I don't know if he is still in here, but let me see. We'll send a message to him to see if he can give us some information, LJ.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's 12:45. We about to get back into it. Hopefully you got up, you stretched your legs, you're feeling good. Key, how was the morning session?
Oh my goodness. It has been amazing. I am, I'm overly impressed with our level of just speakers and the information that's been given. Like, everybody here has enough information to literally go out and create an AI. You have enough information to get your emails underway. Like, you should be at minimum 10% less stressed after leaving here, putting all of those things into practice. So
unless you use M-dashes, then you might be real stressed out because or if you got caught up in knowing why we named a spoon, then you might be down a rabbit hole. But go to, you know what? Here's your challenge. Go to Perplexity and ask the question. Why is a spoon a spoon?
That is actually a really good question. Let's find out.
I think it's the name, because it's like when you spoon something, it's a spoon. It looks like a spoon.
I mean,
a fork.
First of all, who actually came up with it? Who named it a spoon?
John Beanwither.
Oh, did somebody look it up?
Yeah, John Beanwither in 1647.
Oh, wow.
No, that's not true.
Wait,
I totally made that up.
Desmond, what'd you say?
Is that where Witherspoon came from? I was gonna say, what's going on?
You know what? We can go down the whole rabbit hole. So this is your psych.
This is why you can't trust everybody on the internet. You got to do your diligence and research, because I might say something a time or two.
I really want to know now, though. I need to go find.
So, well,
my chat GPT. I'm gonna find it. You know what?
Our next
it's so
session.
funny. I use chat like I use Google. I don't know.
What is sense. Google anymore? Like, I don't use Google.
Oh, you know what? And the other thing too, guys, on my website. So I built the whole website, vibe coding. And because I didn't like the other websites that I was given, and one of the things that I did was I made sure that like we were being searchable on the AI spaces. So I was in someone's room. I can't remember whose room it was, but the site is called SiteVue, CITEVUE. And under SiteVue, You can find out if you're searchable for the for your internet. I mean, not your internet, your web page. So look, let me go in here.
If you have no
why?
traffic, you might want to do that.
Yes, if you have no traffic, you definitely want to do that. You definitely want to do that. Look at this. Okay, hold on. I'm looking it up, guys. Looking it up right now. Who named a spoon a spoon?
These are the rabbit holes, the AI rabbit holes.
No.
I liked my answer better. John Beanwither?
Nobody knows, it says. I just want to let you guys know. Nobody knows. It is photo of proto Germanic. A wooden chip for shaving. Old English. Modern English. Okay. Just want to let y'all know.
So there you go. If you didn't get anything out of today, but you walked out of here with that, then that's a win. Y'all know where a spoon, why a spoon is a spoon. So y'all, this next conversation, we got Alyssa coming up. It's gonna make you say all sorts of weird things that you never thought you'd say in a business summit. You're gonna be like, WTF here in just a minute, and like, I'm gonna turn it over to her. So Alyssa, please come on up. Built Different, welcome Alyssa up. And you got it. Take it away.
You're muted. Alyssa, you're muted. Can't hear you.
Oh, what's going on with your sound?
Yeah, you're not muted, but we can't hear you. I told y'all were gonna be like WTF. It's because y'all gonna have to just lip read this whole time.
I'm connected to my phone mic.
There we go.
There's always a backup. Interesting. What does it sound like? Is it okay?
It's better than
It's like you're in a funnel.
Hold on, let's try something. No. Testing?
Yes.
Different mic? Okay. Better? Worse? The same?
Better.
All right. Just making sure you were paying attention. Period. All right. So, welcome back from lunch, y'all. Let me know in the chat what y'all ate for lunch. If I tell you, you wouldn't believe me. I actually have an addiction. I'm addicted to ice cream. You guys caught me. I'm caught. I like to eat ice cream. But tell me about yourself. What did you actually eat for lunch today as you are coming back in? I hope you got a little bit of energy. I hope you're moving around town. Okay. None of y'all ate lunch? You just breathing? You guys are AI? Oh, okay. We got some ribs and some cabbage. Oh, I'm coming to your house. Patty has some orange slices. What lunch? Oh, Lord. Baked chicken and veggies. Okay. So some of y'all are eating good. Some of y'all are eating good. But welcome in. My name is Alyssa, or Curlyssa if you don't know. I've got some curly hair, and that's actually how I started my brand. People kept asking me, hey, what do you put in your hair? And I was like, girl, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to make a YouTube video. And that's essentially how I got into funnels, because a funnel for me is anything that is something you do once and you want to make sure that you put these people or your clients in this process to take them from not knowing you at all to becoming a loyal customer or client. So what I'm going to do is share my screen. And we are in tab HE double hockey sticks. And we're going to do a little presentation today. How do y'all like my presentation? Do you think it looks good? Well, guess what? I didn't make it. My AI bot made it. It's so beautiful. And the crazy thing about this presentation is I've used this presentation multiple times in different events, and I've had it since I think 2025. I actually made this account while I was in college. So even if you like this presentation, this is Prezi, and is 100% AI. I did not have to even come up with some of the concepts. So overall, you'll see some QR codes in the corner of my screen. These QR codes are for you to be able to upgrade to hang out with me and the rest of the speakers after the event, because we're turning this off at 4:30 Central Standard Time. But if you have upgraded and you're going to upgrade, you can join us to party a little bit longer and tomorrow. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. So if you want to upgrade, it's going to be there constantly. Make sure you join. And then if you see a purple QR code, that's one of my QR codes, okay? Just like I asked you what you like to eat, I'm in Virginia. Virginia is the South. Anywhere that you drink sweet tea and you order a tea and it comes sweet, you don't have to add any sugar into it, you're in the South, okay? So as such, in the South, we do not go anywhere without bringing something. It's actually rude here, okay? So I made sure that I brought you all of my prompts. I made sure I brought you all of my materials. Now, we're also going to be doing a workshop today where I actively show you, again, I've used this for multiple presentations, me building out the automations that you guys are going to get. So just know that the first ones, they're going to be interesting. It's going to be my last presentation, but we're going to build them out today with each other. All right. So I hope you upgraded. I hope I see you tonight, because I'm going to ask you what you ate for dinner and I hope it's something. So today we're going to cover the WTF framework. What the funnel? How many people know what a funnel is? Put a 1 in the chat if you know what a funnel is. Put a 2 in the chat if you're like, girl, what the funnel? What are you even talking about? All of the time, I have business owners that are great at their business, but when it comes to the online part, when it comes to the customer journey part, when it comes to the back end and tech, sometimes we don't want to do it. If you're an expert in your industry, go ahead and tell me what type of industry you have. So as I go through my presentation, I can talk to you. That's one thing with AI, you need to personalize it to you. So that make this presentation about you. You already took off today. You already made sure that you kicked up. Some of y'all are in the bed. Some of y'all are in your offices. Some of y'all, for me, I put on perfume before I came to y'all. Y'all can't smell me, but if it makes me feel better and I can come better for you, again, go ahead and put in the chat and tell me what type of business you have so I can make this about you. If you're here, we want to make it about you. But the What the Funnel framework, I made this a couple of years ago, and you're like, girl, a couple of years, how old are you? You'll find out in the next slide. Mind your business. But the What the Funnel framework, we cover exactly what a funnel is. And for me, that stands for web, traffic, and follow up. It's 2026. As much as we meet people in person, we need to follow up with them. And 9 times out of 10, that equals being online. Even if you're meeting up with them in person again, you're normally texting them, emailing them, calling them, hitting them up on social media, or you've seen a flyer. Either way, it started some way online that you're going to be going again. So I see we've got some business consultants. I see we got some people in ABA, taxes, fun facts. Again, once you see this age, girl, you're going to be like, what the heck you been on? But I used to do taxes for 2 years. Had to give it up. Had to give it up. I'm going to leave that to you. You're very intelligent. Had to give it up. But if you would like to know a little bit about me, again, I am 26 years old. I am born in Virginia. And I was born into business. Both of my parents are entrepreneurs and both of my parents are teachers. So I had the best of both worlds. I got education, and then on the weekends, I'm headed out to go collect money at my dad's properties or going to change the chips in the vending machines. Or my mom, she and my dad actually had a restaurant at one point in time where my mom's making the cakes. So there's always different businesses that have come through. The first way I got to make money online is my parents had me scanning all their teacher friends' papers for $50 a stack. Do you know in 2008 how many teachers had papers? And it's all digital now, but there's always got to be somebody to make that tie. That's what we are here for today. Back in the day, it was papers. Back in the day, it was Web 2. We're moving on to Web 3, y'all. I don't even know if y'all know what that is yet, but we're getting into this AI world. I'm also heavy into metaverse, so I want to make sure that you know about some of those things today. It's very important that you know that my first business was called Is It Bad? I had it with 2 of my friends, and one of my friends actually passed away. She was murdered, unfortunately, and it was a mass shooting. Because of that, I again have the internet where I get to keep her name alive. Her name is Dejana. And you can see over here when I used to sell physical products, we all had our own colors, and she was the yellow color. I was the pink color. You see, I'm really great at branding. We do pink, purple, and around there. So today I'm wearing red to fit in with the Built Different crew. But it's very important that you know when you talk about your why, my why is making sure that unfortunately she's not my only friend where this has happened to. Virginia is a dangerous place. I don't know what they got going on, but for me, it's very beneficial. And especially if you come around here, you won't see a lot of people my age doing what I'm doing. So with that, I went from graphics, helping out people like my family and their friends, to doing social media, to getting into funnels, because I found that funnels are expensive. If you're a service provider and you've ever purchased a real website, thank God for AI and what I'm about to teach you today. But oof, if you paid for a real website that's actually A2P compliant with automations that are not going to get you sued in the state of Texas and in New York, for those of us doing real business, put on glasses. These are things that you need to do. Of course, we all have AI websites that we can do, but today I'm going to teach you some of the things that you're going to need to know to be compliant, which is also important. And again, I already told y'all about my metaverse loving, but it's very cool that one of the universities I applied to, I got denied. When I was going into college, I got denied. And guess who got to speak at that university? Me. My sister got to speak this week at the same university. So it's very interesting how the tables turn. And she has a full ride to JMU. So it's amazing how even AI was used for that. We even helped AI for her speech. And then lastly, I need you to know that my favorite season is fall. And it's important to know that because if you are a fall baby, you know that chai tea lattes are top tier drinks. And I do a lot. Another big why for me is food. Don't get mad at me. I told you my parents had a restaurant. It's in my blood. But I'm going to do a lot. And you can even ask LaKeysha. If I stay extra and be like, you won't send me lunch? Is it lunch involved? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for lunch. But I need you to know that because if you say, hey, Alyssa, I do not have the budget, but I know I need you, hit me up on Instagram at Carlissa and buy me some lunch, buy me a chai. I am one of those people you can pick my brain. Absolutely. All right, let's go on to the next slide. Let's talk about these funnels. You don't even know about me. You need to know about these funnels. So again, the funnel is a customer journey. We want to make sure that you know that for me, the funnel is the process that going from not knowing you at all to becoming a loyal customer and client. And if you look at this picture, you can see that there's a lot of people at the top. A lot of people know about you. Just like in real life, a lot of people know about you. But how many friends do you actually have? It's two different things. So we have to make sure it's the same thing, especially when we're dealing with the online world. When it comes to AI, I have amazing things called DM automation bots. I prefer Go High Level. Anything that I talk to you about today is going to be gohighlevel.com. The next couple of slides, you're going to get a code to get free Go High Level. I told you this Southern hospitality is something special, baby. But when you're doing your funnels, you want to make sure that when you're doing your content, it can pick up certain people, but you want it to pick up the type of people that you know are going to get to the bottom. If you are, again, a service provider and you're looking for clients, we don't want to post content every single day about your kids unless you have a daycare business. Then I'm not hating on you. Post them kids every single day. I'm not even telling you not to post them because other people love to see your why. I just want to make sure that if you are posting towards, I saw some consultants. I need to see what kind of problems you're solving. I need to see you working. All of that stuff is going into our awareness phase. We also have our interest phase. We want to see, okay, who's interested? That's where we say our DM automation bots will say, comment the word. I saw somebody said ABA. We're going to comment the word ABA. From there, we're going to have our bots actually DM people the link to where we want them to go, where we can take name, number, email. The most important thing, if you're taking notes, if you're not listening to anything else I say, I'm talking to you in the back. If you're not listening, if you have a funnel, we want to take name, number, and email. Again, we want to take name, number, and email. Without name, number, and email, we do not own any of our audience. What happens if Instagram goes down? What happens if LinkedIn goes down? What happens if YouTube goes down? What do you do? Who do you sell to? Who do you even tell that these things went down on? Who do you post on? You have to be able to have an email. You have to be able to have a phone number. You have to be able to have these things so that if things go wrong, we can make it right. Trust me, you're all gonna see a little bit later. As soon as I get up off of here, we gonna make LaKeysha send a little voice message and be like, hey, I'm sorry you missed it. If you missed it, you can catch us on YouTube or at the link. These are the things that we can do now with automations. Again, we have the desire. Who actually wants it? We got to make these pitches. These are the webinars. These are where we come in and actually do the one-on-one calls that I was talking about a little bit earlier. And then the action is when you send them that money. Hello? They got to pay. They are not your customer if they don't pay. They are not your client if they don't pay. They are your prospect. Or if you make it free or pro bono, you're giving them a complimentary service. So this is where we have to make sure that the language and the delineation is very clear as to who you're serving and what you're actually doing. Because again, if we're just posting, hey, I got my supersized fries today, everybody in here understands, but nobody else understands because you didn't decide to post this on your story, what you're doing right now. You didn't decide to take my picture and tell everybody that, hey, I'm here learning actively. I'm getting this free knowledge. Do you know how many people pay for stuff like this? Anyway, I'm not going off on you today. We're not that close yet, but hopefully we will be. Now let's talk about the tech side of funnels. If you're like, girl, I already knew what a funnel is, I'm already good on that. Let's talk about the real spiel. On the back end, what I actually get hired for is landing pages. We've got different types of web pages. Oh my gosh. My biggest irritant in the world right now is that we have all these business owners that want to have virtual and online events. And they come to me and they be like, oh, I need a landing page. Girl, you don't need a landing page. You need a full-blown funnel. You want people to know about it. Even if y'all didn't get in today at the right time, y'all got some type of message before. You know why? Because there's a funnel. We have to do nurture. All of these different things are important, but people keep telling me they want a landing page. I'm going to give you what you want. That's the difference between me and AI. I'm going to give you what you want. But with the landing page, that's the first page that you go to. I want everybody to understand that's only the first page that you go to. If from there, people actually need to pay for something on a separate page, that is a checkout page. If from there, you want somebody to actually know that you did something, you might need a thank you page. Where I get extra money is where you get to do upsells. If you already opted in, let's offer you, if you already bought one shirt, let's buy 2 shirts. If you already booked 1 session, let's book 1 session for the rest of the month. Depending on you and depending on your online abilities and what you have available for your life, you can do as many upsells, downsells as you want. I've been in a funnel and built a funnel that had 10 upsells and downsells. That means after you purchase, we asked you if you wanted 2. We asked you if you wanted to send 1 to your mama. We asked you if you wanted the shirt that went with all these different things. Just to make sure that the order, again, average order value is up there. We want to make sure you paying as much money as possible, okay? We also want to make sure that the integrations work. Payment processors. It's beautiful if you have a beautiful page. I bet all of y'all can go into ChatGPT right now and take my job and build a page. What payment is it taking? Are you connecting your Stripe? Are you connecting your PayPal? Do you know how to do it and make sure it works? Are we out of sandbox mode? Are we actually making sure that your coupons work? All of these things are important so that you're not up here talking to people and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I just charged you $50,000 and you tried it, but your card didn't go through. And now you're having this conversation. They're like, it's not my card, it's your back end. Do you know how embarrassing that is? Do not be that person. Also, these booking calendars, I love booking calendars because you get to know people's personality on a call. You can know on a call before you meet them in person, hey, do I even want to talk to them? There's also AI where I have an AI front desk assistant, shout out to Rone with that. I have an AI front desk assistant where if you call us, I've even gotten to the point where I know that people will try to be funny and call and say, "Can I get a funnel cake?" And it'll say, "Yeah, we don't serve funnel cakes here. If you want an actual funnel, you can book with Alyssa at this link." But we know exactly what it takes. So with your automations, you heard people say automations all day. Can anybody put, and be honest, we're not judging you, put a 1 in the chat if you didn't even know what an automation was until today, or that you heard it a whole bunch of times, but you're not very clear as to what an automation is or why you need it in your business. Is there anybody that doesn't know what an automation is? Because sometimes, especially in these business rooms, people just keep going and going and going and assuming that we need to go from B to Z when a lot of us are still at A and we just trying to get to B. So thank you for being honest, Patty. I appreciate you because I'm pretty sure there's somebody that just can't grab that screen right now. But an automation is something that we build once or that we do once, and it can happen over and over again. The easiest way to break it down is the word automatic, and you just put automations. It's going to keep going. So a shun, if you think is a machine, automation or automatic machine. Ooh, we got it? All right. So from there, our automations are different things. We can schedule automations, which are completely different from what people come to me for, which is workflows. A workflow is something that's set off by a trigger. If you think of therapy, when people make you upset, they'd be like, "Oh, you're triggered." The same thing happens online. If somebody fills out a form, that's a trigger. If somebody replies to something, that's a trigger. But with our automations, we can say, for example, if somebody fills out an opt-in form, then automatically I send them an email. So that's an automation. Just a small example. There's also huge automations where you can say, if somebody fills out this contract, then automatically send them the invoice, and from invoice, send them onboarding, then from onboarding, put them in the ClickUp. That's one of my favorite ones. Because then I don't have to worry about, hey, did they get the onboarding message after they paid? What if they pay in the middle of the night? And that's where it comes to where people are like, "Oh, you can make money in your sleep." You need automations to make money in your sleep. Because if you're a service provider, for example, and let's just say you do something more simple, like a straightforward service like cutting hair, you want to still be able to be booked in the middle of the night. You still want to give them their confirmations in the middle of the night. Without a system, you cannot do that. So we've talked about that. And the last part that we're going to talk about before we start to get into some real spill into your business is offers copy. Offers and copy is very important because, again, a lot of people in these rooms will just say the word copy and you'll be like, "Copy over." Like, what are you talking about? No, copy is not copy and paste either. It's not me copying you. Copy is the wording of anything. If you read a newsletter, the words inside of that is copy. If you read a text message, the words inside of that is copy. If you read a classic newspaper, the words inside of that is copy. So I need everyone to understand that this is the biggest thing right now that ChatGPT is doing for people. It's pulling copy. Before, sales copywriters were up to $5,000. As a funnel person, I used to go to copywriters and they'd be like, "Ooh, $2K for words? Are you serious?" But now ChatGPT can just throw it out. Claude can just throw it out, and especially when you put it in your tone. People always want to put the copy into their tone. But again, for those listening, if you weren't listening before and you're looking for those AI hacks, listen to this one. All the time people want to put it in your tone. We need to put it in the tone of someone who understands our ideal audience. Completely different from your tone. That is 100% different from your tone. So we want to make sure that that is correct. But lastly is analytics. We're going to skip past that word one because analytics is just tracking. We want to make sure we track the numbers. But let's get into it. You're like, "Okay, Alyssa, what the funnel? Where is a funnel at? I've never been in a funnel. You're lying to me. I don't have a funnel and I don't need a funnel." I'll show you a funnel, one that you've been in all the time. Most of y'all, it's Friday. Y'all might be in a funnel this weekend when you go to the grocery store. There's a grocery store and you come with your list because you're so smart, you're educated, and you are on a budget, okay? You came with a list. You know exactly what you wanted. However, you're in this funnel because as soon as you walked in the store, you saw a sale. That's the first thing. If you think of the same thing online, that equals a pop-up. You didn't know that pop-up was there, but you knew that you came to the page for a reason. Again, you have your list, you're going along, and you figured out all of your items. You see this man? He got like 40 things in his cart. But if you're this person in blue right here, guess what you're now staring at? Optimally, these magazines. Now you're going to pick up a magazine and you're scrolling and reading through a magazine. As a matter of fact, there's one for food and there's a recipe for breadcrumbs that you just accidentally have 5,000 breadcrumbs from Thanksgiving. You don't know why you got it, but you now need this magazine, so you put it in your cart. That order went up. And he has so many coupons. This man, he's 50 years old. Oh, he's not 50. He's like 172. He's 172 years old. And you hungry. You actually, everybody thinks everybody's normal. There's all these people with special abilities. My dad actually has an autism foundation. So with this, you might have diabetes. This man is taking forever. I'm gonna need to turn around and pick up this candy, conveniently placed for these locals like this man, all in line. Upsell, upsell, upsell. Just like online. When you buy one thing, they ask you for an upsell. Then at the end, the funnel's not over. Remember I told you, a funnel is the way that somebody meets you and then becomes a loyal customer or client. Heavy on the loyal. And what's at almost every grocery store, y'all? Put your phone number in. It's our loyalty program. Why don't you have a loyalty program? You want people to come back, don't you? A loyalty program is essential for almost everything. You can even think of Starbucks. Starbucks is only as rich as they are because they have one, the app, and the app takes the gift cards, which you can't get the money off of. If you give somebody a gift card and you still have 32 cents, guess who gets to keep the 32 cents? Them. So this is where the loyalty comes in for people having gift cards and reward programs. But you're like, girl, what the heck does this have to do with AI? Because guess what's now? You can still check out with AI. It still exists. The same grocery store, same system, same bonuses, same checkout. It's still AI. So no matter what, we're not getting away from a funnel. And you've been in a funnel before because I know you went to the grocery store. All right, so here's my bonuses. This is a different QR code, y'all. So if you weren't paying attention, let's make sure that we scan this one because once you scan this, you will get access to all of my beautiful links, okay? And inside of these links are our workshop part. So let me know if you see this. If you don't see this, let me know. For those of you that are just so hard-headed and you don't want to opt in, I get it. I used to be like you. I don't want to be in my funnel either. I'll just drop that link for you. Went over too fast, it's dropped in the chat for everybody that missed it, but I'm going to add that right back up. I just wanted to show you what you was getting. While you scan that, I'll talk about the W because, girl, I wasn't just cussing at you. We're not talking about WTF. W stands for web pages. These are some beautiful web pages that I've actually converted for some of my clients. If you actually go to my website, fearlessfunnels.com, you can see each of these clients have case studies. So you can see exactly how much money they made. And the fun fact is, 2 of them are in the financial field and 1 of them is in the AI field as a consultant. So you can see exactly how much money these funnels are making. So do y'all have the same page as me? Are we on the same page now? If you either click the chat or click the link. All right, y'all. So what this is workshop assets. I'm telling you, we're working together. We're working on this business together. My favorite thing is making money with people. I even have ways to make money. On some of my lists, we have something called Passenger Princesses, where we've helped over 20,000 women be able to make money online without having a job or a car. Just in the car, being a passenger, being in Ubers, making money. But it all starts online. So for those of us that do have businesses and have offers, this part is for you. And put a 2 in the chat if you don't have a business. And as a matter of fact, you don't want a business. You just want to make your life easier with AI and you want to make some online money because there is a world where that could be possible where you're like, everybody thinks I want a business, but I just actually want some more money. I understand. I understand. But since most of us do have businesses, what we're going to do is talk about what's in here. I talked to you earlier about copy. Copy is the wording. I have irresistible headline offers where you can take, again, everybody's going to argue with you all day. Don't use chat. Don't use Claude. Don't use Perplexity. I actually like to use one of the multipliers where I can play one place. I actually don't care. I want you to use where your brain is. Who knows you the best? That's what you should use these prompts for. But these prompts are actually copyable. So you can see, and I built this with AI, y'all. We're going to be doing this in the next 2 minutes together. But we are actually copying these things. So this first one, and I'll put this in the chat for anybody who is missing it, is some of the headlines for the offer. All the time, oops, sorry, the first part was off, but all the time, people are asking me, what should I name my offer? Why are you asking me what I should? I'm not your audience. I don't know your audience. You didn't give me the chance to research. I just met you. What do you mean, what should I name your offer? But you know who knows you? Your ChatGPT, your Claudine. Whoever your homegirl is, they know you. So you can go ahead and use this prompt. It's important to note that the part that needs to be changed is anything in brackets. So if you already have your offer name bear down, or at least about your offer, go ahead and put that in there. If you know your audience, go ahead and put that in there. If you know how they're going to transform, put that in there. And does anybody want to be an example so we can see how the headlines are used? Because I can use headlines on my social media. I can use headlines on my funnels. I can use headlines actually in my flyers. So does anybody want to be an example for what comes out of this prompt with their headlines? Period. I see some chat warriors. But okay, if y'all don't want to go, I'll do my own. There is no problem. I do not mind doing some biz dev on this lovely Friday. Oof, my ChatGPT, she got to load up. She's a pluser. Is anybody actually using the work feature? Are we using this new feature inside of ChatGPT where they have a work feature instead of just a regular chat? I love chatting with chat, but we love the work feature as well.
I say we pick somebody.
You want to pick somebody? Oh yeah, let's do it.
Yes. I mean, there's 33 people in here. Let's pick somebody.
Sorry, I'm on.
Oh, see, look, we already got one. They said don't pick nobody. I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
All right,
I'm
hold
here.
on. Let me
I'm
find
fine, thank you.
out
How
who's
are you?
speaking. I'm gonna find out who's speaking and bring you up. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
What's your name?
That's Tanaja.
All right.
My name is Tanasha.
Oh, we gotta be on camera.
1 minute, guys.
Come on. We can be together.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. What are we doing?
You gotta get on camera so I can spotlight you up here.
All right, come on. I got it. There we go.
Add spotlight. All right, perfect.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I am well, thank you. I need to know what type of business or what is your offer name?
All right, my business is consulting. So I recently started my consulting business. I'm in the process of doing Go High Level. So yeah, so it's business consulting, and I'm using Go High Level with the funnels and the marketing and all of that. So I'm learning.
You're gonna like the second part of my speed round. Okay. And then who's your target audience? You said business owners. Do you have a specific type of business owner?
Business owners.
Okay, just all business owners.
Business owners, anybody who is also business, marketing. So that's my target audience, business owners. New startup.
Okay, I like that one better. New startups and new. And then lastly, you said you help them mostly with marketing.
Yes. So business registration, formation, marketing.
And all of those things help people have a functioning, healthy business. So overall, all I did was ask 3 questions and put it into what we already have. And the good thing is your services actually align with my services. So that wasn't that bad for the chat to not know about it. But if she wants to participate with Life Today, I got 3,000 tabs on here. OMG. And I should have highlighted it all.
Who else has multiple tabs open? Just raise your hand if you have multiple tabs open.
First of all, look at this. It's sick. It's sick. And I'm not even.
Who said Keisha?
No, I did.
I done broke the chat. I done broke the chat. Lord. It gave us the answer. It gave us the answer though. So overall, we have 5 different headlines. We have launch your business right and market to win. I like rhymey ones, so I immediately would have been like, girl, either choose alliteration or rhyming. But the next one's got a little bit of alliteration in it. It says from business idea to registered, revenue ready brands. These headlines are okay, but I think it also knows that these are kind of not some of my things. I'm a little bit more niche-y. Build it legally, market it powerfully, grow faster. These are very punchy. So if this were you and you knew which one you liked, you could keep evolving it and evolving it. But overall, you've got some headlines going there where we're asking it to choose it from being a world-class copywriter. So we're not paying people thousands of dollars for copy anymore. And if you don't believe me, feel free to go on Etsy or even on Fiverr, anywhere. They even literally any type of online platform now, they're selling copy because people are just using ChatGPT. So that's one example. Can I get another volunteer? This one we'll be building out either a mini web page or a mini app together. Anybody want a mini web page or a mini app? Nobody.
Somebody.
That's crazy. Nobody.
We got somebody in the comments that I will. Michaela Brown.
I do.
Michaela
said, let me hop off.
Michaela said, I'll take it. So.
All right. Spotlights. Thank you, Michaela.
Hey, Michaela, you should have been on camera this whole time. Hey, girl.
I'm here with a newborn, so it's hit or miss.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. So, what would you like to build out together? Do you have any ideas for an app or do you have a service that you need a site for?
Yeah. So on social media, I'm the ABA Alchemist, and I do a lot of I was doing a lot of exam prep for those that are preparing for the BCBA exam. But now I've kind of pivoted a little bit, but I want to focus on that area. So maybe building out something that like those that are pursuing their BCBA licensure can utilize to study in like a fun way.
Just like Rone, don't judge my spelling. I'm not here for that. That's what AI is for. But
See,
this is one of my favorite things.
This is why you need whisper flow, because then you just press the button when somebody's talking and then it records everything that they just said.
Write that one down. Write that one down.
Heard that.
Hello. So for service providers, my main business, by the way, is funnels. I build out these landing pages for people with the automations connected and then they use them. That's my main business. My pipeline looks like if I talk to somebody, I have a consultation like this. It's a lot more fun. Do any of you guys do booking consultations first with people? Yes? No? Booking consultations? So it's a lot better if I use Perplexity, which is a resource that was multiple people's favorite for today. Look at this. How much of this
Oh,
information is correct?
wow. It is pretty much accurate. It's almost 100%.
Almost 100%. So
Yeah.
it's a lot better if you could come to it. If I knew I was meeting with you, I would have came to the meeting like, hey, I know all about you. I know this. It looks a lot better on my part because it shows I can do the research. I typed in one thing with half the words wrong.
That's crazy.
So from here, you said we're focusing more on getting into the exams. For you, does that look like having a study resource? Does that look like having you available? What does that look like?
A study resource right now. Like the in-person, like tutoring and stuff like that. I want to kind of minimize it. So it'd be more like a self-serve, like course.
You just said my favorite word. Oh, that was a
And
sticky key. That one
And I
wasn't
want
me.
to actually piggyback on this, Alyssa, too, because as you're talking about just in general building out a course, what you want to also look at too is and ask, especially in this forum, is what are people searching for? So, you can do that and ask the public. So that's a great site. And then what Alyssa would probably do also is as perplexity. What are people, as you're saying, hey, this is what I want to do? Her other job is, and I'm sure she does this, but her other job is to say, what are people paying for right now? It's in this particular field, what's going to be the highest payout, what is the return on investment, and once she does that based with what you do, she's going to put those two things together, and then you're going to come up with and this is how you make your 7-figure plan.
Exactly. And the only reason why I'm skipping that part is because my sister's speech yesterday or 2 days ago now was on the learning aspect of it. And the one piece that people are looking for now is gamification. So me knowing that already is, again, why people hire still humans is because expertise level still comes at a certain capacity. What we're building right now is a study page temporarily while we simultaneously build out your course. So I'm going to build this all inside of Plug Machine, which is my white label of Go High Level. As you saw in Rone's presentation, you can white label Go High Level. So once you build this, you can put your agents up under there and do whatever you want with it. I've got a whole bunch of insurance agents under me. I don't even do insurance. Extra money. So from here, this is actually called the AI Studio, which if you are using Go High Level, if you own your own, you can add this in. It's in Labs beta, and this is actually free for the rest of the summer. Again, like I told you, if you not listening, again, those of you using Lovable, Replit, Base 44, cost money. All of it costs money. I'm giving you a 30-day trial and a trial for the rest of the summer so that you can build whatever you want for free. And I can give this to Michaela and build it in my account through a snapshot, which means you can build out anything you want and give it to anybody else to either resell or own for themselves. So I didn't tell it any specifics. If we was really doing a one-on-one, I would have been like, give me your logo, give me your color, give me all the teams. But just for the little example, we're gonna have a little study guide get put together. So while this is building, you can see some of the things that it's doing. You can see it is an AI-powered builder. This is called in a process, if you ever want to look up this beyond this presentation, because I'm about to get up out of here in a couple seconds. But this is called vibe coding. If you want to look up what this process entails and get into the prompts and stuff like that, look into vibe coding. The way it's called vibe coding is we're taking something called, as we learned earlier, LLM, and putting them in the words, and it's actually giving us a coded output, which it goes to code over here. And then you actually have what's called a visualizer, so you can preview. But back in the day, even if you put this into ChatGPT, they just now got ChatGPT sites, which if you didn't know, again, y'all don't gotta hire me for that. Let's talk strategy from now on. Do not hire me to build no pages unless you don't got the time. But if you're telling me that you want to also build out a course, one of the other amazing things is I can leave this alone to go work on that while I go build out the course. And that's where the AI comes into play because you need to make that money. And the only thing I'm saying to build out the course is the same thing this can research as well. And this can build out all of the pieces for your course. This part is called Ask AI. And all you have to tell it, and just for general right now, because I'm over time, y'all. I'm just gonna tell it I want to build a course. Ooh, why is my sticky key so bad? But once we tell it that, it can build out all of the shell for the course. Once it tells, it's gonna ask like what's the topic and all that other stuff, but this one might know me. It's going to allow you to build out the pipeline so you can follow all of your people along the journey. And you can give them a certificate so that Michaela can be lit and ready to go. And since Michaela gave us the prompt, we're all going to watch out for the chat now. And I'm going to put what her study guide ends up looking like after we're done. So I'm a little over time. That's all my time. But I hope y'all learned something today. And now if somebody asks you what the funnel, I hope you could answer it.
Look, WTF. I told you. And wait till you see the output of some of this stuff. One thing I like about this group of people is that all of us will just nerd out about all of these things, and all of a sudden we'll be hours into a whole new app or dashboard or something because we had this one little idea. It's the beautiful thing about AI is that it can start to just make things easier for so many people. So I just love it. Thank you, Alyssa. Everybody, throw a round of applause in the chat, on the emoji thing, screen, whatever we need to do. Alyssa, that was great. Thank you for teaching us a different version of WTF.
Before you take me away, can I ask for a favor?
Always.
All right, y'all. While I'm up here on your favorite social media platform, because it's all a funnel and you know this, let's all take a little selfie, or you can just take my picture. And I need you to tell people where you were today. Go ahead and drop the link for them. And I need you to get your friends in this room. So I'm going to take a selfie of y'all. I want y'all to take a selfie of me. And you can tag me at Carlissa, and I'll make sure I follow you. It's called social media. I'm not a weirdo. I can't wait to come and see your business. But on a count of 3, I'm going to take your picture. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And I hope you tag me in your pictures, and I hope everybody has a great day. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Carlissa.
All right. Is it just because of the curls?
Yeah, that's how she started.
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
I was not blessed to have hair like that. Mine is, I'm just lucky to have some because it's thinning out in some places. So another great way to start off the afternoon. Thank you so much, Alyssa. And we still got several hours to go. Some amazing conversations still up.
Don't say several hours.
Well, you know, we don't want the fun to stop, or at least I don't. So I would love to bring up again someone else to just talk a little bit about their experience with strategic behavior. Veronica, are you here?
I sure am. Let me turn on my camera. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Hey.
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 Look, you on the big screen. I like it. Welcome. So I would love for you just quick introduce yourself, who you are, what you do, and how you got engaged with strategic behavior in LaKeysha.
Yes. So, hello, everyone. My name is Veronica Crafton. I am the owner of Amazingly Uplifted and Amazingly Uplifted Academy. And I am also in the behavior world. So I own an educational consulting company, and I met LaKeysha in 2020 in Clubhouse. But I feel like I really started kind of diving into all of the things that all of her awesomeness probably like 2 years ago. And ever since then, she has just been like the motivator, the mentor, that just really like everyone else has said, like it is true. She will not let you make any excuses. She will give you the real, but it's in a loving way. I think sometimes maybe she might get a bad rap for being mean, but she's not mean. She's just passionate about you winning in life, in the business and what you're called to do. So I just so appreciate her mentorship along the way, because all of the things that I've learned, like this is a very fast pace. AI is very fast paced, right? Things are constantly changing, but she's the one that's really always been able to keep up, and then she gives the information to others. When we really first started working together, I was in a transitional phase because I was super burnt out from my business because I didn't have the systems in place. I didn't have all of the things, right? And so I had sold part of my practice and was just kind of on a sabbatical, looking in that pivotal phase. And she really helped me kind of zone in and get focused on what my next steps are. And so because of her, I've been able to build this second business the right way. So I'm not having to backtrack how I did in my first business. And we're not doing burnout, because burnout don't help nobody. So super, super grateful for LaKeysha and all of the things that she's taught and been able to push me to and through.
So get specific for us with just for a minute. What was something that you built, or what changed for you?
So, for example, when I started a Amazing Uplifted Academy, which is going to be a special needs preschool, and to be honest with you, the seed was really planted at her retreat last October. I went in the retreat not thinking about opening that, and then I came out like, oh, okay, I'm gonna actually do this. And so the idea has materialized now, but just from building the website, like she helped me build the website and build it the right way from the start, so that as we continue to do, get all those connections together, get the funnels together, get all those things, it has the foundation. Because that's one of the things that I missed the first time around, is really building a foundation so that we don't, like I said, don't have to keep going back. So she definitely, in a very, very tangible way, helped not just help me birth the idea, but actually push it through. So yeah.
I love that. Have you ever heard the phrase from her, stop working in your business and on your business?
Oh yes. Oh, oh yes. Oh yes.
What does that mean to you?
So it's one thing, when you're starting something brand new, right? Like you're going to be, you're figuring everything out. So, I'm the type where I don't want to train my employees on something I've never done. So I'm going to be in it so that I can make sure that I train it. So getting it set up right the first time, so that even if I have to work in it that one good time, I don't have to do it continuously. So getting it right the first time, and then being able to step out so that we can work on it and not in it. Because in it for the owner is not to win it.
I like it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there's some things you can be all up in. Like
Right.
I like to be up in some people's drama. I'm just kidding. We don't want to be up in our business. We want to be on
Right.
top of it. I could be on top of the drama too. Well, that's fine. All right.
But if I do have to be in it, I want to be in it from like a lot of what Portia talked about. I want to be in it from the how are my employees standpoint. I want to be in it for, hey, how's everything going for you? Are we checking in the health of the institution, the people in it, versus the back end of it. I don't want to be worried about onboarding. I don't want to be worried about paperwork. I don't want to be worried about new hire training. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, you want to do the things that you want to do. That's the whole reason
Exactly.
you're in business and you're a business owner, right?
Absolutely.
Love it. Okay. Well, thank you, Veronica. I appreciate it so much, you coming up here and sharing just a little bit of your experience here. Key, I saw you come off mute. Did you have something to say?
She's being modest.
Oh.
She's
I forgot to mention about the speaker stuff too. Is that what you're gonna say?
You have a what coming up? She didn't even mention it.
I know because I forgot because I'd be doing a lot. You're right. So also another thing that I told LaKeysha I wanted to do was get into speaking. And so that has also come into fruition. And I am doing a TED Talk October 3rd. So I am super excited about that.
Let's go.
Thank you. But it also took like doing those steps, getting out there, going to these different places to put me in the position to be able to do that. So
she fought me tooth and nail last October. Her and I was about to go out in the streets. That's maybe not in the streets, but I'm like about at least 4 more feet taller than her.
3.5.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So she has a whole TED Talk coming up, but we have, and I don't mention it because it's really a small group of women. So it's about 10 women, curated women that we go and we have a redefined retreat. This year we're going to Tennessee, Gatlinburg, I believe it is. And it's all about burnout and overwhelmed and all of the things and how to redefine what that looks like. What do you need to do? And so one of her first things, she was like, I saw that you had I saw that you had an agenda. And I was like, and yes, we have an agenda. And she was just like, well, I thought we were just going to like, is it like a real agenda?
Turns out it was. But thank God for it. Thank God for
it. Because all of where she is right now, I am so very, 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 very proud. And God is working in every way, in every essence of her life, because things are just unfolding. So when you put your dreams on paper, when you speak them out loud, when you are intentional about being who you are, and that's one of the reasons why I asked Veronica to come up, because she is intentional about who she is and getting things done. And I kind of had to put her in a headlock to do it for while we were in Arizona, because she equate Arizona with relaxation, and it's not. Arizona equals work.
I mean,
at least when you're with Keisha.
Right. It was both.
So, but yes.
Won't make that mistake again. I know that.
The thing. You'll be ready this year.
Yes.
So yes, we have a great trip coming up. So if you are interested, it is something that you want to reach out to, because it is no more than 8 women, and we are very intentional about our time, and as business owners, making a certain amount, at minimum at $250 and above, and that's $250,000, not just $250. So it is very sacred to me, and so thank you, Veronica. I appreciate. And she pushes me, y'all. So I mean, it go both ways. So
thank you.
Sweet. Thanks, Veronica.
Iron sharpens iron.
Amen. There's not a truer statement there. All right, y'all. So continuing on our journey throughout the day, we have our next speaker coming up, and really looking forward to just diving into like content and what's the right content that we need to have out there. So Desmond Baker, please come on up. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Wait, wrong show. Built Different. You are next up on Built Different. Looking forward to having you and getting you going. You here with us still?
Was muted. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I'm finna cam up in 1 second. Give me 1 moment.
Perfect. Yeah. Sorry, I thought I thought it was Price is Right. I guess that's what Key told me this was what this was.
What?
This show. We were on The Price is Right for a minute.
Oh. Well, you You look good in that orange, sir. It looks nice.
Definitely. Pop your collar first. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Let's I believe the site came up. Here, let me see if I can show it while we're waiting. Oh, there he is. Replace spotlight. There we go. And Desmond, or DB, I should say, I was supposed to get you another thing. My bad. But you turned your picture and it's actually backwards for us and the right way for you. I didn't know if you knew that. And we can't hear you.
My bad. That picture was tripping me out. I had to change that. Go ahead.
So now it's backwards for us, but you can see it properly. So
I got the right one. Hold on.
Flip it around.
Yeah, I got you. 1 second. Thank y'all for y'all patience. We are at the Built Different Summit right now. There's a lot of amazing people that spoke before me. I want to say gratitude to y'all, man. Y'all got me fired up. This was really cool, just even being on this panel. So I really appreciate that, man. Shout out to Coach Key for allowing me to be up here. Shout out to Nick for being a host with the most, man. For real, you've been holding it down, Nick. So this is dope. Flipping this joint around right now. Hey. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I could not deal with that picture being backwards. I'm on screen. Okay, it should be right now, right?
yep, you're good.
Okay, cool. What's up, everybody? Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for taking the time out of y'all day to listen to me and what I got to say. You know what I mean? Definitely glad to be here. If you aren't aware, my name is DB Desmond. I go by Desi. You can call me DB though, right? I have a community called Digital Alchemy. I teach people how to build with AI. I teach people how to build software, how to build extensions, apps, really anything you could think of with AI. I teach people how to build it, how to monetize, and how to get to what it is that they want to make. You know what I mean? So today we're going to be talking about content and visibility. Short background on me. Like I said, I build learning spaces, creative systems, practical ways for people to turn what they already have into something useful with AI, right? So I want to say Digital Alchemy, I've been doing that since January. I've been doing a lot of networking in the city of Chicago. I'm from Maywood, right outside Chicago. So I've been doing a lot of networking lately. I'm part of the Dev Color community, which is a community of Black software engineers and technologists across the country. So they're really big. I'm also with the AI Collective, you know what I mean? And I'm also with Chicago Startup Events. They just did my founder profile too. So had the opportunity to network a lot based off of what I did online. But doing that, I realized that AI was never really supposed to replace what makes you good at your job, right? It was really just supposed to get all of the stuff out the way that is kind of blocking you from getting to whatever it is you got to create value with, right? And that's what we're here to talk about, content and visibility. So I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see this. Give me 1 second. Make sure this is right. Cool. Oh, yeah, I could do that like that. It's perfect. Over here. Should I share this so y'all can see? Close this out. There we go. There we go. All right. Can you guys see my screen? You can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can.
Nice. Okay, cool. Bet. Thank you. Okay, cool. So let me get into this, right? Make the invisible visible, right? Content and visibility. One of the things that I do a lot with AI is turning messy information, random data that could be all over, scattered all over the place, turning it into something useful, something that can be visible, something that can attract visibility and awareness to your business, your brand, and what it is you have to offer, right? So that is what we're going to talk about today. I want to make sure I don't need to see myself. I'm good. I see myself in this little box. So yeah, that's what we're going to make sure that we get to today. So make sure I'm on here. You don't need more information, right? I want you to understand that. You don't need more tutorials. You don't need more courses. You don't need more lessons. You don't need more info. You need a way to kind of get through to what it is that you already have that makes you you, right? Because like they said earlier, everybody's business is different. Rone told us everybody's bottleneck for their business is different, right? And there's a reason for that, because we're all not the same. We're unique as individuals, as humans, as creators, as entrepreneurs. We are unique. We have similar problems, but we're unique, right? So what you need to use AI to do is clear out all of the noise, right? All of the noise, all of the distractions, all of the piece of information and things that you think about that aren't really relevant to you getting to that answer, or to you getting to a true value proposition with your business, or to you creating that true piece of content that's going to bring the right attention to your business, right? So what you could do that with is stuff that's already out there, right? Like great pieces of content about marketing, transcripts from calls that you've been in, saved links, voice notes, ideas. These are going to kind of be all your things that you kind of put together, right? And you parse through and you go through to kind of look for that diamond in the rough, right? So that I really love doing that with data and with information with AI. I really love doing that. And one thing I know we all have done, I'm gonna ask you guys right now, please be honest. How many of you guys have like saved something, bookmarked something, made a link, took a picture, screenshot of something, and then never went back to it? You know what I mean? I know I got about like 10,000 screenshots in my phone. I ain't even gonna lie. I got a lot. How many of y'all got screenshots of y'all phone, bookmarks y'all ain't open, links you know you got to go back to, right? It's a lot of information out there, right? We have it. We got the meeting notes. We have the videos, right? We have all of these things and these ideas that we committed to, right? And then we kind of let them disappear because we don't have what in place. What did Nick say earlier? A system, right? It always links back to systems. So systems is definitely probably the word of the day for this summit. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm gonna be talking about here too, systems, right? So the problem is that signal is buried inside the pile, right? Exactly. I'm looking at the comments. Hold on, my bad. Yep, I have a ton going after it right now. Everyone should be in the comments. Rashana, I see you. Yep, I see y'all commenting. Right, exactly. So, that being said, right? 3 jobs, 1 outcome. Let me make sure I didn't skip a slide. Hold on. Okay, cool. 3 jobs, 1 outcome, right? The problem is that the signal is inside of this pile of information. If you can't see it, you can't build from it. You can't get inspired by it, right? You can't teach it. You can't sell it. You can't make money off it. You can't monetize it, right? Because it's locked inside of this system, in this mess that you got to kind of go through and get it up out of there, right? So when we use AI well, it's like it's like a shovel or something. It's like parsing through documents. It's like a crawler. You know what I mean? It helps us dig through all this stuff without losing the part of us that really makes us us, right? And then you can even learn more from yourself once you look at this data and read it. You'll be like, wow, I didn't even know that I said that word that much. Or wow, I didn't even know that I saved this link 4 or 5 months ago. I could have used this last week, right? Things like that are the type of systems you kind of want to put in place, right? So it comes down to 3 jobs: content, visualization, and visibility, right? Content that tells the story, that lays out the plan, that gives us the scenario, the issue, the problem, the dilemma, circumstance, whatever it may be, right? You could take this in so many different ways, as if you were, writing a book, or if you had a very important call with one of your business clients and you wanted to get everything out of that call, right? You would need the transcript. You would need that first initial piece of content. And we already kind of have a lot of this. It's in your emails, it's in your text messages, it's in your screenshots, it's in your bookmarks, right? All of these things tell a story about you and what your intent was, right? When you bookmarked it and when you saved it, or where you're going based on all your data. Visualization, that's the part that helps us get the mess out the way, right? Once we visualize it, we can be like, oh, I don't need that. I don't need to know that I was bookmarking all of these shopping links for all of these old shoes that I wanted to buy. That's old information. That's the old me. You know what I mean? We could get that out of here. Let's get to, oh man, I forgot I bookmarked that fellowship foundation. I forgot I bookmarked that grant that I wanted to apply for. You know what I mean? So all of that is what you kind of want to get back to, right? And you want to create a system that helps you find that content, right? And visualize it so you can analyze patterns underneath it. And you could take this to a larger scale, even for enterprise companies, small, medium, large size businesses, right? Visualizing all of these different patterns and things that go on within data sets, right? Because that's basically what it is. Content is data, right? It's like hand in hand. You know what I mean? So visibility is where we get into the part of, hey, we need to get this out to the right people. Once we visualize this data, we're going to be able to say, hey, I know that people who like football are going to be interested in the information I have about all the upcoming games, right? Or I know they're going to be interested in this. So I know I can target these people by looking at this specific piece of information I already had, and I can monetize it and get it out to a certain demographic, right? Who's going to think that this information is valuable? Not even the information itself, the visualization of it, right? When I visualize this with AI, whether it be a graph or something interactive, right? How is that visualization going to help? How much is it going to help? Do they need to see it in a graph, or do they need to see it in a chart? You know what I mean? Or would it be better served as explainer, infographic video, through a tool like Notebook LM? Or would it be better explained if I was explaining it to them? However you figure out, like, okay, this visualization works for this demographic of people with this subset of data, then you're figuring out, okay, cool. I know I could just go in here and take my meeting calls from when I got my meetings with my clients, run them through my system. They gonna visualize all the best content ideas for me to make for my clients, and I could get it out to my clients, right? Visibility, we right out the door. I don't have to really, I created kind of a system to help me go through that data. I'm still listening. I'm still taking notes. I'm still active on the call, but I have a system that understands how my client talks. It understands how I talk, and it looks for the nuances in between, the things we probably didn't say, the things we did say, and it combines those things together and gives me ideas after that, so I can be even more equipped to serve my clients, right? These are the type of things you can set up with systems, right? With systems in place with your content and with how you want to deliver it to people. That's very important, right? So I did something with this, right? I definitely did a lot of different experiments with this, right? So when I do want to clarify, like, I don't mean like just making more posts when I say, content and visibility, right? I mean more so kind of taking what you already know and turning it into something clear enough to where people can recognize the value that's already been there, right? It's like a diamond in the rough type of thing within yourself and your own documents and your own history. So you turn understanding into action, right? So I'm gonna show you guys a little demo of something I made. I'm gonna make sure it could be on the screen. So give me 1 second. Oh yeah, it's already its whole screen. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, cool. We good. So I did this with a project I had called Bookmark Universe, and I'm gonna show it to you guys. This is just something I made for me. This is something I definitely will productize, right? But I'm gonna show you guys how it works in a minute. But I stopped wanting to see an entire pile of links and things like that, and I was like, wait, hold on. I've been bookmarking things online since. Let me check my thing right here. Hold on. So I keep hearing stuff. But yeah, I've been bookmarking things online since 2013. That's 13 years of me bookmarking stuff online, right? Bookmarking whatever. So I realized, I was like, dang, I got a lot of bookmarks. So what I did was I exported my bookmarks. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Cool, y'all. Turn my video back on. There we go. Apologize for that. My mom had to leave out. But I turned my bookmarks, my year's worth of bookmarks, I visualized that with AI, right? I exported my bookmarks. I ran it through an AI system that I created, and I visualized my bookmarks with an interactive site. Okay. And I'm gonna show you guys what that looks like. Okay. Same shift can happen with any type of content you're thinking of. Anything you think you got that you want to visualize, right? You can do it. So I'm not gonna give y'all tab anxiety. Pull this window up here. All right. I'm gonna show you guys this. So this is over 13 years of bookmarks from Desi, right? And I just used something in AI, some 3D visualization, right? I turned it into a story, and I turned it into like a 3D interactive timeline, right? Now, this is really cool for me, but just use this to like push your brain on how you could visualize things and where you could take it for a client or a business or anything like that. You don't have to make exactly this, but you could definitely make something better than, if not the same, close to whatever the client may need. You could figure out, hey, I know I could visualize patterns and things like that. I practiced when I did it with my bookmarks. You know what I mean? And I know I could take all of your data and do something similar and give you and your employees and your company a better way to see what type of content you're actually making, so you guys can, or see how the content is actually affecting your business, right? You guys are just running stuff through a pipeline. Nobody's actually visualizing it or seeing it. You know what I mean? That could be something you offer. So this is really just me in 2013, a bunch of style and culture. 2014, 2020, still style and culture, everyday life, right? Crypto, Web3 took off 2021, 2022. I was real deep into crypto. AI took off 2023, right? 2024 back into crypto a little bit. And 2025, 2026, 800 bookmarks, all basically AI. It all took over, right? Here's another cool thing. I click on themes. It'll show me all the themes. It'll show me all the hours that I spent online most. Like, when did I bookmark the stuff most online, right? Timeline basically throughout all the years. And then each of these are clickable too. So if I zoom in on one of these large, like they're actually links. Like I could click on this and it'll take me to Google Fonts and whatnot, whatever I bookmarked, right? And then even a story, right? So this is good for the visualization, but there's things that my bookmarks say about me, right? 40% of them happen after dark, right? 45 of them is some of my own stuff. I had 83 in one day. So this is just an example, just to show you, the type of things that you could possibly build when you think about, oh, okay, I'm getting ready to visualize content. I'm getting ready to visualize content, take that visualization, figure out the people that need that visualization the most, who it would best serve, and I'm going to put it in front of them for a price, right? Not just for free, but you're going to put it in front of them with a monetization strategy behind it, with a financial strategy behind it, with a financial incentive behind it, with an incentive for them to sign up to your program, right? To sign up to your email list, to get connected to your ecosystem. So, hey, I could build more things like this, right? You know what I mean? I could build other things like this. I could teach you how to build things like this. Whatever your offer may be. You know what I mean? And here are just some of the things that you can make from just a transcript, right? Just like a basic call. Let's just say it's a business call. Obviously, you can get a product up out of that easy, right? You can get an offer, right? You can get a counter offer. So you could listen to the transcript and look for an offer to even excel the business relationship or take it further, right? That would be amazing. You can get an idea for a tool. Maybe you guys are talking about a process you guys don't even need to be talking about. Y'all talking about doing something that an AI tool can do, an easy one, right? Y'all be like, man, we got this problem. And you run it through AI with your system in place, and they can be like, hey, this is just something you could build, right? This is a free platform out there. I don't know if you know about this site, but it's free. It give you this amount of emails per month for free. So you could just use this instead of worrying about this issue. Things like that are going to optimize your performance. They're going to optimize your ability to last in this business. They're going to optimize the longevity of your business relationships, right? obviously a system, right? You could think of some type of framework or system from a call, something that repeatable that you can put in place to kind of manage an entire gamut of different things. A curriculum, of course, when you're teaching, we all know that. We're familiar with the school platform, teaching AI education, right? So curriculum is really big too, because it's not just courses, right? It was a reason I went for the word curriculum, because when you make more so curriculums, you can offer them to more institutional and enterprise partners, right? So we hear a lot of AI knowledge stuff. We got YouTube videos, summits, school communities, courses, live streams, you name it. YouTube shorts, Snapchats, boomerangs about AI, like every different piece of content you could think of, we've probably watched or consumed it relating to our niche or industry, right? Especially when it's like AI entrepreneurship. So you could take some of that content, formulate it to speak how you speak with your brand voice, right? And your brand guidelines, formulate it to have more of you in it, right? And build it out into a full curriculum, right? And this curriculum is something you could use as a leveraging piece when you want to go and get relationships with like industry partners and institutional partners. And you want to go to, let's just say you're like Maywood, right? You want to go to the village of Maywood, the chambers, and say, hey, I have a curriculum I want to offer for the community, right? I want to teach this whole curriculum to people of this community about AI or about whatever it is your niche is, right? You could do that too with the same system. And obviously, you can't forget about lead magnets. Lead magnets, number one key to get people into your funnel, get people to see you, right? People click on lead magnets all day long. People will throw their email down a hole and not even look back for a lead magnet. You know what I'm saying? You got a nice lead magnet out there, I'll throw you my email and my phone number in a heartbeat. Take it. Give me my lead magnet, right? It's free. Send it to me. You got my email. I'm on your email list. Now the funnel can kick off. Now the campaigns kick off and the email automations and you know what I mean, the follow-ups and all of that can kick off. Now you got somebody else added to your mailing list. So you didn't make the initial content though. So remember that, right? You already kind of have it. We're not making new content. We're taking pre-existing calls or a future call you got coming up or something you already got going on, and you're using that to go ahead and leverage and take you somewhere else to where you are. I do this all the time. I've made some of my best products like this. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? Visibility is design, right? It's not luck. It's not make more posts. It's not just post randomly. It's deliberate. It's strategic. It's like, who really needs to see me, right? Everybody don't need to see me. I don't need to be going to market to a bunch of guys that don't like AI. Like, I'm just talking to a brick wall, right? Why am I over here marketing to the anti-AI crowd? You know what I mean? Unless I want to have some type of conversation or debate, make a debate series. You know what I mean? But besides that, when it comes to like business leads, I wouldn't market that way because I use AI heavily and I'm very proud of it, right? So I wouldn't market in a direction that doesn't serve who I am or the people I want my brand to speak to, right? Where do these people even look? Are these people even looking in the places that I'm at, right? Why am I hanging out here if I don't want to hang out with these people? It's the same thing with energy and relationships and how you cultivate them in person. If you're not a drinker or alcoholic, why would you be hanging out at the bar every day? You know what I mean? You're going to meet a bunch of drunks hanging out at the bar, right? If you hang out and put your content in better places and better scenarios and you format it better, even when it comes to the type of platforms you subscribe to, right? Like if we wanted to talk about Facebook and TikTok versus LinkedIn and Twitter, it's a different bag. You know what I mean? LinkedIn got a lot of mess and garbage on it too, right? People are just regurgitating a lot of spammy entrepreneurial posts. X got a lot of garbage on it too. All platforms got a lot of garbage on it. But when it comes to like the type of content that people are looking for and the way you got to speak to people on these platforms is different, right? So if I got to speak to people in a more professional or technical tone on X and LinkedIn, I can expect to attract some people that probably want some more professional or technical services, right? Or some more complex builds, or maybe some more thought out help. They probably just don't want to join a school community. They probably do, but they probably gonna want more than that. You know what I mean? They'll probably join your school and then get right on the call with you afterwards. Like, okay, I'm in the school now. What? Like, when we gonna get to? You know what I mean? Like, it's different. Different things you offer different people, right? In different ways you want to speak based on different platforms, right? I'll give you an example. I have a skill that's throughout my Claude and my Codex, all on my computer, right? For all my agents. It's one skill. It's just called social media post writer. It writes social media posts for every single platform at once, no matter what I'm talking about. All I got to do is drop a screenshot in there or say, hey, the weather is 85 degrees today, in a social media post writer. And it'll write it in my brand voice, in my style, in my voice for all different platforms. It'll match the character count that each platform is designated to have, right? Because each platform got different character counts. You know what I mean? Different amounts of words that you could type in on a post before they say, hey, that's too much. And then it'll also write it in a different tone based on the platform it's going to. So LinkedIn is going to be a little bit more professional. TikTok's going to be a little bit more shorter and laid back and a little bit more funny. School is going to be a little bit more, hey, here's the game, y'all. Here's what's really going on. Here's what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So it writes all of them at once. And that's just something, example of like a small content system that I have in place, right? That it'll write posts for literally anything I say at the moment. I just copy and paste them over and boom, that's my post, right? I can edit it from there or just take the post how it is. So you guys can all have that set up for you and your brand voice. I feel like everybody should have that skill because I feel like we probably do want to post the same thing to all platforms at once. And you might not have it all the way automated the whole time. So you could just boom, there's all your captions all at once, right? So I feel like that's really useful, right? Fits the idea, format. You can't talk to certain people like you can't talk to everybody the same, right? You can't speak to everyone the same. You can't convey the same message the same way consistently to different groups of people and expect it to get across the same, right? You could be consistent in your messaging and your intention and your input, but when you put yourself in different places, different opportunities for visibility, you want to go ahead and acquiesce to that opportunity. So for example, if I am looking specifically to target people on TikTok, I'm not finna come over there and hit them over the head with all of that C-series, YC, VC startup talk. You know what I mean? I'm not finna even try to do none of that. I'm gonna get more into like, okay, look, here it is right here. What y'all want to know? Here's the info. Boom. You know what I mean? I'm just get straight to it on TikTok. Probably throw a little joke in there. Keep it short. You know, and that's really it, right? That's when it comes to formatting and making sure you format your idea appropriately for where you putting it, right? And then after that, action. Action is really, really important too. You got to make sure that they do that final CTA. You know what I mean? What comes next after the visibility for you, for the customer? You know what I mean? Like, how are you designing this process? What is really the goal at the end? Is it a sale? Is it a sign up? Is it a meeting? Is it them booking a call? Because all of these goals have different steps that you want to proceed them with so the goal can be completed to its full efficiency. So you don't have people buying stuff and they feeling like they should have got a call. You don't have people getting a call and they feeling like, oh dang, they feeling like, oh dang, I didn't pay him, or you know what I mean? Like you, because if they feel like that, you're probably right. You probably should have got paid. You know what I mean? So maybe you do need to set up your funnel or your strategy for how you're putting your content out, your strategy a little bit better. So if people are feeling like you should get paid, maybe you are giving a little bit too much up. Maybe you should put some type of payment gate on whatever action it is at the end of that, right? So this is basically like what I want you guys to understand with content and visibility. Not every idea needs to be everywhere either, right? The goal isn't to be everywhere. It's to make like the right thing visible in the right place at the right time. You know, it's kind of like a perfect storm thing. You feel me? I started going live a lot on TikTok. If you guys know me from TikTok, you can see in the last few weeks I haven't been live that much on TikTok. I haven't been live that much in the last few months, actually, on TikTok. You know what I mean? It's been sporadic, but I used to go live on TikTok just about every day, every other day, right? That was my bread and butter, right? But now I'm doing a lot more networking. I'm going to a lot more events, right? I'm utilizing a lot more of my time going to these events downtown, networking and meeting people, and it just doesn't make sense for me to fit it in as much as I did with TikTok and going live, right? So now I'm finding value in other places, right? I'm like, okay, cool. Now I'm here. I was there going live on TikTok, and there were certain opportunities that I got because I was there at the right time, saying the right thing. And in some cases, I still am. But now, kind of transitioning and going to these in-person events, networking, being around for Chicago Tech Week, being around in the Chicago ecosystem for tech and entrepreneurship and VC investing and all of that. And now I feel like I'm doing the same thing, just in a different way. You know what I mean? So you got your formula like that you should figure out too. It may not be going live on TikTok. It may not be going outside to all these tech events, right? It may be a mixture of both, right? It may be something else completely different that you got to take the time to figure out. And having AI go through your bookmarks or go through your notes or go through your text messages or your like if you just got like like you've been brain dumping a lot, just you just been doing voice messages in the AI. You got like notes in there that got like a lot of context about you. Having AI go through all of that can help you get to what that thing is way faster. You know what I mean? It can help you figure it out either by design or by just, okay, look, bro, you done said about 80 times you want to go to events downtown in Chicago. You ain't went to one yet. What's going on? Why you not taking action, right? AI will talk to you like that. Like Claude talks to me like that. You know what I mean? They'll ask you, like, if you put that pressure on yourself, they'll be like, why aren't you doing it then? You know what I mean? So I feel like that type of pressure and that type of realism only happens when you submit at least a little bit of yourself, right? A little bit, whether it be the transcripts or a brain dump. You need that to go ahead and start. You know what I mean? So the reason why this matters so much to me, like I said, networking has been so great for me, right? I wouldn't even be doing AI as much as I would have been doing it if I wasn't going on live with the people I was going on live with TikTok. Shout out to the OGs in the school community. They already know who they is, right? If I wasn't going live with them last year building prompt generators, I wouldn't be here doing the summit today. And in the same token, I wouldn't have been going to all of these events downtown and all these tech events. I wouldn't have probably would have took me a little bit longer to get out there. You know what I mean? But I started going to my first events back in October. So I'm not doing this alone. You know what I mean? I want to make that clear. Like, I'm not building in isolation. I'm not building alone. My community has grown to 74 members since January, right? So I'm very, very grateful. Very, very grateful for that. Chicago Tech Week was last week. And there was an event Friday hosted by the Dev Color community. You can look them up as DEV/color. They're a very large group of Black technologists and software developers and engineers, and they throw events like all over the country and stuff. But they sponsored my membership for me to join that community. I didn't even have to pay to be a member of their community. I don't have a background in tech. This is my background in tech. You know what I mean? This is it. You're looking at it, right? So just by networking and talking to people and being consistent, I've just been able to, kind of not acclimate, that's not the right word, kind of like align myself with some really, really intelligent and professional and amazing people just around in the city, just in tech, period. And just Black people in tech too. Like, that's just even better. You know what I mean? So I've been affiliated with Chicago startup events. Krista Rogers, she just did my founder profile. I spoke at the Detroit Black History Month Innovation Summit in February. I'll be throwing events at Fabric Chicago, and I'm a part of the Fabric Chicago community. And all of these things that I'm naming are all things that I just signed up for. Like, all of it. These are all things I literally just signed up for. I was like, you know what? I think I could do that. You know what I mean? I think I got a community. I do AI. I know tech. You know what I mean? Or whatever, right? Just having that little bit of like, realism with yourself, but also like that false sense of like a little bit of craziness. Like, yeah, I belong here, but like you do belong there. But like at the same time, I'm sitting around people making like 19-year-old hitting like 100,000 a month. You know what I mean? On his app, his startup. I'm with a lot of really, really like professional and advanced people that I never would see myself around. You know what I mean? So that being said, that can be your story too. And I feel like that's going to be a lot of y'all stories when it comes to how you guys took something from going online with it to being more like in person and networking and just meeting more people more and leading with that more. I feel like all of you guys are going to have opportunities just like that, if not better. You know what I mean?
And I want to kind of add something too, because Desi's really saying something super important right now to all of you guys. What is your visibility? What does visibility look like for you, and how intentional are you being in putting yourselves in those uncomfortable spaces? And people want the content and visibility part, and they're not actually doing the things. You're not putting your name on the sheets. You're not showing up in spaces that will help build your brand. So for you to have, a little bit of followers here, a little bit of followers here, but yet there is somebody out there that has 20,000+ followers and has zero community, that means that what you're doing, right, that ROI is making a huge impact because you're showing up in spaces that you don't know quite. I know AI, but do I know AI? And putting yourselves in those rooms. What rooms are you putting yourselves into, and how is it growing you? And so that's what I hear you saying, Desi, and I think that's super cool, because people are not putting themselves in rooms, and then they're wondering why they're stuck. They're wondering why they can't get to that next space. So what rooms are you, putting the app out there, right? I think Ferg even talked about, they have an AI competition at work, and that was one of the things that he was saying too, is how do I get into this next space?
Yeah, and it's gonna be different for like everyone, and that's like the beauty of it, because there's so many groups of like different people that like community is really like a thing. Like people are really building communities almost for like everything. And when you see like how much people put into community and put into, hey, I'm doing this with somebody, or hey, we're doing this together, or hey, we've been here for this long, like there's so many spots, like there's so many things. I went to an event last night. It was an open bar event at CoinFlow office and CoinFlow is like crypto stable coins, so that's basically like digital dollars, right? That's what they do. But they had a trading card event to celebrate people that want to trade trading cards. They had all these Pokemon cards and all type of stuff. And it just made me think like, wow, I'm in a tech office right now, having a drink in front of some Pokemon cards, talking to some dudes that got some startups somewhere. And it's just like, it's just really, really crazy how much of a like cross section of, like, you know what I mean? I could really be into trading cards, and I could like have leverage over everybody in the room right now. Like if I really was into trading cards, I could have the most leverage in the room right now and probably walk out of here with mad connections or mad like follow-ups that I gotta do, or you know what I mean? You never know. You know what I mean? It could be anything. It could be design, it could be crafting, it could be fitness, it could literally be anything. So put yourself in these rooms, even if it's a room, especially if it's a room that feel like, oh, this is just something personal. You know what I mean? Like if I like movies, I like doing movie reviews, so I'm gonna go to the movie review event, even something like that, and network there. You know what I mean? Let people know who you are there. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is what I do. I love movies, but I'm here kicking it. You know what I mean? Like even things like that, it could be like missed to see like, oh dang, you just went to you didn't go to a summit, you didn't go to a conference or something. You would never know like the type of connection that could be built in like a small, like intimate space like that, where people are just being people. You know what I mean? And people could just chill and talk to each other. And you never know, you might meet somebody that own a business that you've been waiting to do business, or they got the venue that you've been waiting to present at. You know, or you got somebody and that wants to connect with them. It's really beautiful. So please, please put yourself out there, not only online, but in person at these events. Luma is one. Luma is great for for events, right? Luma is great. LinkedIn has events on it. Black Men in Tech. If you look up BLK Men in Tech, that's a great organization. They throw events all over. They're having an event in Dallas in October called Thrive. That's gonna be great. There's a lot of communities that are bubbling and bubbling. They need people like the people that are watching this summit, the people that aren't watching this summit, the people in this summit. They need us there, right? They need us there because we're the people that are kind of like boots on the ground with the stuff, using it daily, right? And we've been using it daily for quite some time. A lot of us, even if you're a little bit new, I'm pretty sure you've been using it. You know a lot about AI if you're here. You know what I mean? Believe it or not, you know more than the average person. So that is so valuable just in just a small instance, especially in these non-tech rooms, in these non-business rooms. Like, definitely get out there, find a local AI collective in your town, find a local AI community in your specific city or area. There's gonna be one, right? Get on Luma, Luma. I think it's .com, Luma.com. They do events. All of the events are on Luma. Claude's events, OpenAI events, Google's events. All of the events be on Luma, especially the tech and the AI ones. And you could definitely find something near you to whereas you can meet some people that can definitely like inspire you on a whole nother level. You know what I mean? And really open doors for you. You know what I mean? Like really, really open some real doors for you. And then you could take these systems that you learn how to build here, you learn how to monetize here, all of the knowledge that we've offered today. These are the things that you can enact in person at these hackathons, at these events, right? You could be like, hey, look, I have a system actually that solves that problem because there's gonna be a lot of people there that are just very vocal with whatever issues they have. They not gonna care about who's talking about. It's gonna be a lot of people talking, so they'll be like, yeah, I'm going through this, or yeah, I'm having this issue, or I'm having this problem. You'll hear that all. I hear that all day. You know what I mean? People having issues or trying to figure out how to do something, right? And they're trying to figure something out. And that's where you could be like, hey, look, here's my system, right? I created this for this problem exactly. Here you go. You know what I mean? And that could be your foot in the door to get a new position somewhere, to get a new client, to become a consistent vendor of these services, whether it be for a business, a nonprofit, a venue, or even some individuals, right? Some small creators, some small teams. There's a lot of creators out here that hit these events up. You know what I mean? And it becomes your resume after a point, right? Like your networking. They say it's your net worth. Yeah, true, but it also just becomes your resume. Like, what are you doing, right? On the opposite side, the people who haven't seen you go live on TikTok are like, where is he? You know what I mean? So you want to take pictures and videos and get content when you go to these events and post it. You know what I mean? Post that stuff. Pictures of you, get a selfie, get a branded selfie, a selfie with you next to the logo, get a selfie with you next with somebody else, and then get set and get environment pictures, right? Get pictures of what the room looks like. All of that stuff is like resume gold for social media, SEO, and all of that. When it comes to people like clicking on your profile, I'll be like, oh man, you really out here doing stuff. I'm worried about him being on live. He over here at McDonald's headquarters. You know what I mean? Black man in tech event. He over here doing this, or she's over here doing that. Like, you want to make sure you do the opposite too and bring it back to online. You know what I mean? So they can understand the journey too. You feel me? Because they're gonna be looking like, dang, let me go outside to these events. Maybe going live, or maybe popping up online. Maybe me signing in or going to the Twitter spaces ain't as cool no more. Maybe I need to go outside. You know what I mean? And start doing Twitter spaces in person. Like, you never know what you just being you and making these connections will do for somebody else. So always keep that signal out there. Always keep that beacon out there of activity of, hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm nurturing my business. I'm nurturing my family. I'm nurturing my health, right? Even if you're taking a break, make it look good, right? I'm taking a break. I'll be back. You know what I mean? Take a selfie. Tell them you'll be back. and you'll be back whenever you'll be back. You know what I mean? Just be like, take a picture of the sunset and tell them you'll be back. Like, make it look good. It's all a story. It's all part of your journey. You know what I mean? And your journey is really what hooks people into spending money with you and spending time with you, right? People don't really just get hooked like with, oh, dang, I can't connect to this person. No, they get hooked with people they can connect to, right? And people they can relate to. So always keep that in mind. You know what I mean? I'm gonna read some comments. I'm sorry. Yes, in this AI era, it seems creative and intentional. In-person experiences will be ideal, making a human experience high commodity. Exactly. Yes, that's a fact. That's a fact. Desmond, yes, I see you. Thank y'all so much, man. Digital Alchemy, DB. That is me on content and visibility. I hope I gave y'all some inspiration. I hope I gave y'all some new information. And yeah, make sure y'all level up today too. I know that.
I know I'm not necessarily sure where we're at on time. You want to stop sharing DB so I can see? Ferg, where we at on time?
We are right on time. We are doing great. Desmond, that was amazing. One word or 2 words from the day: systems and intentionality. Those are the 2 words that I'm seeing repetitively across every time someone is speaking. And if that doesn't tell you everything that you need to know, then you're missing the point of the day, right? Be intentional, set up systems, and you'll find success. And I love where you went with this, the opening the doors and getting in those rooms, because that's what you have to do. I was in the same boat a year and a half ago. I would have never gone live on a social media app. And then I started, and I've done all sorts of crazy since. So that's what you have to do. You have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Put yourself in those rooms that you don't feel like you should belong in. So,
DB, can you stop sharing?
Sorry, I'm having, yeah. But yeah, we are right on time. Everybody give it up for Desmond. That was excellent. And it's just on par with the whole day. Did you have something you wanted to jump into, Key?
I just wanted to ask DB1 if he can stop sharing. There we go. And then just saying, that was an amazing talk. I think a lot of people want all of the tools, right? That's kind of the conversation there. You want all of the tools, but you're actually not using them correctly. You don't know which ones you should be using right now. Where should you be going? How do I market? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that just really just don't know how to market to their audience. They don't even know who their actual audience is. And so when DB is talking about, going out to these tech conferences, what are you going out to the tech conferences for? What are you going out to the AI conferences for? And so being purposeful, being intentional about what it is that you need to learn and what skills you need to build. Because one of the things that he said was that really just kind of threw me for a loop. And I was like, man, I hadn't even thought about this just in general, is taking my own curriculum to either the school district or the county or, and these are the type of things that you learn in those environments, because this is what other people are doing. So for you to think that this is not a place for you is not going to be helpful. You need to think that all places are for me, and here is how I'm going to do things in these particular spaces, right? So if I was you, just even taking, your favorite, chat, Claude, Grok, or whoever it is that you like, and saying like, hey, I'm going to go out to this tech conference, and at this tech conference, here's my profession. What kind of questions am I asking for? What kind of connections am I looking to create at this time? I am looking to build my network this way. And if you don't know what to say, then prompt the AI to say, I don't really know what to say. What am I supposed to say when I get there? Because it's not enough anymore for you to walk around and act like you don't know how to ask questions. I mean, my mom always said a closed mouth don't get fat. That's what my mama said.
Mine too.
Look,
Right?
I'm gonna eat.
Mine too.
Right? And so if you hungry and you're saying I don't make enough money and you're saying that I'm not where I want to be and you're saying like I really need to get this done, I'm overwhelmed, I'm burnt out, all of the things, then guess what? If you're not doing anything intentional about it, you're going to continue being those things and you're going to stay exactly where you're at. And so what I love about this talk right now is, no, I'm not getting ready to give you another AI site to go get content and visibility because you already have it at your disposal and you're not using it right now like you're supposed to. Right? Like you can have something go out every single day. That doesn't mean that it's working. But guess what? Having something go out every day is better than having nothing at all. Even if it's wrong. So do it anyway.
Because you're going to learn from it. Or you can. You have the opportunity to learn from it.
Yep. You can always go check your analytics. What does that look like? Who's coming to your page? It will tell you. Your audience is X, Y, and Z. And it will tell you on every single platform. Okay, well, they really like these, but they don't like those. So that means that you take those analytics, you put that into the AI, and the AI is going to say, hey, here's the route that I think you should go. And if that doesn't work, you get a mentor. You find somebody that says, hey, you know marketing better than I do, right? Like I can do marketing. I can actually put my stuff out there. I don't have the bandwidth to sit here for an hour and a half to put a reel together. I just don't want to. I don't, it's not fun to me all the time. Now, when I get an idea, it takes me seconds, but when it feels like work, I don't want to do it. Exactly. Like how many of you guys are feeling that dread, right? Like some people are just natural. Oh, I'm just going to record in my car. Other people are just like, I feel stupid recording in my car. Like me, I be like, this feels so forced to be recorded in my car that I don't record in my car. Right? Like just sitting there talking to the screen, I be sitting there like, who am I? And I'm telling you to do it anyway, but right, it's just like,
I try just to keep talking until I like not even think that it's me talking and just to get it done and be like, okay, video's done. Let me. If I sit there and think about myself talking too much.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, well, me personally, I'm better at talking in person. This right here, this is what I'm good at.
Right.
But you get me, you sit me in a car and be like, go, Keisha, I'm gonna be sitting there looking at you like, I don't really know what to say. I don't know what to do. Like Alyssa just texted me right now and she was like, hey, send me that voice message that she told you guys that she was gonna make me do. And I was just, and it was easy because it was just a voice message. Now, had I had to do this and put it in front of my face, I'm telling you right now, it would have took me 10 tries. Yeah. It would have took me 10 whole tries. So, know who you are, but also put yourselves in situations where you can grow, where you can build, where you can, reach the sky, right?
Push
so
the
I don't like talking by myself, but guess what? I have now this whole 6 hours that we've been on here. I have this to then send to somebody and be like, hey, go chop that up for me. Right? Because this shows my actual personality. Me sitting in front of this camera is not going to show my personality. But if I put myself in spaces where I can naturally and intentionally be myself, I win. So,
period.
Mic drop. There you go.
And we're done. No, not really. We're not done yet.
You're like, nope, don't go anywhere.
Just kidding. Just kidding. We still got some time left. Still have a couple amazing talks left. So please stick with us. But get up for a minute. Wiggle, shake off the Skittles, shake off the candy corn, whatever you need to do. Get up for a minute, put your hump in your back and shake your rump, whatever you need to do. Get up for a minute. Come on. Everybody, if you're sitting down, stand up, do what you need to do. Shake it out, wiggle, shimmy, whatever. Shimmy to the front, shimmy to the back, forward to the left, forward to the right. Tip it on back, coming on back. You can do whatever line dance that you need to do. Exactly. Because, y'all, we got about an hour and a half left. And this hour and a half is going to finish strong. You're going to want to be here. You're going to want to be present in the mind, body, spirit, feet, whatever you need to be present in. You want to be here because we got one. Love it. That's what you need. You got the blood flowing. Okay. Perfect timing. Yes. Look, it's all know your why. Be intentional. Build systems. And dreams. Your dreams are going to come true. It's like a Disney movie, baby. So, our last pillar here is AI for revenue generation. So, before we get into that, before I turn it over to Barry, I want to ask everybody a question here. What was your story before AI? Why did you start? Why are you using it? What's the reason? Because the tool doesn't matter until you know the problem. So come on up, Barry. We're excited to have you, Barry Queen, this second. Take it over. It is all you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, awesome. Well, first of all, this has been an amazing summit. Unfortunately, I was interrupted by an emergency. So I'm in Toronto right now. I'm multitasking. I'm actually here for a wedding. And a family member of mine, while I was in the middle of the summit, passed out in front of me. So I had to jump off and and get in mode to make sure they were okay. Their blood sugar dropped. Listen, if you have any issues with like not eating, drinking water, make sure you stay hydrated. Please take care of yourself this summer and just overall, but they're good. So I'm back. So God is good. He's amazing. Life is good. It's a pleasure to be with you. Once again, my name is Barry Queen. For those that don't know me, I'm a financial advisor. I am a yoga teacher. I am a lover. I'm a protector. I'm a son. I'm everybody. All right. I'm a lot of things. And before we get started, I want to set the tone for what I'm going to talk to you about today, because I believe that you get not what you want, you get what you expect. And I can't see you guys. So I'm struggling because we're not together and I can't look you in the face. So I don't know if I'm in your ear right now and you're driving and you're kind of multitasking. I don't know if your kid is getting on your nerves while you're on this video with me and you're kind of trying to figure out how to pay attention to me while also doing something. I don't know if you're looking at your boss right now and you're like, I really don't like you. And I'm trying to figure out how to work myself out of this job. So I'm on this AI summit because I'm trying to figure out how I can make some money so that I can just quit on you. And I might not give you 2 weeks notice if you keep playing with me, right? I don't know where you're at right now, but I want you to know for the next 45 minutes roughly, I want to talk to you like you're my family. All right. I'm going to talk to you. We cousins. Okay. You're my auntie. You're my uncle. You're my cousin. We're going to sit down and we're going to have a conversation. And I'm going to have a conversation with you that is going to speak to your head and your heart. Now, when you think about AI, what's interesting is I believe most people think about technology. They think about details. They get into their engineering, systems oriented type of thinking, and I think there's something to be said for that. But I'm going to challenge you in this discussion to not just think about software, which you think about companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, you think about ChatGPT, think all about all these great softwares that are being developed that can absolutely transform your life. But I actually want to talk about the relationship between hardware and software. Okay. Give you a good example of that. So the other day, I'm having a conversation with a client. So just give you some background. I run a financial planning and investment management practice. I've been in this industry for 17 years. I started my practice straight out of college, so I know I look like I could be some of you guys' sons. But I've been in this thing for a minute. I've worked my butt off. There was a time where I had hair. It's gone now because I was stressed out, right? Trying to figure out how to get clients, make money. But now God has been so faithful, right? Because being consistent is a huge part of being successful, that I have clients all over the country and I manage money for people. I give people advice around tax planning and a lot of other subjects, right? But today, what I want to talk to you about is I had a conversation with someone earlier this week. So we're talking about where should they be investing their money. So we're talking about the stock market. We're talking about the private market, things like private equity, venture capital, all these things. So AI comes up. And this is a great analogy for our discussion. So what ends up happening is they mentioned to me that there's a huge lawsuit right now between Apple and Anthropic. And after doing a little bit of due diligence, what I actually found out is that one of the biggest things fueling this is that a lot of these companies are creating incredible software. Okay. But the problem is there's a barrier to entry to monetize that software because companies like Apple own the hardware. So you still have to pay a toll at the end of the day to an Apple if you create these great systems that can be utilized. And what Anthropic started doing is poaching people from Apple that understood the product side. Because what they were trying to do is create a product that could cut out company like Apple so that you and I could utilize this software with a company that also owned the hardware, right? Now, you might say, well, what relevance does that have to do with this discussion? The relevance is this. When it comes to thinking about using AI, what I'm going to talk to you about today is that you can have the greatest software in the world. But the question is, who's controlling the software and how are you processing the information? Okay. What is your operating system? Okay. If I gave Michael Jordan a basketball and I gave Jordan Michael basketball, they would do different things with that ball, right? Right? Because they have two different types of mentalities, two different skill sets, and they also think very differently about the decision making process. So, what I want to kind of talk to you about is the fact that, yes, AI is amazing, it's incredible. Yes, it could probably give you back your time, it will give you back your time. Yes, it can help you make more money than you've ever imagined making very quickly and very easily. Yes, it can answer all your questions per se. But the question is, do you have a level of self-awareness around how you're engaging with it and how it's influencing your decision making? And when we get into the wealth discussion, particularly for you business owners, how many business owners do we have in the room? If you can raise your hand, I think everyone is a business owner, right? Business owner in the room, you business owner. How long have you been in business? Put in the chat how long you've been in business. How many years have you been in business on average? So I'm 17 years uh, in business, 13 years. Awesome. 1 year. Okay. 6. Yes. How many times have you quit? Who's quit Who's quit over 20 times? Who's quit, right? Who's had that conversation with God? Look, God, listen, I don't know if I can do this no more, right? You told me to do it. I listened. I did what you told me to do. And I'm walking around here. I got this big title and I'm broke. I got all this, I got all this responsibility, right? Because the thing is, when you run a business the wrong way, you take on all the pressure and all the responsibility, right? And you make little money, right? So you take on all this responsibility and you're carrying all this stress and all your employees getting paid. And you all you got to say to show for it is invoices, stress, maybe a bad relationship. I've been there, right? Ruin your relationships because you're overwhelmed, right? All of that, right? So we're gonna talk. No, don't do. Someone said I'm about to quit. Let's not do that. So before we get started, I'm gonna show you my presentation. As you can tell, I'm a little different. I'm not a traditional speaker. Okay. If I was with you, I'd probably walk up to one of you and hug you right now, but I can't. All right. So this is what I want you to do now. Now I'm about to change hats on you. I want to invite you to go through a process to be present right now. I don't know where you are right now emotionally. Now, you may be here physically, you may be listening to me, but I don't know where you are emotionally. So, what I want you to do is trust me for 30 seconds. I want you to close your eyes. Okay, close your eyes. And I want you to take a deep inhale through your nose and a big exhale out of your mouth. Inhale again through your nose and exhale out of your mouth. Now continue to breathe at a pace that you're comfortable with. Inhaling slowly through your nose and exhaling out of your mouth. Now, as you continue to keep your eyes closed and you're breathing, I want you to ask yourself in this moment, how do I feel right now? Inhaling through your nose and exhaling out of your mouth. Are you stressed? Are you worried? Are you excited? Are you frustrated? Whatever it is, no judgment. I just want you to take inventory of how you feel right now. Continue to breathe. Now, with the next inhale, I want you to ask yourself, what do you need right now? We all need something. What do you need right now? Do you need patience? Do you need resources? Do you need to extend grace to yourself or someone else? What do you need right now? Inhaling through your nose and exhaling out of your mouth. For some of you, this is not easy because most of you are either where you were or where you have to be. You're not here. You're not present. This is you checking the box. Being here is you checking the box. I don't want you to operate that way. I want you to be here. I want you to experience this moment that we will never get back. Be here right now. Continue to breathe. Inhaling and exhaling. Now, the last thing I want you to do as you take one final inhale through your nose and you exhale, I want you to ask yourself, what does success look like for you at the end of this summit? When this is over, how do you define success for yourself? Is just showing up success? Is listening to me success? Is implementing success? Is making a certain amount of money with the information success? Is following up with LaKeysha success? What does success look like for you? I need you to get specific in this moment. What does success look like for you? Continue to breathe. Inhale through your nose and exhale out of your mouth. Now open your eyes. I want you to type in the chat for some of you, how are you feeling right now? How are some of you feeling right now? Type in the chat. One word. If there's one or two words, just put it in the chat. How are you feeling? Just type in the chat. Peace. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love that word. Continue to type. Come on, show me something else. Excited and scared. That's very honest. Very honest. Anybody else? Relaxed and worried. The duality of that, right? Relaxed and worried. So honest. I want you next to type in the chat, nervous and anxious, honest. What do you need right now? Right now, what do you need? What do you need right now? What do you need? What do you need right now? Freedom. Okay, you need freedom. Okay. Anybody else? Success. Okay. I need a minimum of $100,000. Okay, I love that. Very specific. I love the specificity. Okay, last question. What does success look like for you when this is over? What does success look like for you? Is just attending success? Get specific. What does success look like for you when this is over? Executed systems. I love that. Executed, implementing. I love that. Anybody else? Freedom and an automated system, financial freedom. Okay. Okay. Awesome. All right. So I'm gonna jump in. An AR of less than 30,000. Okay. I love that. All right. I'm gonna jump in because I want to add as much value. I know my time is limited. So as I'm about to share my screen with you to go through my presentation. But before we jump in this, I want to let you know something. We all have a story, all of us. And the story that we have is controlling how we show up in our lives, how we run our businesses, how we make decisions. The reason why I took you through these series of exercises, and even I was being funny and joking, is what's influencing your story is your state. Okay? Your state. What I mean by that is this: your nervous system, more specifically, is dictating your story. For example, if you're operating in fight or flight, if you're operating in survival mode, then guess what? Your story is going to be reinforced by your state. So everything you do and the way you look at your situation is going to be based on you operating from a place of survival. For example, you run a business and you're in a position where business isn't coming in, revenue isn't doing what it needs to do, you're struggling, maybe you're having some challenges, bills are due, you panic. Okay? You panic, now you're in a position where things become quite emotional for you. And when you're trying to make decisions, instead of being able to make rational choices, you're overwhelmed by the emotion and the pain that you feel from possibly not being able to make payroll. Have you been there before? I have. And now you're overwhelmed. And now you're responding. You're not being proactive about things. Now everything is about reacting. Okay. I love throughout this discussion, I've heard people consistently reference LaKeysha's systems, right? Because what systems do is they remove emotion from the equation because they systematize the decision-making process so that when you find yourself in a position where maybe emotions get really elevated, you don't have to rely on those emotions. Things become more systematized, things become automated. And quite frankly, that's probably some of the biggest reasons why we have people who have a lot of success in life because they built systems around the decision-making process, right? So I'm going to share my screen with you. Here we go. PowerPoint. Let's go. Let's jump into this. Okay, so it looks like I don't have permission. Let me see. Do I have permission to share? Can you see my screen, everyone?
Did you press share yet? Because I don't see it on here for you
I
to
did.
share.
Yeah, press share. Let's
Uh,
see. It's just the devil, everybody. Don't worry about it. Uh, con- let's see. Yeah, so share. Okay, hold on one second. Looks like there's some type of privacy setting here. I'm gonna fix this. Bear with me.
This is gonna be good. I already know it.
Oh, it's gonna be very good. I promise you that. If you knew what it took for me to get in front of you, you would know that I was sent to you. All
Exactly.
right, here we go. Uh, all right. So it looks like I am allowed to share, but it's not sharing. Let's see here. Let's go here. Now, just so you know, I could still do the presentation if I couldn't share, even if I had to. I prefer not to do that, but let's see.
yeah, you have access. Sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I can't share. Okay. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna fix this. Okay. Uh, wow. Okay. Well, I don't know why I can't share my screen. Uh, you can now share browser tabs. What is this? Yeah, there's some type of block where it's not allowing me to share.
It might be the hotel.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will just speak to you. All right. It's fine. I don't need to share it. So going back. So your nervous system is dictating your story. Now, the question becomes, how do you create enough awareness around the emotional states that you're in at any given time when you're making decisions? Okay. First thing is, every person in that it's in this room, in my work over the last 17 years, what I found is that there are personality types. Okay. So when you think about AI, a lot of times what you think is, if I go into Claude or if I go into Chat GPT and I say, build me this or help me do this, that it's a neutral output being provided to you. It's a neutral thought being given to you. What I would argue is that there are some biases. If not, I wouldn't argue it. I believe there's inherently biases that are going into the decision making process whenever you're prompting AI. Okay. Confirmation bias, recency bias, these are different things that exist in us where the AI just reinforces whatever we think or whatever we believe. Have you ever interacted with AI and it gave you an output and then you said, that doesn't sound right? And then it responded, you're right. No, it doesn't sound right, right? You ever do that, right? The next time you interact with AI, tell it to do something, tell it, and then it gives you an output and then say, but that doesn't sound right at all. And then see what it says, right? Because the AI is actually going to take you down the path you want to go down. Okay. So where I'm going with this, and this relates to wealth, is in my years of doing this work as a wealth advisor, I would sit down with people from all different kinds of backgrounds: doctors, lawyers, entertainers, athletes, entrepreneurs, everyday hardworking people. And I started reaching a conclusion that there were about 6 money personality types. Okay. 6. Now, I got this because I would have about 20 to 25 meetings a week. Now I probably have about 15, but I had about 20 to 25 meetings a week for about 15 years straight. Okay. So I've had thousands of meetings. I've heard every problem. I've sat with everyone. I would sit with people who are entrepreneurs and very successful, but not happy. I would sit with people who had very successful businesses, but eventually everything imploded, not because they didn't have good systems, but because they didn't know how to set boundaries. And so people took advantage of them. They hired the wrong people. They didn't know how to fire people, right? These are different issues. I've worked with people who have money, but they have no peace to go with the money because they have a scarcity mentality. Okay. So even though there's more money, there's more revenue, there's actually less peace. Okay. So where I'm going with this is there were 6 money personality types that I discovered. And I want to go through the 6 because I think that when in the age of AI, I think you need to have, as an owner, as an operator, as an individual, when you're thinking about wealth creation, you need to have awareness around where you possibly could fall if you are one of these 6. Now, I am not here to uh, imply to you or to try to make it clear to you that you're one of these 6. You may agree or disagree. I actually have something you can take called the Money Personality Quiz on my website. I'll share that information where you can find out where you fall. But there are 6. So we have the protector, we have the nurturer, we have the avoider, we have the architect, we have the achiever, and we have the survivor. Okay, these are the 6. Now, I want you to type in the chat if for you money means safety. When you think of, if there was one word that you would use to describe what money means to you, it's safety. Okay. If money means for you, when you think about money, if you think about who you can help, the people you love, what you can do for them, okay, how you can take care of people, how you can create for people that you love, things you can do, the impact you can make. I want you to put love, okay? If for you, the idea of thinking about money is completely overwhelming, and in fact, being anxious is a very common thing that you feel or you think about when you think about money, it's just overwhelming for you. Even right now, it took a certain amount of effort for you to do this. And actually, when you think about AI, you have a love-hate relationship with it. There's a part of you that loves the idea of AI because it can remove some of the decision making off of your hands. So you don't have to be so overwhelmed and it can just tell you what to do. But there's another part of you that's overwhelmed because you have to actually know what to do with AI. Okay? If that comes to mind, I want you to say heavy or energy or overwhelming or anxious. Type that in the chat. For some of you, when you think about money, money is just a means to an end. It's not overwhelming for you. You're not emotional. You're actually a planner. You're strategic. You think about money as an engineer almost. You make decisions, you plan, you execute. You're a strategy person. You're the person in the relationship that has a plan for the plan for the plan, right? You're thinking strategically about everything. Okay. That might be you. You could also be someone that has been through so much as it relates to money that, quite frankly, engaging with it at this stage in the game takes so much energy. Most people would never even imagine. Like LaKeysha, you were talking about having 6 children, right? At a very young age, going through all the challenges that came with that, and then getting back on your feet, building that business, getting to a point where you became a millionaire at 40 years old, right? I would categorize LaKeysha, I'm not saying primarily, but I would say LaKeysha has the characteristics or the traits of what we call a survivor. Okay. So the survivor is someone who has been through everything and they are a lion in a cage, but eventually they get out the cage because they're so strong and they're so absolutely tenacious that once they discover the door of the cage is open, you better watch out. Okay. So there are some people who've been through so much and there's a woe is me mentality that they have. But the problem is they don't recognize that because they've been through so much, they're a superhero. And in fact, they're probably more qualified than anybody to handle whatever's coming in front of them. Okay. And as it relates to money, how this becomes an issue is when you sit down, when I've sat down with people and we start talking about AI and they tell me, oh, I'm using Claude, I'm using chat, I'm using all these things, I built out these systems, I built out this technology, I'm doing all this stuff. The question that I always have for them is, which one of those personalities was engaging with the technology at any given time? Was it the nurturer in you? Was it the survivor in you? Was it the protector in you? Was it the architect in you? How are you managing that? How are you managing that over time? Okay. Because for some of you, you're going to sit through this conference and you're not going to do anything. And it's not because you don't have the desire to do anything. You're not going to do anything for a few reasons. You're not going to do anything because you're going to be overwhelmed by the information and it becomes paralysis of analysis. And you've conditioned yourself that when you get to a certain point where you feel uncomfortable, you just don't do anything. For some of you, you're going to be motivated because you're an achiever. So to hear that LaKeysha became a millionaire by 40 will motivate you because you'll say, well, I can at least do it by the time I'm 40, or I'll do it sooner because you're very competitive. For some of you, you might be like, this guy, Barry, was not prepared. His slides didn't work. How did he become a speaker? No, I'm good. I could do it. And you'll be motivated just by the dysfunction of this discussion, right? So we have different personalities, right? The key is this. There's a decision, in my opinion, that most of us have already made about what we're going to do or what we're not going to do. Okay. Now, what I'm here to kind of help you with, because you've had so many people talk to you today about systems and operations and all this stuff. I don't want to overwhelm you with that. I actually want to talk to you about something very simple, which is this. In this era of AI, you will not need someone to manage your money probably in the next 3 to 5 years. This is coming from a financial advisor, probably sooner. You will not need someone to manage your money. In fact, you're probably within about a year or two going to be able to connect your bank accounts to a platform and say, I want you to I want you to create a budget for me. This is how much I want to spend on this, that. I also want you to take 10 to 20% of my income. I want you to put it in an investment portfolio. This is my risk tolerance. This is my time horizon. These are my goals. And it will automate that for you. I can assure you that that is coming. Okay. So the whole, I need a financial advisor, it's going to be I'll describe to you what I think you're actually going to need. Okay. But I want to bring this to your attention. Okay. You want the traditional financial advisor investment thing, that's changing. That's going to be very, very different. And I would argue most firms, I own my own firm, so I'm a little bit different, but most firms are not prepared. They're very behind. They're not prepared for what's coming. Okay. The second thing I want to tell you is that you will be able to make money at a level that you've never even imagined because of AI. You actually, even right now, can become an expert overnight. Overnight, generally speaking, you can be because you have access to a spaceship that can get you anywhere, okay? If you know how to use it properly. The final thing I'll tell you, and this, you probably won't believe me, and this is very controversial. I don't think if any of you are living in 5 to 10 years, and I speak life over everyone that's on this chat, so you will be, I don't think you'll have to worry about your retirement. And I'm going to tell you why. I believe, and I've seen it because I have a lot of work that I do in the private market. So I work in a lot in the venture capital and the private market space, that AI is becoming so efficient and it is growing at such a high threshold that businesses will have so much more margin and will be so much more efficient that you're going to be able to get products and services at a much cheaper price than you are today. You're going to be able to do things that you couldn't even imagine doing in the past very easily. Everything is going to be very different. Okay. So my question to you is, if money was not something you worried about anymore, who would you be? What would you do? How would you operate? If the issue of money was solved, if the money challenge, the money problem was solved, who would you be then? What would you think about? What would you focus on? Who would you surround yourself with? What would you do? Now, the funny thing is, some of you might think I'm blowing smoke when I say I don't think you're going to have to worry about money in 5 to 10 years, because it seems almost unfathomable, right? It's particularly today. And I mean, I don't have time to get too much into it, but there's a lot of data that supports what I'm saying. And there's a lot of very intelligent people that are already really talking about it. CEO of Google, Larry Ellison. I mean, all these people who understand AI at a very high level are talking about the efficiencies and the margin that's going to be created. And my fear of what's coming is that most people have not looked in enough to really sit with themselves and answer this question. After you solve the problem of money, what makes you happy? What makes you happy? Because most people operate from a place of survival. You're not even listening. Some of you are not even listening to me right now. You're somewhere else because you got something you got to do, or if you don't do this, then this happens, right? And the challenge with that is, for some of us, once we don't have anything to worry about when it comes to what dominates our thoughts, what runs our nervous system, and we have to be present, for some of us, that's very scary. Very, very scary. Because what happens is, and I talked about this the other day on my social media, there's a gentleman by the name of Dr. Joe Dispenza that does a lot of work around the nervous system, the mind, the body. And he wrote an incredible book called Becoming Supernatural. It's one of my favorite books. In that book, he talks about how we can become addicted to negative emotions. Addicted. Now, the reason why is because there's a chemical response that we receive. So you might find somebody that's always anxious, or always excited, or always happy, or always angry. Yeah, you know somebody like that? No matter what's going on in their life, they always find a reason to be anxious or to be happy or excited. They get the $100,000, they get the new job, they get the promotion, they have the portfolio, but that didn't change anything. They thought it would change, but it didn't. And you might say, well, Barry, what the heck? This is so out of the box what you're talking to me about. It is, I know. Because guess what? I've sat down with people who have $50 million to their names and they're miserable. I've sat down with people who have multiple companies. Cash flow is good. They have operating systems. They have AI. They have all this stuff and they have no peace. I've sat down with people who have sat down with people like LaKeysha, paid her. She's provided great advice. They've sat through it. They've been given a plan, but they have no belief in the plan. They don't believe it. Because we all have an emotional home and we're always trying to figure out how to get home. We're always trying to figure out how to get home. Always. So whatever you actually inherently believe, that is where you will end up. I don't care what technology you have at your disposal. You will destroy from the inside out if you don't think that you deserve it. If you actually don't believe it, because the elevator always comes down to the level that you believe you should be on. Always. So the reason why I'm speaking to you from this angle is you already have access to a Swiss Army knife. And in fact, there's a great place you can go to right now. And there's any question you want to answer, you can get the answer to it. It's called google.com or youtube.com. If you have a question, if you want to learn how to do something, you can search it. We're in an era where if you want an answer, you get the answer, right? But the reason why people don't do things, it's not because they don't know what to do, right? It has nothing to do with that. I don't believe that it does, okay? Because some people might say, well, I get tired, I get exhausted. Barry, you're a financial advisor. I don't know how to invest my money. Can you give me advice? on what I should do with my money. Yes, I can give you advice. I sure can. But also, if you've never met me, there's so much information out there. You can learn about index funds. You can learn about stocks. You can learn about asset allocation. You can learn about all these things for free and never meet me. People like me add tremendous value when life becomes a little bit more complicated. When you've got multiple companies, you need someone like Rashana to come in because you've got some unique tax issues that you need to mitigate. We got multiple jurisdictions. We got all these things. That's when I come in. We're talking about these more sophisticated things, right? But to keep things simple, everyone that has access to these materials that's watching me right now, you can get any question you want answered at this, I mean, easily, okay? But again, I want to go back to that whole analogy I gave you between hardware and software. What's your operating system? Where are you at? Okay. And that's why I went back to the state discussion because it's not about strategy. So I wrote a book, it's coming out shortly. It's called Your Money, Your Story. And the argument that I'm making in my book is that most people make the mistake when they're thinking about making financial decisions to start with a strategy. And the strategy does matter. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I believe that there are actually two steps that come before the strategy. The second step is your story. We all have a story. Every single one of us has a story. I believe, and this is based on the research that I've done around a subject like epigenetics, which talks about how trauma is stored in the body and can be transferred genetically, right? So some of us come from environments where our parents lived a certain way or didn't live a certain way, or we saw certain things, or maybe some conditioning in our environments, right? So epigenetics describes how that gets activated in our bodies. And so for some of us, we are anxious all the time, worried all the time. And we can't pinpoint why. And a lot of that can be explained by that. But then before we get into the story, the first thing I think we should start with is state. And that's why most of my discussion has been around state. And it's not traditional because most of you expected me to sit down with you and give you a strategy. And I'm not going to do that because guess what? You can get that very easily. I would be doing you a disservice. I'm actually going to give you what you really need. I'm going to give you what's hardest. The hardest thing to do is manage your state. The easiest thing to do is go on your computer and go look up information that you're not going to actually follow. You know how easy that is? To sit, you know how easy it is to tell your girlfriends or your husband that you went to a conference and you were there for 6 hours. You know how easy that is? But what did you do with the information? What did you do with it? Right? So my thing is I want to kind of rock you a little bit. I'm gonna talk. Like I said, we family, so I'm just kind of taking the gloves off because I can't see you, but I can feel you, and I want the best for everyone on this call because for me, I got in this line of work because I had a lot of trauma. Okay, so my father, I didn't know it, struggled with a lot of different things: alcoholism, drugs, mental health issue, many challenges. My mother loved me, but struggled with a lot of things. So I grew up in an environment that conditioned me to believe that certain things were. And it took a lot of work for me to recognize that they weren't. Okay. And so for me, the way that I show up for people today when it comes to money is my goal is to help people make peace with money. Okay. And making peace with money is not about having a certain amount of money in the bank. It's really not. It's beyond that. Okay. It's about really recognizing that money is just money. Money serves you. You don't serve it. Money serves you. It's an abundance. It's in abundance. You can get access to it whenever you want. There are systems. People like LaKeysha exist. Even people like me exist to help you build those systems. In fact, what I did, and I had a presentation that I would have went through this. This is all off the cuff, just so you know, because I know what I know, and it's very easy for me to talk about this. But I built something that I would love to roll out to everyone that's on this call to take you through a journey with me. So there's a 30-day challenge that I created. If you visit, and I'll put it in the chat, my site, you can learn more about it. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. This is for the Built Different community. specifically. And I'll tell you a little bit about the challenge. Hold on here. Hopefully this link works. Let's see. There we go. Nope. Yep, it works. There we go. Okay. So I built out a challenge for the community that, does that link work? Can everybody access that link? Is that working for you? Hopefully that works. Okay. No, that's not showing what I wanted to show. Hold on 1 second. That's not the right link. Give me 1 second. This link is not working. Sorry, that was the wrong link. Use this link, guys. This is the proper link. My apologies. This one works right here. Use this. So I built the challenge out, and I'm inviting 10 individuals to join this challenge. Okay. So I'm only going to open it up for 72 hours. That's it. If it's not for you, it's not for you. I'm going to describe the challenge to you in short. So over the next 30 days, I want to take 10 founders, do a journey. And the journey is to help you do a few things. The first thing is I'm going to help you utilize my framework to implement in your business in a way that's going to actually give you a series of different outputs. The first thing is I'm going to help you create some prompts for your AI that are in alignment with your money story. So all of us have a money story. I think we all have a money personality type. I'm going to work with you to find out what that is. Now, there's going to be some group discussions. There are going to be 2, okay, 1 hour each. We might go a little bit longer than the hour. There's also going to be some individual coaching. I'm going to spend 30 minutes. I might spend a little bit more with you because I really love this work that I do. There's also going to be a little bit of pre-work and a little bit of post-work involved, right? Now, there is a cost to this. Now, you might say, why is there a cost? There's a cost because guess what? In order to achieve results, in my experience, you have to make a sacrifice. Now, the way I've built the challenge is that you actually get a chance to get back what you set aside to make that sacrifice at the end. Okay. So you're not just doing it and then just making a payment to me and then you walk away. No, I'm going to give you an opportunity to actually get back what you set aside to do this challenge. Okay. You go on the site, you'll see all the details. Okay. 30 days. This is only for serious people. I don't want you to try this out. I want you to do it because you want to do it. It's not a sales presentation, okay? But I built this and I customized this for all of those who are attending. Again, you have until Monday evening. Very short, straightforward, okay? So feel free to visit the site, learn a little bit more about it. And I'm excited. I can tell you I'm very passionate about this work. I've changed a lot of people's lives. I am obsessed with changing people's relationship with money. I'm obsessed with it. There's a lot of work that I do right now in terms of storytelling. I have a book coming out shortly. I do a lot of interviews with people, all different kinds of people talking about money. And this work, this is the real work. This is the real work that I feel I was designed to do, uniquely designed to do. And yeah, I'm just very, 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 very excited about this kind of work. What I wanted to do while I have you, LaKeysha, how we doing on time? How we doing on time?
We're
You
good. I
are
think you have a
good.
few minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I
it's just me, and I'm not gonna keep these people long because I mean
okay.
it's been a long day.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I wanted to actually add as much value right now by doing a little bit of Q&A. Is there any serious questions that may have come up
I
for
know that
anybody?
I know that Ferg had some of the Fireside questions too. If you want
Okay.
to go through those and also pull from the audience, Ferg.
Yeah, yeah. because I don't want to talk at you. I want to talk with you. So I would prefer, if I have any time left, I would love to do a little bit of Q&A
All right.
or answer any questions that I can.
All right. So I got a couple questions just in
Sure.
general. And again, if you have questions specifically for Barry, please put them in the chat too, and we'll come back to those. But
Sure.
so most owners, I think, in this room love their craft, but they might avoid their pipeline. So how can AI change that game, and how can we get right first to be able to change the revenue game for their business?
I think there has to be a level of self-awareness around your strengths and your weaknesses, right? So why I talked about a lot about the story is, for some of us, for example, like, I'll give you, I had something that I did that cost me $400,000. Want to know about my $400,000 mistake? It almost ruined my life, almost lost everything I had.
Yeah.
I am a recovering accommodator.
Ooh.
Okay. So
Ooh.
I didn't realize that one of my weaknesses was accommodating people, pleasing people. And when you run a business and you have employees and you are an accommodator, that is a recipe for a disaster. Okay. So, to make a long story short, I bought a company. I executed a deal. It was a 7-figure deal. The guy basically 3 weeks later was like, listen, I want 3 times more than what we agreed to. We got in litigation. I then had employees from the company that I purchased working for me, and it became a nightmare because they basically tried to squeeze me. It was a whole nightmare. I didn't know what to do. It was very, very bad, right? Now, I ended up winning on the back end, but it still cost me about $400,000 and 2.5 years of stress, to say the least, right? Well, the thing is, in hindsight, first of all, if I had integrated, let's just say, AI in place to really supervise this decision-making process when it came to certain things, there's things that I would have spotted sooner. Okay. I would have been able to automate the process of really looking at certain things. Okay. And for me, because I was an accommodator at that time, that would have taken a huge burden off of me, because there's just certain things I didn't really want to do and didn't want to be involved in, but I had to be involved in it because I didn't have any other way to manage it, because I didn't have access to certain systems, certain technology, or I even was trying to be very nimble when it came to operations and hiring more and more people. Because the great thing about technology is technology can actually reduce your overhead, because you may not have to hire as many people to do that task or do that job. Or maybe you can take that technology and put it in the hands of a Linda or someone like that that really knows how to maximize, systems, and can really get you what you need so that you're the decision maker and you can make decisions you need to make, right? So for me, what I would say is, you need to have self-awareness around your strengths. You also need to take time to really learn what technology is out there that can help take maybe a burden off your shoulders, or help maybe get you a little bit faster to your goal. So because I didn't have self-awareness around some of those issues that I had, and I didn't know about certain technology, I would say I paid a price for it. But that would be my short answer, or my long answer.
Yeah, I yeah, that is a great answer. And I'll tell you, I wasn't prepared for this conversation at all. Like, I think I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna learn about ChatGPT. I don't know if anyone in the
No.
in the chat room feels the same way, but I'm very appreciative of this conversation, because I think it's a necessary conversation. And you mentioned something when you were speaking about knowing your like mindset, or where you're coming from when you built this tool or built this system. And that was like, oh, how interesting that if I'm building from a place of anxiety, if I'm building from a place of stress, or if I'm building from a place of peace, what kind of different options am I going to get? So I that piece
Very
hit me
different
real hard.
options.
Yeah.
Yes, very different options. And for that reason, I want to give some best practices as well. So I teach hot yoga, I do a lot of other things, but most of my life is about managing my state throughout the week, throughout the day. Okay. So I encourage all of you, no matter what life is like for you, take some time to step away from the technology for a second. Get alone so that you can actually reset. Focus on doing different things like getting sunlight, right? Don't just be in the room all day, in front of the computer for hours and hours. There's nothing wrong with locking in, but make sure that you do different things to make sure you're taking care of your nervous system, taking care of your body. If you can exercise, I would encourage you to go for some walks, right? 30 minutes here, 20 minutes here, right? Do that. Some yoga, maybe some boxing, swimming, whatever you want to do, tennis. Move your body is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Very, very important. Huge, huge. And do that whenever you're about to make a really big decision. Leading up to a big decision, what I found is a great thing to do is go through maybe a 2-minute pause, some breathing, some different things, then engage, then disengage, reset, then engage. Just have more self-awareness around what is my state right now? What is my state? Because that's something that I think we're not thinking about. A lot of us are just engaging in the technology. We're just doing what we do. But whoever's showing up at any given time with that technology could be a different person.
And it's going to bring about a different feeling, right? And you'll make stuff that you won't even use because it's even relevant at that time. And maybe not even relevant to your business. I know one of the things that we talk about, especially when I'm, we have our level 10s. And so a level 10, you guys, is it's from the Traction EOS model. So Entrepreneur Operating System is EOS. And so when we were speaking about just what do your KPIs look like, right? And having to build those out and not building them out from a place of reactivity versus proactivity, the information that you're going to give during that state, right? Because where energy goes, right?
Energy flow. Yeah.
Right? Wherever your mind goes, that is where your energy is going to flow. That is, principle right there. And so we have these conversations all the time about where are you when you're making that decision, and where are you making that decision from? Are you making that decision from a place of fear? Like, how many of you guys just right now, even in the conversation, how many people know that there's somebody in your organization right now that needs to be fired and you won't fire them? Right? I mean, I don't know how many people
and quite
are
frankly,
getting ready to say, that's me.
Quite frankly, LaKeysha, too, as a financial advisor, what's interesting is I've had conversations with owners where we sit down and I'm like, actually, financially, it's not about finding a better investment strategy. You need to fire like 4 of these people. You're
Right.
like, that's actually what the real issue is, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of money going out that doesn't need to go out. These people are causing you they're creating a headache. They're cancer in your organization and they need to be gone, right?
Yeah.
A great book I recommend for everyone on this chat to read is called Crucial Conversations. Crucial Conversations. It's one of the best books that I've read. And it talks about a concept, expectations versus agreements. So most of us have expectations, but we haven't reached agreement. So to give you an example, as an employee, you work for me. And I expect for you to do these different things. I'm your manager, I'm your boss. But we've never actually had a conversation around it where it's become very clear that this is what I expect. And we've never reached an agreement around it.
Right.
Okay. So as a result, then what's happening is you're all over the place doing things that I'm not happy about. And as a manager, I'm not enforcing because we haven't reached an agreement around it. Now, once we reach an agreement, I have permission to enforce.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you have an employee in California there's a process before you fire somebody, right?
You better follow it.
You better follow the process because you're gonna get sued. I'm just telling you right now. I don't know where everybody's at. If you don't follow it, good luck to you. I hope you have a good employment lawyer. Right? But expectation versus agreements, guess what? Another area that shows up, because I talk about money in your relationship with your partner, with your significant other. Some of you have a lot of financial trauma in your relationship because you and your spouse or your partner speak different languages around money. You have different relationships with money. And so as a result, there's conflict because you can't see each other's side, right? A lot of my work is around working with couples. And so a lot of my work when I get into this is how do we help each other see each other's relationship with money? You might be married to someone and for them, money is love. So while you're talking about building another business and taking over the world, they're like, I don't care about all that. I just want to have enough money to make sure that the people I love know I love them. And so how do you meet in the middle? How do you work through that? How do you navigate that, right? Those are real challenges, okay? And there are 6 human needs. We have a need for certainty. We have a need for uncertainty or variety. We have a need for love and connection. We have a need for significance. We have a need for growth, and we have a need for contribution. Most of the people on this line are entrepreneurs. And guess what? As an entrepreneur, guess what? You found a way to meet most of your needs by running your business. Every day you show up, when you run a business, it's different. So you get variety, you get uncertainty. Guess what? With a business, you run the business, you're the owner, certainty. No one's going to tell you what to do. Significance, you're the most important person. Love and connection, you have employees, you have customers, you get to connect with them. Growth, you get to grow the business exponentially. Contribution, you get to do something that's going to contribute to society. The issue that I found with a lot of business owners when it comes to money in this discussion is when you get to meet all your needs in your business and you're married to somebody that's not running a business, now there's a conflict because you are really, really fulfilled by this business because it meets all your needs, and they're sitting on the sidelines and they're like, well, I'm not that fulfilled because my greatest need is love and connection and you're never around. Right. So the work when you're running a business, and why I'm going into your state, why all this relates to your money, because you'd be like, well, what the heck does this have to do with your money? Is you got to ask yourself, why do you want to grow your business to an 8-figure business? What's really motivating you to go and chat and say, give me a blueprint to create a plan so I can be one of the top female entrepreneurs in Miami in 2 years and I can have a $10 million business? What is really driving that? And if you really ask yourself that question, you could avoid a lot of pain, because what you might conclude if you ask yourself that question and you're honest with yourself is you're doing it because you want to be seen in a certain light. But guess what?
Seen as significant. Right?
Exactly. But guess what? You may not need to do all of that to do that, though. Maybe it might be better for you. And this is a real conversation I have with entrepreneurs that are burnt out. You might not need to build a $5 million business. You might need to build a $500,000 business that's run really well and have a great marriage and take care of your body and be happier than anybody else in the world. It's not, what happens is we find ourselves chasing something, but we don't ask ourselves, why do we want it? And then we get it, and then we're not happy with the outcome because we never really dug deep enough to actually ask ourselves, what makes us happy? That's why I asked that question. What is going to make you really happy? And make sure you're honest.
Yeah. And I think also, just in general, money is complicated, right? Like just in general, money is complicated. I kind of said it jokingly, cause these people owe me like $60,000 and so. And would that make my business run at minimum 5% better? Absolutely, right? It would take away some of the stresses of waiting, knowing that you have about $60,000 somewhere in the universe and they just ain't gave it to you. That's obviously anxiety triggering. Now, for some other people, that also may be life altering. Right? And I get this question a lot. The question that I get a lot is, why are you so calm in the midst of chaos. Like it is unequivocally like the very main question that I get all the time. How do you run a 7-figure business, a multiple 7-figure business, and you are calm? And I want to say, and I know Barry can speak to this too, is one of the reasons why I know that one of the reasons why I know that I'm calm is, one, I have zero control. In this instance, I have zero control. There's nothing I can do to make the insurances give me the money, right? I have some decision that I could make. Am I going to go get a loan? Is it right? Like there's a whole decision making process after that. Then it's about, I have no control over outside forces, and the only thing that I can rely on is what's right in front of me. And if what's right in front of me are the options that I have, then I'm going to always trust in God. I mean, that's really just where I'm at.
100%.
I'm gonna
100%.
trust in God. I'm gonna trust that everything is gonna be okay and the options are gonna be laid out in front of me, and then I'm going to move accordingly, right? But I also have a decision making process, and I talked about this. It's so funny that you were having this discussion, and we might just forego my even conversation because I think this is even better. When we had this conversation last time with my mentorship group, we talked about clarifying, verifying, and inspecting what you expect. Right? Have you clarified? This is what I talk to all the time with my team. How did you clarify? Was it clear with you? Is it clear with me? And then how did you verify that that person understands, knows what they're supposed to be doing, and also can tell you back what it is that they're supposed to be doing, so that you can inspect. And how are you inspecting that thing for what you expect? And it doesn't change. That clarification, that verification, that inspecting what you expect doesn't change across any relationship. It doesn't change across any relationship. So then that's your relationship with AI, your relationship with God, your relationship with your husband, your relationship with your business, right? So when you start talking about Survivor, right, and you were spot on, yeah, I operate, right? My conversations with my children, I have to step back and I had to apologize. I had to say to them, like, hey, I understand that when you're coming to me, you're probably looking more for my heart than my head, but because I have lived my life in survival mode, then you're going to get survival mode first and heart second, because my brain is looking for outcomes. It's looking for direction, regardless of what you're telling me, which is what makes me an amazing business owner, right? It makes me an amazing strategist, because you're talking to me and my brain is already computing different ways on how you can make money and what you can do here. And, and so I, of course, in my friendship areas, that part is, a whole mess, because they're looking for my heart first and not my head. So you get what you get. Right? And so I kind of wanted you to speak to that, because it plays the same part in money. And I think it's money and AI as like the whole thing. I absolutely think. Today, I took my rolling 12. I took my my P&Ls for the past 24 months. I threw it in chat and caught and was like, hey, what's going on with my finances? It gave me a whole breakdown. I was like, what would my EBITDA be if I did X, Y, and Z? What does this look like, right? And what questions am I not asking? What questions, where are my blind spots when it comes to my finances? And so it can do that for you. And then you take it to somebody like Barry and be like, all right, Barry, here's my mindset. Here's my thought process. Because I'm going to tell you guys right now, as long as I've been in business, there has been no controller, no financial advisor. There has been none of them can tell me what's actually happening in my business better than I can. What they've always worked on is where my mindset was. I am the type of person that will go up to the edge, look over, see if it's safe or not. And if it's not safe, then I'll make a decision whether I'm going to leap or not. And then I have Linda on the side of me who's like, I'm not going to the edge. You can go to the edge, but I'm not going to the edge. So for us, it's a nice little balance. There is a whole thing right there. So I just want, you guys to definitely be thinking about when he talks about your story, when he talks about AI, when you have conversations with AI about your money story, then those are the kind of things that you also should be saying when you are looking at your finances. Hey, this is where we are, but I also feel like, I'm okay with spending money. I'm okay with, living my life to the last minute. Whereas, I probably shouldn't. Should I be somewhere in the middle? And so how do I get myself to the middle? But that's all behavior. That's choices. And you have to build that skill.
Absolutely.
So.
Well, it looks like we had a therapy session in the last couple of minutes here.
No,
I didn't know that's where we were going, but it's as important as anything, if not more.
It is.
Right? But it's what drives our decisions, our actions. So
yeah. And is there anyone in the chat that wants to come up, ask a specific question? I know, people be like, I don't know. But this is the time to ask some questions and, figure out what's going on. This is a great opportunity and we can bring you up. Everybody's like, nah, I'm not coming up. Don't want to ask no questions about no money. Okay, well, AI questions.
I mean, I had a question. It's okay. I had a question. So I have noticed that, like on IG, like I'm seeing a lot of advertisements for this financial site called Monarch. What is your top one to look at in terms of AI for finances?
I actually do like Monarch. There's a few others that I've dabbled with, but I can't sign off on because I don't want anybody to use it and then it doesn't go well. Just so you know, most of the major firms out there will have their own, like in short order. They're probably already working on theirs. There's a Vanguard robo advisor already that exists at Fidelity, and then they're just going to expand that. So the more reputable name companies are all going to have their own anyway. But the bottom line is you're going to be able to go to a recognized platform or use an app that you feel comfortable and safe with, and it will be able to manage your money for you. It will be able to invest on your behalf. So that is already here, and it's definitely going to get even better from here.
Awesome. Thank you. And I know somebody in the chat also asked, where do you work with clients at?
I have clients all over the country. I have clients in Hawaii. I have clients in Tennessee, Texas, Philadelphia. I'm in Canada right now just because of the wedding that I'm at, but I have clients all over the country. I'm licensed in 32 states. And if I'm not licensed in your state, I can get licensed. So I'm all over the place.
All right. Any other questions? This is a great time, guys, for you guys to be asking all of the questions that you guys have, unless you just don't have any questions. But I think, this is, It's one thing to go to a place where they're just going to talk at you, and it's one thing to go to a place where they talk with you. And I want to, she's like, get me off of the screen. But this is a great opportunity to move forward. Now, what I do want to say is thank you so much, Barry, for coming. I know you're at a wedding, so we don't want to take up too much of your time. We appreciate you even being here, listening to us throughout the wedding.
Of course. Of course. I do want to, since there's not too many questions, I do want to leave one piece of advice that I didn't share, and you touched on it, LaKeysha. For a business owner, I think the greatest challenge that we struggle with, and for all of those, I heard somebody said that they were going to quit. They were in the process of quitting. I think one of the greatest things that we have to learn how to do, and LaKeysha, I know you've had to do this all the time, is we have to learn how to let go of what we had in mind. And it's very difficult to do that, especially when you're a business owner, because every day is different. And you saw yourself, reaching a certain goal by a certain time or doing certain things a certain way. And it can just be so frustrating where it's like, oh, I got to do this, or I got to figure out how to do this. I got to overcome this. And one of the things you said that it took me years and many panic attacks to learn how to do was to let go and recognize that I didn't have control, and that is one of the most difficult things about running a business is even with AI at your disposal, there's a lot of things that you don't have control of. And if you can learn how to work through that, I think that there's a lot of success that you can have, because that is what I found is one of the greatest struggles for entrepreneurs, is navigating, oh gosh, I don't have no control. You break down, you shut down. There's a lot of things that can happen from that. So I just encourage all of you to know that if you don't quit, you will win. If you don't quit, you will win.
Yeah.
And people like LaKeysha exist out here. People who've been through it, who can help you, who are here to help you, who have the heart to help you, have the skill to help you. So there are people out here to help you and to get you from, one milestone to the next. But don't quit. Don't quit. If God gave it to you. I remember one day I was having a really bad day, really, really bad day. And I was in New York. So to make a long story short, God told me to go to New York. I was in Virginia. I built this business. It was doing really well. Then he was like, go to Manhattan, 6 hours away. And now you're moving away from all your clients and your relationships, and you're going to build it here. And I'm like, in New York, like, I got to get my face crushed in. And I did for a while. And then I was having this really bad day and money was tight. And God told me, and I hate to bring God into the equation, but actually I don't, because I very much, that's just who I am. And you can believe what you believe, and I believe what I believe, right? But God told me in that moment, I already have the clients for you. You just have to find them. And the thing I want to leave you with is, if you've already won, nothing else matters. Right? You've already won. Right? So if he gave you the idea for the business, the vision for the business, if you're operating out of obedience, if you're doing the things that are on your heart or on your spirit, it's already done. It's already done. So now you just have to go through the process. And sometimes the business isn't working because it's working on you.
Right.
Right? It's working on you right now. It might need to work on you for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, right? There's no overnight successes, right, LaKeysha? Right? The business might need to work on you. You didn't even realize that you needed to be worked on at the level that you need to be worked on.
Yeah.
But guess what? It's for you. It's for you. So just lean into it. Embrace it. Embrace all the discomfort that comes with it, because it's going to create something incredible where you might one day be a LaKeysha on the front stage, creating a community to serve people, because you know what it's like to start out, and you know what it's like to have dysfunction. You know what it's like to be overwhelmed. You've been there. You empathize. You relate, right? So just lean into it. I wish you the best. And I know everybody's best days are ahead of them, not behind them. Your best days are ahead of you. So just want to encourage everybody, stay positive.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barry.
Of course. You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, guys. Oh my goodness. One of the things
you didn't say nothing. You didn't say nothing about Barry coming in that strong like that this afternoon. You didn't say nothing about that.
Well, here's the thing. I love Barry's energy. I love just the fact that he makes me think about where I am, because those are the kind of things that I need personally. And when I think about the things that I need, then I have automatically in mind of all of the other people that probably need those things too. And that's why this is so unconventional, right? Like, yeah, people are talking about AI. They're going to give you all of the stuff that you can possibly do. They're going to give you all of the tips, all of the tricks, all of the things, but they're not going to speak to your heart. And I think that's the difference, right? Who's speaking to your heart? Who's speaking to who you are as a person? How do I grow as a business owner and a person and a wife and a mother, right? A daughter, a sister, right? And, for all of the men that's in here, just, replace all of the, right? But it's hard to do, because a lot of people think that it's all on paper, and it's not on paper. You are not given a guide and or a rule book to life. And I think, Portia said it earlier. This is the first time that we're all doing this. This is the first time that I've been in my 11th year, right? This is the first time that I have, I made $5 million. That was the first time when Barry said, when you became a millionaire at 40, I was like, whoa, I don't even technically consider myself a millionaire. Like, that's not the verbiage that I would associate with LaKeysha Cobbs-Hayes. Those two things do not go together. And maybe it's because I don't feel like I've reached where I feel like I should be. But, in other people's eyes, you are what you are, right? And you are who you are in your own. So that's my own limiting belief. But that also is why I also keep moving. That is also why I have tunnel vision about where I'm going, right? Like when he asked about money, money is only a reflection of who you already are. If you are someone who gives, you will always give. It does not matter. If you are someone that takes, you will always take. Money is just a reflection of that. If you are selfish, then guess what? When you have more money, you're going to be more selfish. So if you don't work on yourself right now, if you don't work on who you are, and one of the things that he was discussing is also, something that Tony Robbins talks about all the time, where he talks about your blueprint. And every one of us, right? If I had you draw a map of where you are right now and where you thought you would be, those two things could be really close together, or they could be really far apart. What I am going to tell you is, if it's really close together, then you are happy. But when that blueprint is not matching your life circumstances, that happiness is further and further away from you. So you have to do one of two things. You're going to either have to change your blueprint, you're going to have to rewrite it, you're going to have to talk about what it looks like to rewrite your blueprint, or you're going to have to change your life. So you either need to get a different view of what that looks like, or you're going to have to figure out what's happening within me. And when he talks about being happy, when he talks about having the things that you need internally, then it's facts, because you're not going to be a whole person until you heal you. And no matter what we talk about, whether this is AI or business or Like I can give, like he said, I can give every last one of you guys. I can show you the path to $1 million if that's what you want to make. But that doesn't mean that you're always going to get there. That also doesn't mean that you're not, you may not see your kids. So what's important to you? Right? I tell my kids all the time, you've had two different mothers. You had one mom who was broke, young, inexperienced, and did not know what the heck she was doing, and got paid, $850. I think I started off at $850. Went and worked for Los Angeles County, making another $18 an hour when I left. That was just in 2010. Like, people were complaining today. That was just in 2010. When I tell people, like, oh, this was the story, that was just in 2010 that I was making $18 an hour. I was just making 10 years ago $50,000. It wasn't like I was like, oh yeah, I had all of this money. I didn't have all of this money. But that was the mother that you had. But when I started my business, now you got a whole nother mother. Because now I have to work 12 to 18 hours a day. Now I have to make sure that my career is matching the blueprint and the outcome that I wanted. What does that look like? So you're going to have to make sacrifices. It is not going to be easy, but it will be worth it if you are intentional. You have to be intentional about where you want to go. Like, I had this whole talk about microwave stuff, but that's not even important right now.
It's cooked. It's done.
It's done. It is done.
But that's what Build Different is all about, right? I mean, it's not just a tagline. It's not just something that we're saying. It's truly, if you want to be different, then you have to build different. You're not following the same path everyone else. Like you said, you could show someone how to make $1 million, but it doesn't mean it's their path.
Right.
It doesn't mean it's my path.
Yeah.
And back to what Barry said, let's find our peace. Yeah.
What Barry said was great. How much do you need right now? Because what I can tell you, for all of you guys that are worried about, your kids, and what I can tell you about all of those that are worried about your career at the same time, is these kids grow up and they leave and they have their own lives. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't build while you're doing what you're doing, but what I am saying is you need to make sure that you're intentional about that build, because the relationships that you put to the side to build may not be worth it in the long run. And
that deserves a camera lean in.
And you're not going to make everybody happy. There are going to be times when your kids are not happy with you. There's going to be times when the business is not happy with you. And there's going to be times when your husband or wife is not happy with you. And I'm going to tell you right now that it is okay. You will get through it if you want to. One of the things, at least about me and my husband, is we don't fight very often. And one of the things that we talk about is, if it matters to you enough, you will figure out a way to fix it. If I am telling you that I'm hurt, if I am telling you that things are not going right, if I am saying X, Y, and Z, and if it matters enough, we will figure it out. One of us will have to change. One of us will have to make some kind of sacrifice, some kind of something. But the goal has to be the same end result. So what's your end result? Have you had that conversation? Do you know what your end result is? Do you know where you're supposed to go? Do you know how you're going to get there? Are you having that conversation? And it doesn't mean that both of you guys have to have the same vision, because the vision is only given to one. The vision is only going to be given to you. He or she has their own vision, and you need to figure out, how do you walk this path together? And it could be shared, but so often it's not shared because opposites attract. What I want and my drive is totally different than my husband and his drive. That's totally different. What I want for my children is totally different from what they want for themselves. And you have to be okay with that. You have to be able to move. And when you're not, then you talk to Chat GPT, as I do. You have a whole conversation that said, I'm not happy with the way this kid is showing up. And then they probably ask you, well, what do you want to do about it? I'll be like, I can't do nothing about it. Okay, well then sit down. Sit down, be quiet. Just wait. Just breathe. Right? Linda and I had this conversation all the time. I'm like, girl, just breathe. It's not your story. It's not for you right now. Right now, your job is probably the helpmate. And in 5-10 years, it might be something else. But what I can tell you at this, at this strong, almost 49 years, and I know there's some, people that may be older, is life is ever changing. And who you were at 20, you were not at 30. And who you are at 30, you're definitely not at 40. And who you thought you would be at close to 50, I'm telling you right now, is nowhere near. I still feel like I'm in my early 30s, to be honest. I feel like I'm still learning. And I'm probably, like I said, I'm sure there's some other people in here that are a whole nother age that are probably like, wait till you turn 70, right? Wait till you turn 60. It's going to be a whole nother conversation. But what I can tell you right now, if you do have small children, do not stress yourself out. Do not try to make every avenue work. Do what you can, but be intentional about it. So
it's been a day. I don't know a better way to end than that right there. And I know Key hasn't talked about herself a whole lot on this. I know y'all have heard from a couple different people throughout the day, but I've known LaKeysha just for a little over a year, and I've watched her in just that short amount of time help hundreds, if not thousands of people. And giving away her time and energy left and right, because she is here to help people find a way to win, no matter what. An actual way to win, something that makes sense, not some dream that doesn't make any sense, because she's going to call you on that when it doesn't make sense. And that's what she does. She's going to look at you and be like, what is wrong with you? But that's who she is, and she wants to see you win. So I'm giving you your flowers, LaKeysha, because what you do, this whole day is free. This whole day has been free to anyone. And who does that? Who does that? That puts together these kind of speakers? And it wasn't surface level. It wasn't like, well, let me just give a little something. It was deep conversations, people that are passionate about helping people. So, Keith, thank you for putting this together. Thank you to you and Strategic Behavior for hosting another Built Different Summit. We're just getting started. Please follow along, y'all. There's going to be more Built Difference as we come, because we ain't done yet.
I know, right? So we have a couple of things that I want you guys to keep in mind. Tomorrow is implementation. So if you felt like I didn't get to implement anything, tomorrow's implementation, yes, it is definitely something that is an upcharge. However, you will walk away with a final product, right? I am not a hard salesperson by any means necessary. Just want to let you know. But if you are working and you want to leave with an actual built product, we are doing that tomorrow. So if you're wanting to upgrade, please go ahead and use the link to upgrade. And then the other thing that we have, and it's really up to you guys if you want to join or not, it'll be there today, tomorrow, or next week, is the AI Systems Pro. And the AI Systems Pro basically has like 14 plus toolkits in it. I know we didn't talk about it. Look, you guys, I'm not a hard salesperson. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They get on me all the time. But the AI Systems Pro, guys, has 14 basically guides that gives you pretty much, I had to make sure that it was very extensive, but it gives you all of the tools and things that you need to use. You know how people are like, well, I don't know what to say. It's going to tell you exactly what to say. So what I'll do right now actually is I will share my screen. And I'll show you guys what's in there so that you guys can see. And you get it all for, what is it, like $97 or something like that. But you come in here and then you go to the prompt library. The prompt library has all of the guides. Hold on. I had to go to my Lovable site because y'all know I wasn't ready. Ready, but I ain't ready. There you go. If that makes any sense. All right. So we'll go to the member portal. And we're going to go to the guides. So in this guide, you have different prompts. So in the Sales Mastery guide, it tells you how to use this prompt, and then it kind of goes through some different sales, some prospecting. So once you come in here, it tells you exactly what you should be doing. This is literally the prompt, and they're going to give it to you in a PDF form. So like it says right here, you're a cold outreach strategist for a service business. Create outreach that starts conversations, not spam complaints. And it goes through the process. The DM to client converter, that's here. The discovery call mastery, that is here, right? It has all of the questions, and all you have to do is copy paste these prompts into your system. And what it is over 100. It's like let me log out real fast. Where's the main page? Let's see if I can get back to it. So if you go to AI Systems Pro.net, take that off, and you're going to see all of the stuff. So you have 47, and honestly, I believe it's more than 47 prompts, and it's 12 tabs of information. It goes through the foundation, attract, convert, deliver, operate, and lead and scale. So depending on where you are, if you're just in these foundational stages, then that is where you will start, and then you can go through the rest. So this is everything that it actually comes with. And then this is a price list. So if you're on here at the AISystemsPro.net, it is an additional thing you can sign up for if you like, but it is available. Again, like I said, I'm not a hard salesperson, but if you want it, you got it.
Once again, we deliver like you always do. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So if there's anyone, is there anyone else in here that I know Veronica, if she's still in here, is in VIP, and so there's like another little section after this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even think she's in here. Did she leave? Sure did. I was like, I'll see you tomorrow. Rhonda VIP for tomorrow. So I will see. Oh no, she's still in here. There she go, right there. Shan, I'll see you tomorrow. Is there anybody else that I'm missing that I will see tomorrow? And if you didn't get your information, Tanasha, okay. All right. Sharice, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, definitely have those two. See you tomorrow. And then is there anyone else? Because unless you guys have some other questions and or we can answer them tomorrow, then, you know, I'm sure everybody's probably a little burnt out. Done for the day. But we'll leave the upgrade site in there. If you guys have any questions, please reach out. You guys have my email. Even if, you know, down the road you're just like, here's where I am, I'd like to join, I'd like to have further conversation, just let me know. Thank you so much for coming, and we are done with our day. Thank you. I want to give a special thanks to Randall and Linda and Alyssa, because the way that our tech was teching today is insane. But, you know, when you, here's a note that y'all, when you know in your heart you need to make a different decision, make the decision. It ain't worth it's not worth the headache. I was like, oh, we figured it out. No, I should have made the decision. But I appreciate everyone that stuck with us. That means that you guys wanted this information. That means that you needed this information. That means that you got the information regardless of what's going on. And I appreciate you more than what you'll ever know. And Shan in the chat, Tanasha in the chat, Sharice in the chat. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys all day. And I will see you guys soon. Talk to you later. Bye.